Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios in Riyadh. These are our top stories. An Iranian official says Iran won't allow President Trump to dictate the timing of the end of the war and calls his proposal demands excessive. Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates collaborate on new trade routes to overcome transport disruptions caused by the US-Israeli war on Iran. The legendary footballer Mohamed Salah announces he'll leave Liverpool FC at the end of the season. An Iranian official has said Iran will end the war at a time of its own choosing and that Trump's proposal demands are excessive. While speaking to Iranian state TV, they added Iran won't let Trump dictate the timing of the end of the war. This comes after Trump said Iran wants a deal so badly. Take a listen.
They have no Navy left. They have no Air Force left. They have no anti-aircraft equipment left, no radar left, no leaders left. The leaders are all gone. Nobody knows who to talk to. But we're actually talking to the right people, and they want to make a deal so badly. You have no idea how badly they want to make a deal. They gave us a present, and the present arrived today. It was a very big present worth a tremendous amount of money. And I'm not going to tell you what that present is, but it was a very significant prize, and they gave it to us, and they said they were going to give it, so that meant one thing to me: we're dealing with the right people.
For more on this, I'm joined by the former Palestinian ambassador to the UK and Denmark, Professor Manuel Hassassian. As always, thank you so much for joining me on the show.
My pleasure.
I just want to begin with the fact Iran has rejected a US peace plan as excessive and has issued 5 conditions to end the war. Following this response, is there a real opening for diplomacy, or is it unlikely to succeed?
First of all, let me say that these negotiations are not considered to be formal negotiations, but these are back-channel negotiations in which Pakistan is playing an intermediary role with, of course, Oman and Egypt, let alone that Iran has certain position on the proposal of the Americans because it considers the 15 points that were raised by President Trump as considered to be, it is diplomatic in form, but in substance, I would say it's unlikely to succeed because it is a maximalist, coercive framework and not a balanced bargaining reshape. Actually, it is requiring Iran to concede, and to concede before easing any relief on the situation. And I think this is considered to be a procedural opening and not a substantive compromise. So we don't expect that much from this type of back-channel negotiations, but at least it has been an inception towards talking, towards cessation of limited airstrikes or ballistic missiles and what have you. But for Iran, why this position has been very adamant? Because any kind of concession, it means for them that their sovereignty, right, and regime legitimacy will be in jeopardy. And let alone that Israel also has a certain position against this back channel, is that it is opposing it for the simple fact that the intention of Israel is to dismantle this regime and to stop the nuclear enrichment in Iran. So I would say that the 15 points are non-starters, but there are certain elements in it that could be, workable in a negotiating setup.
Manuel, sorry, I just wanted to jump in there because we are also seeing Iran's 5 demands to end the war. And I'll read a few out to you because I think a lot of people would also think that their demands are excessive. For example, a complete halt to aggression and assassinations by the enemy, the conclusion of the war across all fronts and for all resistance groups involved throughout the region, international recognition and guarantees regarding Iran's sovereign right to exercise authority over the Strait of Hormuz. When I look at those 5 demands, I don't know what you make of it, but I don't think that's something the US or the international community would be prepared to accept.
You know, in such a situation where there is a certain kind of a deadlock, both parties are trying to convey and portray their maximalist position. These are of course, like a zero-sum conflict. You can see that there is a lot of controversy between both demands. There will, in a negotiating situation, both parties will start with a maximalist position, and the 15-point of President Trump has been a maximalist coercive position, let alone also the Iranians. From their own perspective, it's a maximalist position. In real negotiations, these have to be compromised. And compromise means concessions. And concessions mean that they have to accept the optimal level, which is reasonable, where, you know, certain sacrifices on your maximalist position will be reduced. And this is how negotiations, you know, could take place. We always know that in conflict, in crisis management, basically, you try to put your utmost in gaining all kinds of concessions from the other side. But when real negotiations start, you know, developing, first of all, you open the channel of communication, you lower your standards to a certain degree by accepting painful concessions in order to reach a plausible compromise. So at this initial phase, we expect both parties to be extreme in their positions.
OK, so both parties to be extreme in their positions, which we are seeing clearly. We've been talking about that. But previously, you have urged Russia and China to mediate for Iran. Can Pakistan or Turkey now play a decisive role in reaching a deal between Iran and the US? What do you make of these two being involved?
First of all, I think in an initial meeting with the press, I said that, you know, China could play a very important role in mediating, let alone Russia. But the perception of the United States, of these two big powers, are considered to be competitive, so they cannot trust them as being moderators at this stage. But in the future, they have to cooperate with each other because that will be the emergence of the multipolar system rather than the controlled unipolar system of the United States. And why Pakistan? Pakistan, first of all, has a good relationship with Iran, and it has also good ties in terms of security with the United States. And let alone, it's not playing a negotiating moderator as much as it's trying to convey messages between the two parties, where there is a certain kind of trust in Pakistan, Islamabad, as also a regional power, a power that possesses nuclear. It is recognizable and acceptable, you know, by the international community. So reducing the level of involvement from big powers to a power like Pakistan, which borders Iran, which has certain kind of good relationship, I would say, with the United States, has been acceptable, let alone it is being supported by Oman and by Egypt. Those two also are important players in the Middle East, where there is a conglomerate now of negotiators involved in trying to ease the tension between the two parties.
And what's really interesting right now is Iran says the US is negotiating with yourselves. That's something they've said. However, Israel says more than 15,000 bombs have been dropped on Iran. How long can Iran keep up its retaliation with a struggling economy and a severely weakened government?
I say that Iran has been prepared for this war. And I think its deterrence capabilities and in absorbing, you know, all these surgical strikes is amazing. for the simple fact that I can assess that Iran could be in this war of attrition for another 3 years, let alone that it could, support itself economically by selling the oil and what have you. And it has its own clientele, let alone the trade relations that Iran has with all the sanctions being imposed, so far has been, surviving. I think Iran today is negotiating from a position of management strength. And management strength means that, it's not dominant, but not enough to dictate terms outright, on the United States or Israel. So I can say that it has the sustaining power of deterrence, and it can still absorb all these, bombings, especially when there is consolidation of the regime and the resilience of the regime to continue its position. Let alone that its people is now around its leadership, where there is internal security. This gives them the momentum of not being, jeopardized internally, as the Americans, thought that they would try to conflate the situation inside, Iran by the uprisings of its people. It turned out to be this assessment has been wrong.
Manuel, Manuel, I'm so sorry. We're going to have to leave it there. Manuel Hassassian, as always, great to have you on the show. Thank you so much for all your analysis.
Thank you.
Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates are collaborating new trade routes that will increase efficiency and overcome transport disruptions amid the US-Israeli war on Iran. The unprecedented initiative is being coordinated between the Saudi Ports Authority, Mawami, and Sharjah logistics company, Gulf Tainer. The new trade route will directly connect Sharjah to Dammam in the kingdom's east via sea and land, improving cargo flow and also reduce transit time. For more on this, I'm joined in the studio by Al Arabiya's geopolitical security analyst, Riyadh Kawaji. Riyadh, as always, really good to have you on the show and, of course, in the studio with me in Riyadh. Riyadh, so what we're seeing right now is the Middle East's two largest economies, that's the UAE and Saudi Arabia, are planning these new trade routes. But what does this integration involve, and do we know what goods will possibly be transported?
Well, we know that the Gulf countries in general rely on sea transport heavily for the import as well as export. Now, with the disruptions at this Strait of Hormuz because of the Iranian attacks, UAE has been having a hard time exporting and importing. Sharjah has a port from the Khorfakan area, which is outside the Strait of Hormuz. And at the same time, Saudi Arabia has the strategic depth where it reaches the banks of the Red Sea. So this now, Saudi Arabia can provide with this strategic depth, with this outlet on the Red Sea, a very good access for the UAE to import and export, especially the needs for the country, from helping with the food security, ensure the food security, ensure supply lines, for a lot of businesses and needs of life inside the UAE. This is very vital to have. So UAE, Saudi Arabia, collaborating, first of all, this is something natural. This is not surprising. The two countries are very long time allies. They're both central members of the Gulf Cooperation Council. And there's always been some agreements related to trade, related to transport between the two through the GCC and now we're seeing some of this being executed.
And I just want to get on to what we've been hearing today, because when it comes to the conflict that we are seeing in the Middle East, we get different updates every day. It's quite difficult to keep up with everything. But Iran has said Trump's demands are excessive after reviewing this 15-point plan that they say they were handed by Pakistan. And this comes amid all this confusion over negotiations with Iran. So Iran is saying that they're not negotiating. Trump is saying that they want to make a deal. What's your take on the whole situation currently? And there are a lot of rumors that maybe the US President Donald Trump is delaying in order to get the US troops to the region.
Well, Leigh Ann, there's a lot of analysis, assessments, and conclusions coming out of this. All of them have some, some grounds to stand on, but at the end, we have to look at the facts on the ground. The facts on the ground say that there are no negotiations happening. There are exchange of letters of intent from both sides that, yes, we are interested in talking, and these are our terms. So far, it seems that Islamabad is the chosen, let's say, messenger between the two sides. But no negotiations have started. And they have not even agreed on a date or a venue for the negotiations. Once they do so, then we are in a different place. But right now, we have the war going on. President Trump said two important things. First, he said, peace by force. This means there's going to be negotiations while simultaneously there is a war going on. So there is negotiations under fire. This will keep the pressure very strong on the Iranian side as they go to the negotiations. Second, we're looking at what's happening on the ground. What's happening on the ground is that we see further mobilization of U.S. forces on the ground. The 82nd Airborne is being deployed in the region. We have two Marines groups, the Tripoli, USS Tripoli, USS Boxer, both are due in the region in the next few days. So by the weekend, we're going to have more troops, and the president will have more options, military options on the table, provided by his military commanders to choose the next course of action.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what happens, because Friday is Donald Trump's next deadline, if we go by what he says. But Riyadh, a senior official at the Saudi Ministry of Foreign Affairs stated that the kingdom had previously denied allegations that Saudi leadership favors a prolonged conflict. Can you tell us more about this, please?
He was reacting to the reports in the New York Times that said that there were the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, Prince Mohammed bin Salman, has told Donald Trump not to stop the war, that to continue until the collapse of the regime. And the foreign minister here is reacting to these statements. We know that Saudi Arabia, before the war, intervened more than once to prevent it, to try to stop it. And we know Saudi Arabia, like other Gulf countries, have been the most affected by this war, as they're being targeted daily by Iranian missiles and drones. So definitely they have more vested interest than anybody else to see this war end today before tomorrow. So, that's why we see the foreign minister of Saudi Arabia denying these allegations.
Riyadh Kawaji, great to have you on the show with me. Thank you so much for your analysis.
Thank you.
Thank you. We can now go back to our top story. An Iranian official has said Iran will end the war at a time of its own choosing and that Trump's proposal demands are excessive. To talk more about this, I'm joined by Bijan Kian, former U.S. official for the Trump administration and president at the Institute for Voices of Liberty. Great to have you on the show, as always. Thank you for joining me. First of all, I want your view on the current U.S. military buildup in the Middle East. There are already tens of thousands of troops stationed across the region. But on top of this, the Americans are sending around 5,000 Marines and around 3,000 paratroopers. What's this all for?
Good to be with you and your viewers and listeners. And let me just begin by saying something that is not related to the answer to your question, but a little bit of the background. Whenever we talk about Iran today, we have to distinguish the government and the people. The government of Iran is referred to as a regime, and usually, apart from the usual classic definitions of regime referring to a collection of regulations and so forth, we're talking about the implied meaning of the word regime is illegitimate. And when we talk about that, we should focus on, when I hear the Islamic Republic has been preparing for this war for a long time, I like to draw the attention to a fact on the ground. Islamic Republic's problem is the fight between itself and its people. That's the real fight.
But I'm sorry, Bijan, I just want to stick
with that.
The
military is not going to solve their problems and the statements. But to answer your question, why the buildup? We already have 50,000 troops in the area. The addition, your guest mentioned Boxer and Tripoli, adding 2,000 to 3,000, expeditionary forces, and the reason this is happening is not to drop soldiers on the ground. It's for maritime operations, for security operations, and to strengthen the current force, about 50,000 in place. So it's important to go back to the reason why. Why does the world call Islamic Republic in Iran a regime? So I think it's important to understand the cause of the conflict as well, before we can say what is the purpose of the presence or increase in the force in the region.
Bijan, I do appreciate that, but I guess right now we are concentrating on what's happening and if there's escalation and where these negotiations could be headed. But I just want to say Iran has responded negatively to America's proposal to end the war, flexing its power over the Strait of Hormuz and causing economic harm to the world and also to neighboring Gulf countries. Is Iran's negotiating position now stronger than it was when the conflict began? Do they now have more cards because they've shown that they can use the Strait of Hormuz and they can retaliate?
Well, they do claim that they can control and keep the Strait of Hormuz closed for as long as they want. That is not true. They cannot do that for two reasons. First of all, it would hurt the Islamic Republic itself, because this is a trade route that actually used by Islamic Republic. So by closing it, they're actually closing their own ability to be able to conduct trade as usual. If the waterway, the choke point is closed, everyone will suffer. But the question is, can Islamic Republic hold the Strait of Hormuz closed for a long period of time? They cannot. They cannot do that. Yeah, the threat they pose is about 5,000 sea mines that they would put there. The threat they pose is the asymmetrical toolkit of drones and mines and missiles, but they're going down in the supply of these tools in the toolkit. So the claim that we could keep the Strait of Hormuz closed is a claim yet to be assessed. When you ask the question, are they in a stronger position? Well, in what perspective? Stronger from the claim they make, or stronger in terms of actually executing that claim? The first one may be giving you the impression that they're stronger because they're making the claim. But can they deliver on that is the real answer, and that answer is no. They cannot hold on to this position for any meaningful length of time. See, Iran is losing militarily, but it has resisted. That is not deniable. It has resisted. It continues to resist, but it's going down in the strength of resistance. 90%. 90% is the decrease in the missile power measured by a variety of sources and verified. So what Iran was yesterday is not an indication of what Islamic Republic would be tomorrow. So the answer to your question is today, maybe it looks stronger, but tomorrow we'll see.
Yeah, definitely. We will see. But the Speaker of the Iranian Parliament says Iran is closely monitoring all U.S. movements in the region, especially troop deployments. How will U.S. troops be protected if Iran escalates? And is America essentially sending them to their deaths?
Not at all. You know, it is inaccurate to state that troops are going to be dropped into land to be facing incoming fire. That is not the case. The troops are not dropped on land. The troops are there to support the maritime operation. And they're not sent to their death. That sentence is inaccurate.
And according to a new Associated Press poll, 59% of Americans say U.S. military action in Iran has been excessive. Is pressure growing on President Donald Trump to change his course on Iran, as the domestic audience doesn't seem to be that pleased with it?
There are two parts to that question. And the first part is the pressure on President Trump? Absolutely, yes. The pressure is there, and denying it would be inaccurate. So the second part of the question is, what is President Trump's reaction when he's placed under pressure? How does he react? If you look at the behavior of President Trump throughout all these years, not just through his presidency, but his private commercial life, you would see that he doubles down. When he's pressured, he does not relent. This is a personality trait that President Trump has proven time and time again. He will double down and put his foot down and press forward. He does have the ability, he does have the capacity to keep in this position for as long as necessary. That's what we've seen. We cannot remember a time when President Trump was pressured and he backed down effectively and permanently. He may back down as a tactical move, but strategically, I always say, if you want to know what goes on in his mind, focus on what he wants to accomplish, not how he wants to accomplish it, because he will keep his plans very fluid. He's not playing games. He really believes good plans are the ones that you could change in the last day, the last hour, the last minute, and the last second. Therefore, he keeps all options open. It's very difficult for military commanders to set the table, as the nomenclature goes in the defense environments, because all kinds of varieties have to be on that table for President Trump to be able to select the most appropriate at any second, at any minute. And that's President Trump for you. So he doesn't back down. He just changes ways and shifts from one frame of dialogue to another frame. He claims things, he then proves it, and he just keeps the other side unbalanced, out of balance. And finally, he has prevailed. He has not lost battles. He puts his foot down and doubles down, and that's his reaction. That's what I believe he will continue to do. His goal is to remove the Islamic Republic as a threat. And that is not something that President Trump wants. He does that because the real problem with Islamic Republic is not the foreign enemy, it's the people of Iran. They don't want them. How can a government insist on staying in power when 80% or more people don't want that government anymore? This is the real weakness. So if we don't keep this true perspective of what is reality, we will get bogged down in the minutia of how many ships and how many missiles and all that. That is not the final end of the story. Is, can the Islamic Republic create a normal government for people who want a normal life? That's the problem. Unless we address that, which is the nature of the Islamic Republic, these conflict stories and narratives will go on forever. We have to address the real issue. There is a government in place that is trying to insist to stay when people are saying, we don't want you anymore. That is the real problem. If that is not solved, these conflicts would go on. Countries in the region will suffer, people of Iran would suffer, and the world would suffer. Now, the reasonable thing to do is for Islamic Republic to say, we want to end everything today. We will set a date for a free and fair election so that people of Iran can decide what they want.
Bijan,
that is the normal way.
I just wanted to say thank you so much for your analysis and joining the show. Great to have you on.
Happy to be with you.
The Philippines has declared a state of national energy emergency due to the Middle East conflict. President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. says the war poses an imminent danger of critically low energy supply in the Southeast Asian nation. Patrick Falk has this report.
Labour activists marched through Manila towards the presidential palace earlier today, demanding the government raise wages to cushion the impact of soaring fuel prices.
The Philippines should stand up and call for an end to the U.S. aggression against Iran. The impact of the oil disruption affects us all. We might not have been hit by bombs, but we are being hit by poverty and hunger because of the rise in oil prices.
Earlier, the government declared a state of emergency to address the crisis. It allows authorities to take action against hoarding or profiteering and to make advance payments to secure fuel contracts. A committee has also been formed to ensure the distribution of fuel, food and other basic goods. Protesters say the government's response doesn't go far enough.
The state of emergency does not really address the impact. If he truly wants to uplift the people, then he should prioritize the people's needs first.
The Philippines imports nearly all of its crude oil from the Middle East. It's been struggling to deal with rising prices triggered by the ongoing conflict. More demonstrations are set to take place. Transport workers, commuters and consumer groups are planning a 2-day strike from Thursday to protest the increase in fuel prices. Authorities say the country has about 45 days of fuel supply based on current consumption levels. Reports say the Philippines is seeking waivers from the US to buy oil from US-sanctioned countries to alleviate the situation. Patrick Falk, Al Arabiya English.
The legendary footballer Mohamed Salah has announced he will leave Liverpool FC at the end of the season. The 33-year-old forward has spent 9 years with the Reds, winning 2 Premier League titles and the Champions League, amongst other accolades, since he joined in 2017. Salah told fans he was leaving last night in an emotional statement posted on his social media account. Take a listen.
Hello everyone. Unfortunately, the day has come. This is the first part of my farewell. I will be leaving Liverpool at the end of this season. I wanted to start by saying that I never imagined how deeply this club, this city, these people would become part of my life. Liverpool is not just a football club. It's a passion, it's a history, it's a spirit I can't explain in a word to anyone not part of this club. We celebrated victory, we won the most important trophies, and we fought together through the hardest time in our life.
For more on this, I'm joined by Al Arabiya's English associate writer and reporter, Mazen Sameh. And Mazen, great to have you on the show. So we just heard from Mo Salah there, very, very emotional post that he sent out. And he's been with Liverpool for 5 years. How much of a blow is this to Liverpool, the club, and to all the fans?
I mean, of course, it's a blow for all the fans. Salah has been at the club for 9 years. And the fans, even fans grew up watching Salah since he's joined. He's just continued to be consistent and to give out top performances throughout those 9 years. So obviously it's a massive blow, and the fans are not just losing a player, they're losing an identity, they're losing reliability. So It's a blow, obviously, but that's football, and that's the world we're used to in football.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. But like you say, after 9 years, fans were pouring out their emotions on social media, weren't they? But did this move, Salah leaving Liverpool, come as a surprise? Because we know he's had his ups and downs at the club, hasn't he? But things essentially seem to sort of sort themselves out.
I mean, it wasn't quite the surprise. I think the timing was more of a surprise than the actual departure. For quite some time, everyone knew Salah was going to leave pretty soon. We just didn't think it would be this early, especially because he still has a year left in his contract to play. So I think it was a bit of a surprise, but not entirely. It just raises a bit of questions to why he announced that he's departing so early. But surprise, maybe a little bit, maybe not a full surprise.
And he did have some ups and downs in the club, but things seemed to get better, didn't he? He had a bit of an emotional response, was on the bench for a bit.
Yeah, I mean, he did have some ups and downs. He has a really good relationship with the fans, with the management. But I think until Jurgen Klopp left the club, that's when he had some tensions with the management. He was benched for a while, and he was going to leave for a while. He felt like he was thrown under the bus. That's what Salah said. But it's, you know, it got better, and he started playing again at an elite and high level. So it was kind of weird to see him leave because everything just started getting better. But there were some ups and downs, definitely, yeah.
Yeah, but as you say, things seem to have ironed out in the end. But I think the big question and all the speculation happening at the moment is where Salah is moving to. Any news on that? And it's been long speculated he could possibly come to Saudi Arabia, to this region where we are. Or do you think Beckham and Messi could get him to the US? Or do you think no one knows?
I mean, look, no one knows. There's been a bunch of rumors, a bunch of speculations. But even Salah and his agent don't know. His agent publicly rejected all of these rumors on X, and he said that even Salah and his agent don't know where he's going. But obviously there will be rumors, there will be speculations. He has been offered to play in the Saudi League before, which obviously didn't happen. So it is likely that he would play maybe in the Saudi League, maybe in the MLS. We don't know, maybe even another European team for some time. But nothing is certain yet. And he is a regional icon in the Arab world, in the Muslim world, so it would be a great move for him to play in the Saudi Pro League. But we still don't know. Football is very uncertain.
And I guess he's got enough money to take a bit of time off if he wants a holiday.
Definitely.
He's not going to be struggling.
Yeah,
Mohamed Salah, we've spoken about him, you know, 9 years at Anfield with Liverpool. What will his legacy be? Because he's been quite a phenomenal sportsman, hasn't he?
I mean, Salah has been great. He's been great for the team. Since he's joined, he's won 2 Premier Leagues with Liverpool. He's won the Champions League. He's won the Club World Cup. He's won 2 League Cups, the Community Shield. He's breaking a bunch of records, and he's broken a bunch of records. So his legacy is, no doubt, he's a legend to the club, of course. The fans love him. The club itself loves him. And his legacy, it's definitely an end of an era, but he is a legend, and he's broken plenty of records. And I think he's one of the best to ever wear the jersey, if not the best to wear the Liverpool jersey. So he's definitely a legend in the club.
Thank you so much, Mazen. Great to have you on to talk to me about Mo Salah.
Of course, thank you so much.
A reminder of our top stories. An Iranian official says Iran won't allow President Trump to dictate the timing of the end of the war and calls his proposal demands excessive. Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates collaborate on new trade routes to overcome transport disruptions caused by the US-Israeli war on Iran. And the legendary footballer Mohamed Salah announces he'll leave Liverpool FC at the end of the season. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X. And we'll be back in a couple of hours with a W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Back to the beginning, almost a month into the war, and President Trump says talks with Iran could be back on the table. Is the ultimate goal, though, to soothe regional tensions, or is it more about soothing oil markets? Stay with us. That debate is coming up soon on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora.
From the White House to Gaza, Kyiv to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deep fake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Rizkan Show for empowering conversation.
The jewelry is lost forever.
Inspired by a true story.
We were blaming insufficient security.
It's a symbol that has been attacked.
Isn't a museum the most protected space on the planet?
Social media was flooded with countless fantastical videos.
Before the era of artificial intelligence, people reacted to such shocks by taking to the streets.
I didn't leave my chair, and I didn't say a word there.
Technology no longer grants time, the luxury of time.
There has been a proposal on the table for decades now. Declare the Middle East a nuclear weapons-free zone, like Latin America, South Pacific, Africa. That's an option. Iran has agreed to that option. There's one holdout, one outlier, Israel. So you have the option of turning the Middle East into a nuclear weapon-free zone, and we wouldn't be having any of these discussions.
American political scientist and activist Professor Norman Finkelstein giving, as ever, his very direct perspective on the issues behind Israel's conflicts with its Middle Eastern neighbors. Hello and welcome, I'm Riz Khan. In the 13 months since I last spoke with him, the regional clashes have reached new levels, most recently with Iran and Israel trading missiles. I caught up with Professor Finkelstein at his home for a very candid conversation on where he sees things heading. Professor, it's really good to see you face to face. We've done a number of interviews remotely over the years, but it's good to sit with you face to face and have a chance to talk about what's going on. Now, since we last spoke about a year ago, things have changed quite dramatically, progressively worse, a lot of people would say. Now, let me start with just one of the more recent things. Donald Trump, as president of the USA, talking about Iran and Israel being in a conflict for so long, they don't even know what the F they're doing. It's unusual for a president to use the F word. What did you make of that when he described it that way?
Well, I think both sides know exactly what they're doing. I don't think there is any misapprehension. Israel has regarded Iran as a major regional rival for a very long time.
Rival or threat?
Rival for a very long time. They've always said that their chief they call it the main threat to Israel. They used to say Hamas, Hezbollah, and Iran. Now, you will recall already during the build-up to the war in Iraq, there is a certain misapprehension. I'm referring now to 2003. Israel's first goal was not Iraq. Israel wanted to attack Iran. The United States had set its sights on Iraq. And the view back then, now we're talking about 20 years ago, the view back then was first Iraq, then Syria, then Iran. So it's been a very consistent policy.
Quite strategic, the way you're describing it, yeah.
It's been a strategic goal. What changed was there's obviously a difference between an objective and the opportunity to achieve the objective. Now, when October 7th happened, Israel set as its first objective to, for once and for all, solve the Gaza question. There weren't going to be any more mowings of the lawn, as Israel called it. The Operation Cast Lead, Operation, that was 2008-9, Operation Pillar of Defense, 2012, Operation Protective Edge, 2014. There weren't going to be any more operations. We are going to solve the Gaza question once and for all. And the final solution to the Gaza question, it basically took three forms. One, ethnic cleansing. Two, make Gaza unlivable. And three, carry out a mass extermination. And those goals, they overlapped with each other. So at the beginning, it was ethnic cleansing. They hoped to push the whole population into the Sinai, but that the Arab states vetoed that. Then began the making Gaza unlivable with a mass extermination occurring simultaneously. Then Israel realized it could achieve other objectives. In the course of the Israeli genocide in Gaza, they realized they could disable Hezbollah. And that was always a strategic objective of Israel. And they achieved that goal, it seems. I'm not convinced it's been as devastating a blow to Hezbollah as has been claimed, but they obviously did some significant damage. And then they realized they could achieve their third goal, and that was Iran. So what did change was, even though this had been a strategic objective of Israel, they realized after October 7th, they maybe could achieve that goal.
If Israel was to give up its undeclared nuclear weapons, do you believe Iran would actually give up its goals?
We don't have, we're talking about power. We don't have to act on faith. There's not a question here of acting on faith. Everybody's now quoting the IAEA, right? They're saying the IAEA said Iran was cheating on some of the aspects of its nuclear weapons program, okay? Well, if you're quoting it, then you must believe the inspections work. You must believe the IAEA is competent to carry out the inspections. So then, what's the problem? It's not an act of faith, an act of trust. Were the inspectors correct about Iraq before 2003 when they said Iraq had no nuclear weapons? There were no weapons of mass destruction? Were the inspectors correct? Well, it turns out they were. So that means the inspections can work and do work, in which case it's not a question of trusting Iran. Speaking of trust, do you have any concept of how Israel acquired its nuclear weapons? Was it by acts of good faith and trust? There's a book by Yaniv Cohen called The Bomb. An Israeli wrote it, okay? And he describes in excruciating detail all the chicanery, all the spying, all the crookedness that Israel engaged in order to acquire the bomb. So it's not as if Israel's record is clean and we can trust it any more than we can trust Iran. I don't believe you can trust any state.
So I'm going to ask you, Professor, what do you think Iran would do with a nuclear weapon if it had one?
I think it would use it as a deterrent because I don't think it's a suicidal state. It knows fully well that if it were ever to use the nuclear weapon, it would be incinerated in the blink of an eye. The United States was for its own interest. It was very happy to see Israel annihilate Gaza, so it transmits the message. If you get any idea in your head about a military option against Israel, look at Gaza or what's left of Gaza. Israelis are probably the most polled people on earth. You know, every morning we have to know what Israelis think, you know. It's so important to the future of humanity to know every morning whether an Israeli had one egg or two eggs, whether it was a boiled egg or an omelet. You know, everything about Israelis are polled because they're so important. So what do the polls show? The polls show for 20 months among Israeli Jews, 95% believed that Israel was using too little force or enough force in Gaza. About 5% thought Israel was using too much force. Okay? A poll about a month ago showed that one half of Israelis, 47%, one half of Israeli Jews believed that Israel should commit a genocide in Gaza. There is no ambiguity about the question. We don't have to go to a dictionary and parse the definition of genocide. The question that was put to Israeli Jews was, do you believe that when the IDF conquers a city, it should kill everybody in the city? That was the question. Do you believe that if the IDF conquers a city, it should kill everybody in the city? 47% of Israeli Jews answered yes to that question. Another poll about 2 to 3 weeks ago, it asked the question, do you believe there are any innocents, civilians in Gaza, civilian innocents in Gaza? The poll was taken of all Israelis, including Arab Israelis. 63% said no, there are no innocents in Gaza. If you eliminate the Arab component, it's about 70% say there are no innocents in Gaza, which means the army can kill everyone. The opposition leader in Israel said, quote, our IDF killed children as a hobby. He was the head of the opposition, Golan. He said, everybody knows that. Remember, Israel has a citizen army. A citizen army in principle is a good thing. It means everybody should have to bear the burden of putting their life on the line to defend the country's independence and so forth. That's in principle correct. You know, in our country, only poor people do that. We don't have a conscript army. So it's a good thing, I think, that everybody should have to bear the burden of sacrificing his or her life to defend the country. But there's an underside. The underside is, if you have an army that's representative of the whole population, okay? It's a citizen army, and that army is committing genocide. That means a representative sample of Israeli society is committing genocide. Israel per capita has the highest usage of the web on our planet of any country in the world. They didn't see those starving images. They don't see the kids huddled with the pots begging for food. They don't see it. Is that plausible? Is that believable? Is that credible? Of course they know. The International Criminal Court has indicted Israel on charges of not genocide, but various war crimes, in particular using starvation as a weapon of war. Whether they will be prosecuted, I would say the answer is, the likelihood is zero. It took Karim Khan long enough to file the charges, and I can't see it. The ICC is not a court. The ICC is simply a International Criminal Court is simply a contrivance of the West to prosecute and keep in line non-Western countries. For a long time, the ICC was called the International Caucasian Court.
Donald Trump has said he doesn't want regime change in Iran now because he doesn't want to see everything turning to chaos. I guess regime change in the region, many people have a lens on that from the past with everything from, attempts with Syria, Iraq, and so on. Regime change hasn't got a good record in the Middle East, has it?
It's hard for me to assess that. First of all, I hate euphemisms. It's not regime change. You're overthrowing a government. Let's be honest. Regime change sounds so sanitary. You're engaged in the illegal, the most gross breach of the UN Charter when you carry on in this way, and we should be honest about it. It takes Kofi Annan. It took him a very long time. I think he was out of office already. Kofi Annan, again for the listeners, because time flies, he was the Secretary General of the UN during the U.S. invasion of Iraq, and he finally came out, I think when he was already retired, and said it was an illegal war. He wouldn't say it while it was actually going on.
Well, difficult for him to do so.
Yeah. Well, if it's difficult for you to do so, Mahatma Gandhi famously said, the most powerful word in the English language is no. You could have just stepped down. If you stay silent, nobody is putting a gun to Mr. Kofi Annan's head. Nobody was putting a gun to the IAEA head when he stayed silent that there was no evidence that Iran was engaged in a program to build nuclear weapons. So I don't accept it was hard. You always have the option to step down and not do dirty work by your silence. You have the option. In any event, I don't like this sanitary language like regime change. You are in grotesque, brazen, outrageous breach of the UN Charter. And we should just say that out loud. It's not regime change. It's overthrowing a government. Its record, I think, do many people care that Libya was destroyed as a country? Do many people care that Syria was destroyed as a country? Do many people, people in power, do they really care that Iraq was destroyed as a country? I don't think they give a darn.
Is the world bowing down to Donald Trump? It seems, he was at NATO, and the NATO Secretary General, the Dutch head of NATO, current head of NATO, referred to him as daddy, coming in to solve two fighting siblings, perhaps with Iran and Israel. The references to him as daddy and the kind of nature and the way people are very keen to keep him happy, to assuage his concerns. Is the world bowing to Donald Trump?
Look, he's an erratic figure. He's an eccentric figure. It's very difficult to... he's a narcissist. and so everything is contingent on his ego. Mr. Trump is not going to tell Israel to end its settlements. It's not going to tell Israel to give up control of East Jerusalem. The Palestinians might be forced to accept a rump state. That's possible. But a state that has any substance, no, I think that's good. But that's true of every administration. It was never going to happen. Look, Trump is a menace. I'm not going to deny that. Trump is a menace. But let's remember the facts. Who presided over the genocide in Gaza? Was it Donald Trump? Where was 90% of the death and 90% of the destruction? Did that occur under Donald Trump? The assaults on academic freedom in our country, the crushing of the encampments, the threatened deportations at the time, did that occur under Donald Trump? When 3 presidents of Ivy League universities were toppled, ousted, because they were insufficiently repressive of the encampments. Did that occur under Donald Trump? When Claudine Gay was removed from Harvard, when McGill was removed from the University of Pennsylvania, when Shafiq was removed from Columbia, did that occur under Donald Trump? This idea that somehow he represents a new phenomenon. Yeah, there are elements of him. You know, you can imagine Barack Obama. He used to read the morning briefings. You know, the intelligence community gave the morning briefings, okay? You can imagine Biden. He didn't read them because he didn't have the mental competence, but you would imagine that Tony Blinken, read them. In the Trump administration, Rubio reading them? No. Trump reading them? Forget it. Obama, he read the daily briefings. Obama was never interested in politics. It was just pure narcissism. That's why Obama and Trump don't get along. It's what Freud called the narcissism of small differences. They're mirror images of each other. They're both just stupendous narcissists, Obama and Trump. But Obama read the daily briefing. Trump, nothing. But there is a question. Do you prefer in that Oval Office somebody who's hyper-competent or hyper-incompetent? I'm not sure which I prefer. I'm sure Tony Blinken was very efficient, very competent, very knowledgeable. And you know what? He was a moral monster. He was a moral monster. So do I prefer a Trump to a Blinken? Or a Blinken to a Trump? I don't know. I don't know if I want somebody hyper-competent or incompetent office. But you say, it's true, Trump is so erratic that you can't really predict what he'll do. It's true.
Even he says he doesn't know what he's going to do.
Yeah.
I'm old school, so in the interest of journalistic sanctity, I have to point out your views. Your very strong views on people that you've mentioned are your views, which is fair enough.
Is there anybody in this room who believes that a large number of politicians and people in power are crooks? Well, is there anyone who doesn't believe it? Raise your hand.
Like I say,
I don't see any hands raised.
Look, I'm old school, so I have to always. My opinions don't come into this, so I really am very clear about letting you speak. But I do point out that these are your views, and they're very strong. And it makes me wonder: how have you been allowed to speak out in such a cutting way for so long?
Well, easy. Nobody listens.
Or maybe everyone listens, but no one seems to challenge you to the degree that, I mean, why has there not been a stronger kind of, and I'm just asking your opinion, campaign against you for speaking out to Israel? Most people who, you know, might be in your position.
Khan,
please, Riz.
Riz, brace yourself. I never had a job. I never had a job. I wrote the only book, Political History of Gaza. I wrote the only one, Gaza, an Inquest into Its Martyrdom. The only one, the only scholarly book on the subject. There is, in respect, Sarah Roy of Harvard, she wrote the major economic study of Gaza. The only scholarly political history of Gaza was written by me. It came out from University of California Press. It's a distinguished publishing house, okay, academic publishing house. It's never been mentioned anywhere. I don't, even in like the radical chic places like London Review of Books, or the cool woke places like the New Yorker magazine, you will not, if you do a search, you will not find one mention of that book anywhere. And you know what? I'm going to toot my own horn. It's a damn good book. Professor Chomsky said, in terms of its range, its sweep, its depth, its analysis, he said it's in a class all its own. I have a roof over my head. I have food in my refrigerator. I don't fear usually for my life. So I didn't pay that price. But I said by conventional standards, I paid a large price. I have a PhD. I'm not trying to toot my horn. I'm just speaking objectively. I have a PhD from Princeton University. I was never able to get a job.
Now, as Saudi Arabia continues to invest heavily in infrastructure, manufacturing and trade corridors, the ability to move goods efficiently across borders has become more critical than ever, making logistics absolutely central to the kingdom's economic transformation. We're going to find out more now about GWC, a major logistics and supply chain solutions provider, expanding its footprint across the region, including with significant new facilities in Jeddah and soon in Riyadh as well. Well, Matthew Cairns is the CEO of GWC. We can cross to him now. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, Matthew. Could I just start by asking you to tell us in your own words, what is GWC and what exactly do you do?
So GWC is a GCC-based logistics service provider with a real end-to-end service offering across the full value chain. We've been around just over 20 years now, with 4 million square meters of logistics facilities across the GCC. We operate in all the core markets, and we're looking to grow now as we sort of substantially expand beyond the state of Qatar.
Okay, and obviously Saudi Arabia very much at the heart of the transformation that's underway right across this region. Tell us why the kingdom's so important for you at GWC.
Absolutely. So it is an integral part. You know, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is really the anchor, if you like, of the region. It's the by largest market for us and obviously everyone else. And for us, as we serve our customers, we recognize that we really need to develop a solution into the kingdom. I'm very pleased to say that quite recently we've just opened our first facility in Jeddah. We're just about to open up in Riyadh as well within the first half of this year. And what that really allows us to do is continue to develop those services that I mentioned across the rest of the region and really start to bring them to the bear for the customers that we have in the kingdom.
Okay, let's talk a bit about some of your plans and projects that are supporting growth and growth of emerging industries in the region. What can you tell us on that front?
For us, I think one of the big things that we're sort of doing right now when it comes to the regional expansion, most focused on Saudi as well, is our e-commerce offering. Just in the last half of 2025, GWC acquired a stake in a company called Quivo, a strategic acquisition that gives us the capability to service customers, the small and medium-sized enterprises that are moving into the e-commerce industry, to help them grow and enable that scalability. And as I say, with the offering that we're bringing to Jeddah and Riyadh, it allows sellers to then offer that not just in the kingdom, but across the region. So really giving you a pan-regional offering. That's one of the big areas. Beyond that, I think the other area that I would speak to is our fine arts logistics. This is another area that GWC has a real depth and strength in. We're ISAFAT registered as one of the only in the region, and we're building a really, I'd say, comprehensive offering. We have the facilities up and running now in Riyadh. We also have our operations, obviously, in Qatar, but also in the UAE as well.
Okay, I mean, Matthew, it sounds like GWC is having a really busy time of it. Lots happening, especially this expansion into Saudi Arabia. Let's talk about your performance. How are you doing, and what's driving the growth?
We announced our full-year results for 2025 with net profits of 120 million. We saw a really strong uptake in Q4 of last year. We saw some challenging trends as it relates to global trade last year, a lot of tariff impacts and those sorts of things when it comes to our freight business, but we remain cautiously optimistic when it comes to some of the relaxing of those impacts in the region. It also presents a lot of opportunities for us in terms of customers coming from other regions and basing themselves in the GCC. As we grow, like our core focus is on offering, as I mentioned, those services that we've developed in Qatar over all those years into our GCC markets with a special focus into Saudi, and how we can really enable that for our customers. So we remain positive in our outlook for the business this year. We will expect to see further growth, and we're forecasting that with our teams and to our shareholders.
Yeah, but presumably quite hard to forecast at the moment. And I expect you've had a couple of tense moments over the last few weeks and months, given regional tensions. I mean, what sort of impact has that all been having on your bottom line?
So as I mentioned, some of the headwinds that we see, they're predominantly focused into the freight logistics part of the business as it relates to moving goods around the world. Inevitably, you have these sorts of macro headwinds that you have to deal with. As I said, for us, with the absence of external drivers, the critical thing that we're really looking at is how we can service our customers in a more holistic way. So being able to service them not just in specific product sectors, but across their entire supply chain needs. And we believe that's a real differentiator. That's something that GWC is able to do quite specifically as compared to our competitors in the region, and really being that partner to enable them for growth. It's to do it so in an easy way, to navigate the hurdles, if you like, of setting up and growing across this region. We've developed a lot of capabilities there that we really believe are distinguishing factors for us as a group compared to others.
Okay, let's turn our attention to sort of the broader GCC. I mean, how do you see the region evolving as an economic bloc?
Obviously, there's a lot of activity when it comes to normalization of trade amongst the region. Also, some of the major industrial developments, if you like, some of the rail networks, for example. I see with the expansion of time, a more interconnected system across the GCC. We would dearly love to see, even more integration, if you like, with respect to regulatory and environment, moving goods between borders and doing so in a more seamless fashion. But I think if you look back over the last 10 years, there's been huge progress, and we expect that to continue. So when we develop our strategy and we think about how we can service our customers, it's with that mindset in the frame. It's how do we build solutions that really scale across that region, knowing that it will become more interconnected with time, leveraging really the critical infrastructure points that we have access to. We're very fortunate, for example, here in Qatar to have access to one of the best ports, not only in the region but globally. And how do we turn that access into capabilities, not just here in Qatar, but also in the kingdom and beyond?
Okay, and just last, I wanted to ask you, I mean, logistics is something we often associate with efficiency, and I'm wondering how your view of innovation has evolved over the years?
So again, recently I was asked one of these very similar questions, and I think my answer would be, it's evolved with time. And I think, you know, it would be remiss of me not to talk about perhaps AI and the phase of adoption that we're in right now. When people think about logistics, you're right, it's always about how can we do things more efficiently and with a lower spend. At the same time, that whilst that's still true, one of the things that we've really started to notice and are moving towards in terms of our adoption is how that technology and those systems can enable customers to serve their customers better, not just in terms of the spend that they have with ourselves, but how they can then grow their capabilities for their own customers, and insights in terms of the patterns of consumption, the trade moves that they make, when they make them, the inventory planning, supply chain planning. These are the kinds of systems that we're moving into now to give more capability into the hands of the customers to service their customers better, not just purely on, you know, more efficient trucks on the road, fuller warehouses. That will always be the case, but really moving beyond that and giving that capability into the hands of the customer is our core focus this year.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. The CEO of GWC, Matthew Cairns, thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you very much.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Well, we're joined now by Konstantinos Deligiannis, who is the GE Healthcare Regional Head. Thank you very much indeed for joining us here on The Real Deal. First of all, can you tell us a bit about GE Healthcare's presence in Saudi Arabia?
Yes, GE Healthcare is present for more than 80 years in Saudi Arabia. So we are a major contributor in the healthcare system upgrade all these years in the country. We have now more than 230 employees. We are very proud of the team we have there, a very capable and skilled team. And we are part also, we play a critical role in the Saudi Vision 2030 for healthcare service of the next century, actually.
How much of an opportunity does the healthcare sector in Saudi Arabia represent to GE Healthcare?
I think that Saudi Arabia is a unique case globally. It's during the transformation for the Saudi Vision 2030 agenda, Saudi is becoming a real beacon, a global beacon of new healthcare services and new models of delivery of healthcare services. So in that context, it's not only the market, if I may say, itself, it's more of what pioneering model we can, together with the government and the private and the public sectors, we can come together to apply for the first time globally. And this is a major importance in Saudi Arabia. The government is very open to changes. Actually, I have to say, Tom, that when I first came in Saudi, I was really surprised by this country. I think that Europeans, we don't have a right picture of what Saudi Arabia is. We believe that we are really in Europe very prone of changes and modernizations. But if you come to Saudi, you realize that Saudi Arabia is really the country of changes and modernization and not Europe. So a lot of things are happening in Saudi, and healthcare is a major part, a focal part in this.
Okay, so as you say, these public-private partnerships in Saudi Arabia are really important. They're accelerating across the kingdom. And you're saying that basically GE Healthcare has a really important role. supporting this transformation of the Saudi healthcare sector?
It's our technology, exactly. It's our technology that's in the core of this piloting partnership between public and private sector. I have to say that globally, there is no formula how these two pillars of the healthcare system can collaborate. So usually one is detrimental to the other. In Saudi, it's a unique case where the two sectors are collaborating in the best way. So we see that healthcare imaging services are now run in major hospitals by private operators who also run the primary healthcare centers that are satellite to these major hospitals. And the technology of the healthcare, the clinical expertise of our people who train the users, the technical support is a major part in the best performance of this pilot program.
Doing my research, I was reading about how, the goal is to have a more digital, integrated healthcare ecosystem. And I'm wondering, what does that mean for a patient?
A lot of things. So we have to go a bit back and see how healthcare system was in the past and still is in many cases, in most of the cases. A patient was intersecting with facilities, with doctors at different points of his lifetime. Data was created at every such intersection. The data was here and there. So at no point any patient has a total registry of what he or she has done during his or her lifetime in healthcare facilities and with clinicians. With digitization, everything comes around the patient. So the patient sits in the center of this ecosystem. The data is integrated in his registry, in his file, and decisions, and that's a real part, that's the real benefit for the patients, decisions can be taken by clinicians in a much faster and much more confident way.
Right, so presumably that translates into measurable and better outcomes for the patients, does it?
Exactly, this is it. The idea is a value-based, outcome-based healthcare system. So the patient is much more confidently referred to the next steps. Decisions have much less error in their own capability. And finally, we have recoveries, we have better outcomes, we have better productivity in the society. Everything is beneficial.
Where is GE Healthcare investing most heavily, in particular in Saudi Arabia?
So since we are talking about digitization, I have to say that part of the Saudi Vision 2030 is a very ambitious plan for digitization of the healthcare services. And I'm really proud that my team, our company in Saudi, are again a protagonist in this. We have several projects, mega projects of digitization of such of healthcare system. One is the National PACS, Picture Archiving Communication System in Saudi, which brings together the imaging backbone of every patient's diagnostic examinations so that they are accessible and they can really be securely and instantly shared across any cluster. We have the Tele-ICU project, which is a globally unique project. It's the first time that we connect 60 hospitals almost, more than 300 beds of ICU. The data of the patients are connected, digitized, so they can more efficiently handle it, monitored, and decisions can be again faster and of better quality. And plus, this will give a big benefit to the rural and remote areas. We have the cardiology digitization program, where we connect more than 25 departments of cardiology across the country. A lot of things are happening. Saudi is moving very fast in a connected care era, where, as we said in the beginning, patient will be in the center of ecosystem, linking facilities, technologies, clinicians, and data, all this to the benefit of faster and better quality clinical decision-making.
I'm surprised I haven't heard you say artificial intelligence yet in this conversation, because, of course, that's an area in which Saudi Arabia is investing very heavily. How is AI improving and changing the healthcare sector?
I didn't mention it because I was sure it will be mentioned. So I think it's the next big thing in healthcare. It's already happening. Actually, we have to be proud also in the healthcare industry because it's one of the major, if not the first industry that AI is so heavily applied. A lot of things can be facilitated by AI. It does not, first of all, let's clear that it does not replace the clinicians. It's not about removing doctors from a system that we don't have, by the way. It's about helping them be more efficient. So before I say a couple of things for AI, let me say, Tom, that one of the main global challenges everywhere on the planet is the lack of doctors. We don't have enough medical professionals. And why is that? First of all, it's intrinsic. Not a lot of young people become doctors. It's very heavy studies. It takes a long time to get active and productive. So it's not really an appealing sector. And the second is that the demographics. I mean, healthcare follows demographics. The population is growing, aging is growing, and chronic diseases are more and more coming in our lives. So all this create a very explosive, let's say, cocktail for healthcare. Now with AI, we can do a lot of things to make this lighter for the existing number of doctors we have. So one is AI can prioritize cases, can triage examinations, and prioritize cases to urgent and non-urgent. It can really create the next step, the protocols for the next steps, and the exam routing for the patients. It can reduce the missed findings in scans and exams that are of high volume. A lot of things to help the doctors, the existing doctors that we have, concentrate in complex cases where they will have a clarity of mind and mental focus. So that's one example. Other examples, which are also relevant to what we are doing at GE Healthcare, is embedding AI technology in the scanning process so that our scanners, an MR scanner, a CT scanner, can become much faster, or they can have a much better resolution, leading to what we refer to in the industry as precision imaging.
Right, so multiple ways you've already described there, and I can think of others as well, like diagnostics and pathology, where AI is making the doctors that we have, and you said there's a shortage of them, more efficient and essentially giving them better visibility. Does that sort of roughly sum it up?
Better visibility and speed. Speed is very important. Everywhere there are queues. And you know something, Tom? I don't see any difference between the healthcare challenges that a country like in Africa, let's say, somewhere in a remote location is facing because there is a lack of facilities, with the challenge that a modern European country is facing because there is a facility, but the queuing to do an MR exam is 2 or 3 months. It's the same thing. So AI can help on the speed also.
Right, and that ties up into my final question, because, of course, prevention is a big part of the Vision 2030 pillar that relates to healthcare, prevention of illness. And I'm just wondering where you see GE Healthcare playing a part in meeting the targets there and achieving that goal.
We play a part by intrinsically. This is our strategy. This is our core business. Healthcare is moving away from the hospitals. It's becoming more a situation where we would like to have prognostics, or we would like to have early diagnosis. So it's going more to be the role of primary healthcare center is going to be more protagonistic. The role of implementing, for example, in oncology, screening programs is going to be really fundamental. And this is what the company does. We have, let's say, for example, we have breast screening examples, best practices across the globe that we can share with a lot of countries, and we discuss also in Saudi. Breast screening is vital. We know that it reduces the mortality critically. So a lot of things can happen with early diagnosis, and that's just one example.
Okay, we're going to leave it there. We really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Kostas Deligiannis, the President of Eurasian African Growth Markets at GE Healthcare. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the invitation. Thank you.
Welcome. The relationship between Moscow and the Arab world has never been a straight line. It has seen decades of rises and falls, from peaks of alliance during the Arab-Israeli wars to a sharp decline after the collapse of the Soviet Union, and then a notable return through the Syrian gateway, followed by Gulf caution amid the war in Ukraine. Today, with the Arab-Russian summit convening in Moscow, a central question is being asked. Is Russia seeking to restore its former glory in the region, or to build new partnerships that adapt to the transformations of the 21st century? Since the mid-20th century, the Soviet Union emerged in the Middle East as a pivotal player. As its early support for the independence of Egypt, Syria, Algeria, and South Yemen granted it special influence with Arab capitals. That influence soon turned into an active military and political presence, reaching its height during the wars of 1967 and 1973, when Moscow supplied Cairo and Damascus with weapons, experts, and pilots, becoming a principal partner in the Arabs' battles with Israel. In that period, the depth of the alliance with Cairo was embodied in a historic visit by Soviet leader Nikita Khrushchev to Egypt in 1964, where he joined President Gamal Abdel Nasser to celebrate the diversion of the Nile as part of the Aswan High Dam project. Those were highly symbolic moments that cemented Egypt as Moscow's closest Arab ally, and showed how development and weaponry, together with political positioning, became interlocking tools of the Soviet project in the region. At that time, Khrushchev delivered his famous line, "The High Dam is not just an engineering project. It is a symbol of friendship between the Egyptian and Soviet people." From there, a new phase began in which the Soviet Union became the primary patron of Arab nationalist and socialist regimes. But that alliance gradually began to crack through the 1970s, when President Anwar Sadat rose to power following the death of Nasser. Sadat sought to free his political and military decision-making from Soviet dominance and to pave the way for a rapprochement with the West. In 1972, he took a stunning step by ordering the expulsion of around 20,000 Soviet military experts and advisors from Egypt, a moment that marked the great rupture between Cairo and Moscow. And although cooperation in arming the Egyptian military continued up to the October War, what followed, the signing of the Camp David Accords and Cairo's opening to Washington, effectively ended the Soviet presence in Egypt and pushed Moscow to seek alternatives in Syria, Algeria, and Libya to compensate for the loss of its largest Arab ally. With the Soviet Union's collapse in 1991, Russia's presence in the Middle East receded, and Moscow withdrew from bases and ports that had underpinned its influence for 5 decades. With the dawn of the 2000s, Vladimir Putin redrew the compass of Russian foreign policy, seeking to regain influence lost with the Soviet collapse. Military cooperation revived with Algeria, Egypt, and Syria, and economic channels opened with the Arab Gulf in energy and grain, restoring Moscow's bridges of interest with the region. But the major shift came with the Arab uprisings of 2011, when Moscow saw a chance to cement its presence. Its direct military intervention in Syria in 2015 restored to it key strategic levers, most notably the bases of Tartus and Memim. This intervention reinforced Russia's image as a protector of its allies. Yet at the same time, it raised caution among Arab capitals trying to balance relations between Washington and Moscow. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and Qatar viewed Russia's military presence in Syria as deepening Iranian influence and keeping Assad in power. Despite political disagreements, Moscow's ties with the Gulf capitals remained pragmatic, maintaining close cooperation in the energy sector, along with Russian investments in gas and petrochemicals, and a limited degree of security and military coordination. With the eventual fall of the Assad regime, the scene shifted again. The new Syrian leadership rearranged its priorities, moving away from dependence on Moscow and opening up to Gulf capitals in search of reconstruction and investment. This shift cost Russia its Damascus card, the one that had given it prime influence in the Middle East equation, while the new Syrian leadership sought to redefine its relationship with the Kremlin on different terms, preserving security coordination and continued use of the Tartus and Memim bases in exchange for limited Russian support in infrastructure rehabilitation projects and the supply of wheat and fuel. Then came the outbreak of the Russia-Ukraine war in 2022, putting Russian and Arab relations to a severe test. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and most Gulf states adopted a policy of neutrality, maintaining oil cooperation with Moscow, while on the other hand, Egypt and Algeria continued their economic and military partnerships with Russia despite Western pressure. But Western sanctions affected grain and fertilizer trade and energy prices, driving several Arab countries to seek a careful balance between their interests with Moscow and their need for Western partners. Despite the geopolitical complications, the last decade saw strengthened oil cooperation between Moscow and Riyadh through OPEC Plus agreements that helped stabilize the global energy market. Mutual investments also expanded in petrochemicals, agriculture, and religious tourism, with high-level visits between Russian and Gulf leaders keeping communication lines open even at the height of crises. In parallel, Moscow maintained its traditional stance on the Palestinian issue, affirming support for a two-state solution along the 1967 borders and the establishment of an independent Palestinian state beside Israel, while calling, during the recent Gaza events, for an immediate ceasefire and civilian protection to preserve balance in its relations with both Palestinians and Israel. Russia's presence has not been limited to the Gulf, Syria, and Egypt. Algeria has been one of Moscow's oldest military partners and the largest importer of Russian weapons in Africa and the Arab world. Since 2019, Russia has played a prominent role in Libya through the Wagner Group supporting Haftar's eastern forces, giving it military and economic leverage in key regions. In Sudan, there was the 2020 signing of a preliminary agreement to establish a naval logistics base at Port Sudan, not yet implemented because of political circumstances. Meanwhile, Russia has remained a major arms supplier to Sudan. In Tunisia and Morocco, cooperation centers on agriculture, trade, and tourism, while in Lebanon, Moscow's influence is confined to the energy and offshore gas sectors. Thus, over 7 decades, Russia has shifted from a strategic ally of Arab nationalist regimes to an oil and investment partner for the Gulf states, and finally to a party in confrontation with the West, one that directly impacts the Middle East stability. Today, with the Ukraine war still raging, Arab capitals face the challenge of mediating between East and West, while Moscow strives to entrench its footing in the region despite global isolation, and to deepen cooperation with Arab countries in economics and energy. In this context, attention turns to the Arab-Russian summit, on which Moscow hopes to represent itself as a principal actor in the Middle East, and to broaden its political and economic partnerships with the Arab world amid a phase of profound regional and global transformation.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Arabiya News.
What if a drone that costs around $30,000 could force a country to spend millions just to shoot one down? That's Iran's battlefield advantage. It's called the Shahed 136, a one-way attack drone, sometimes called a kamikaze drone, designed to fly into its target and explode on impact. Each drone costs around $30,000 to $50,000 to make. It carries roughly 50 kilograms of explosives and can travel up to 2,000 kilometers. It's not especially fast, it's not especially sophisticated, but it's cheap. And that's the point. Iran's strategy isn't perfect precision, it's saturation, launching dozens, sometimes hundreds at once, to overwhelm air defenses. Even if most are intercepted, each one forces defenders to use missiles that can cost hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars per shot. Over time, that cost imbalance becomes a weapon in itself. During recent escalations, UAE authorities to this day say they have detected 941 Iranian drones, intercepting 876 of them, while 65 fell within the UAE. Israel has also faced waves of these drones as part of broader attacks. Even when interception rates are high, it only takes a handful to cause serious damage. But this isn't new. Russia has launched more than 60,000 of these Iranian drones against Ukrainian territory, targeting cities and energy infrastructure. So the question is the Middle East ready to intercept a similar wave? The UAE Defense Ministry recently stated that the region has strategic reserves of air defense systems capable of countering aerial threats for a prolonged period. The spokesperson also added that the UAE will not accept any infringement on its sovereignty or the safety of its territory.
Back to the beginning, almost a month into the war, and President Trump says talks with Iran could be back on the table. Is it the ultimate goal to soothe regional tensions, or is it more about soothing oil markets? We put it to our panel here on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. The US and Iran were engaged in numerous rounds of talks before the first missiles landed. How likely is a deal now that the whole region has been plunged into chaos? According to President Trump, pretty likely.
But we'll see what happens. I think there's a very good chance we're going to end up in a deal. And so we're giving it 5 days, and then we're going to see where that takes us. And I would say at the end of this period, I think it could very well end up being a very good deal for everybody, as good as if we went all the way and just literally annihilated the place, which...
Critics, however, are quick to point out we've been here before. The White House says a deal is imminent only to launch another attack. Iran denies direct talks are even taking place, and Israel says, regardless, it won't stop its attacks. So, coming up on this episode of Counterpoints, we'll ask our panel, does the US really want a deal, or does it want to calm markets and buy time? If talks do go ahead, is Iran in a stronger position, considering it controls the Strait of Hormuz? And will Israel fall into line if the US calls time on this war? Joining us for this discussion is Ahmed Qureshi, journalist covering national security across the Middle East. Carla Sands joins us once again, a vice president at the America First Institute and former ambassador to Denmark. And rounding out our panel is Cyrus Jansen, a geopolitical analyst who hosts his own YouTube show discussing global developments. To all of you, welcome to Counterpoints. At first glance, it sounded like this was the breakthrough everyone was waiting for. News that the US and Iran could be heading back to the negotiating table to end a conflict that has not only sparked a regional security crisis, but also a global energy concerns. So once we dug a little deeper, though, it seemed like there was probably more to it. And one thing we know about this administration is that you can't take everything President Trump says on face value. Is the president confident he can make a deal, or is he using this as more diplomatic leverage, perhaps buying himself some more time? Because we do know that thousands of specialist Marines are en route to the region, and they're due by the end of the month. So, Carla, is the US serious about a negotiated end, or is this a stalling tactic until President Trump's soldiers arrive?
Well, Melinda, it's a great question, but as a matter of fact, President Trump really believes that people shouldn't know what he's going to do. So his advisors, they lay out his options, and an option is to go in and take out the energy, for instance, or go and take Karg Island when these Marines arrive. Another option is to talk to the Iranians and find who is going to be the next leader and get that government up and running so that they preserve the economy of Iran, which is what he's hoping to do, is just cut off the head of the snake, remove the bad actors. And like he said to the IRGC, lay down your weapons. We want peace. I think there will be some that are willing to not defect, but more or less begin to work with the United States and the Middle Eastern, the regional allies who have been attacked unbelievably. You know, places like Oman and Qatar have been friendly with Iran and helped to mediate disputes. So it's really shocking how Iran has brought together so many different countries to become allied, to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, for instance.
Okay. Ahmed, what do you make of that? Is this, President Trump making good use of his regional allies, or do you see this a little bit differently?
Yeah, well, I think the president, obviously, he's making good use of the regional allies, but he's also trying to sort of stir up internal competition, if you put it that way, within the regime. So sitting here in Islamabad, for example, and we hear that the city could host the talks later this week, if they go through. We're hearing things like who's coming really from Tehran. So, and we hear also things like the Iranians are worried about sending the senior-most person. They know that their entire leadership of the regime has been, decimated. They don't want to take a risk and send somebody who's important for the regime to run things inside Iran, and that person gets exposed, so to speak. So we hear things like that as well. So it's interesting how President Trump is really trying to stir the pot, so to speak, inside Iran, within the regime itself, and see who is willing really to step up, who's really willing to maybe seize power and be the next leader of Iran. And and there's an ample experience. We've seen what happened. I recall back in the 1990s, early 1990s in Iraq. There were people inside the regime of Saddam Hussein who wanted to step up. There were people inside Syria who wanted to do the same. So I think there's an element of President Trump very smartly stirring the pot inside Iran to see exactly who's willing to step up. And obviously the regional allies are helping a lot. Let's not forget that Azerbaijan, Turkey, Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, others have tremendous intelligence about what happens or what's happening really inside Iran. There are cultural connections, there are ethnic connections, there are people who have families on both sides in Dubai and in Tehran, in Pakistan, in Iraq, in Turkey, in Azerbaijan. So there's a lot at play, I would say, that is not really making it into the print version of New York Times or on CNN, for example. So a lot is at play. Let's see what happens. One of the things that I'm watching, for example, honestly, is who's going to come from Tehran to Islamabad to meet the American delegation, because that person would either be somebody who has a future to rule, Iran and be the next face of the regime, or, it would tell us something about, what's happening in the power struggle in Tehran itself. Okay.
We're going to drill down a little more deeply into the Iranian dynamics of these talks in our following segment. So I'm going to circle back to that good point that you make there, Ahmed. Cyrus, let me bring you in here first. What do you make of those assertions from Ahmed? Is this a bit of a trap that the US is setting for Iran to stir the pot, see who floats to the surface? Or is President Trump serious about wanting to make a long-term deal? Or is this just about calming the oil markets?
Oh, for Donald Trump, it's all about trying to calm the markets right now. I mean, we saw a huge swing in the financial markets yesterday when he announced that he's been in touch with Iran's leadership and is trying to negotiate a ceasefire. Iran responded back that they have not been, in fact, in talks with Donald Trump. I think what we're seeing right now is that we're seeing a desperate move from the United States and Israel to try to find a ceasefire because they have started a war that unfortunately is not in a good position. They have completely underestimated Iran to the fact that this war is now entering the 25th, 26th day. This is an absolute disaster for the United States. They literally said that at the beginning of this, that it was about regime change. They had to walk that back. We saw Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, admit on camera that they went to war because of Israel. And this has been an absolute disaster. They had the same blueprint. They said that Venezuela was going to be our blueprint for Iran. That, of course, did not turn out that way. I think that what we're seeing right now is Donald Trump absolutely being desperate, realizing that he does not have a lot of cards right now, and that the Iranians have actually had an incredible fight against the United States. I mean, we look at, for example, these military assets have been attacked. We've seen, for example, an F-35, first time in history that this has been attacked. We've seen Iran launch missiles over 4,000 kilometers away, hitting a United States base for the first time in history. None of this was expected from the Trump administration. So I think that it's a complete opposite, to be honest. I think that it's Donald Trump desperately trying to find a solution to Pandora's box that he's opened and has no way to close.
Carla, do you want to jump in on that? Because what do you make of this absolute disaster that Cyrus says because of Israel? Because, we don't forget that the US former counterterrorism director Joe Kent made a similar claim when he resigned, saying that the US was dragged into this because of Israel. Is it an absolute disaster?
Well, so what Cyrus said, there are absolutely some points he's made that are valid. At the same time, I don't even want to give Joe Kent any airtime. He clearly wasn't up for the job and was getting very bad intel to say what he said while he was working for President Trump. But I will say President Trump did something that no U.S. president has ever done, even though they've been talking about it ever since the revolutionaries took our American hostages and held them for over a year. This was in 1979. I remember it. But then I was in the Bush White House toward the end of his term when I asked his head of national security, are you going to take out the nuclear enrichment that Iran is working on? They were already working on the bomb. And this is at the end of the Bush administration, George W. Bush. He said, no, we're going to leave it for the next guys. I have to say that was so disappointing to me because at that moment was a time that the Iranians the mullahs were vulnerable. Today, it's much harder. They have, these mountains with buried everything, the trains, the rockets, the missiles. They're much more capable. So I'm actually grateful President Trump did what he did because they have been a menace, not just in the region, but in the world, right out of their embassies, the kill squads that they've had, the threats on people like President Trump or the fatwa, and then they tried to send assassination teams. This is all not normal. The world needs Iran to act like a normal country, take care of their people, put the water systems in place, and not fund terrorism with the Houthis, Hamas, Hezbollah. All of these terrorist proxies that they've been funding over the decades has been like a cancer in the region and also in the world. So I'm proud that President Trump has done what he's done. I actually think the work has gone really fast, but I do think that this is much harder than we thought it was going to be. And this is going to be an inflection point. Does he say, okay, we removed the head of the snake, we're going to work with an interim government, much like he did in Venezuela, and leave? Or is he going to dig in and then we could really see some real consequences? There's no question, though, that we have to have the Strait of Hormuz reopened and have energy and goods, but especially energy flowing once more from the region.
I just want to add one more thing here. Cyrus, those are legitimate points, obviously, and political points must be very important, within the domestic American politics. But the view in the region here is that this has been a historic effort by a U.S. administration. For the first time, a regime that fought externally, that fought inside other countries, that took the battle to, Lebanon and other countries, and killed U.S. servicemen. For the first time, the war had been brought inside Iran, and the regime is finally is having to pay a price for what it has been doing for 47 years. So, and one more thing, very, very important. You have to understand also, this war after Feb 28 made the world realize two things, the region and the world. Number one, that Iran remains a malign actor in the region. The number of IRGC sleeper cells that were busted in Azerbaijan, in Kuwait, in Qatar, in Bahrain, in the UAE, and also in Pakistan, by the way, the attack within the first 2 days of the war on the U.S. consulate in the city of Karachi was by a proxy of the IRGC. So the number of sleeper cells in the region was not a surprise, but, everybody said, wait a second, we are supposed to be helping Iran, and we've been helping Iran, everybody, really, the GCC, Pakistan, Azerbaijan, Turkey. But what we get in return is these sleeper cells. And number two, and that's a key point, the choking of the Strait of Hormuz really has shown not just Israel, not just GCC, and not just the U.S., but, 25 other countries of the world, 30 other countries of the world, that this regime is reckless. And something has to change in Iran.
But they wouldn't have closed the strait if this war hadn't started in the first place.
That's not true. They closed it before. No. They've closed it before.
I would disagree with that. I would just, yeah.
But they've been funding the Houthi rebels that have been attacking ships for decades now.
But the strait was open.
And they've been threatening to close the Strait of Hormuz since the 1980s. They've attacked oil installations of Kuwait throughout the 1980s. The oil tanker war. I think the one story that is missing from the global coverage of this war is what the IRGC did to oil tankers back in the 1980s. Let's not forget that one of the mega oil fields in the Gulf region, the Sheba oil field, which is in Saudi Arabia, which is close to the Emirati border, was attacked back in 2019 by an Iranian proxy, the Houthis. So the threat to the Strait of Hormuz, to the oil tankers, to the oil industry in the Gulf, has always been a blackmail card by the regime. It's nothing new.
Okay. Cyrus, you wanted to jump in there as well. What's your reply to that?
Well, I think it's very simple. I mean, when Donald Trump launched a war against Iran, you're going to have to expect a response. And we had the Trump administration admit that they did not think that Iran was going to be able to actually close that strait. They were able to do that. They didn't think that they would be able to attack other Gulf nations. Now, remember, they're attacking United States embassies. They're attacking military assets in the region. They're taking out the THAAD missile detecting systems, for example. Again, this has to be expected. You're not going to come up to somebody and punch them in the face and not expect them to punch back. I mean, I think it's absolutely makes common sense for that they're going to respond like this. And at the end of the day, the Strait of Hormuz is closed. The only oil ships that are going through there are the ones that are paying in Chinese renminbi. And so that sends a huge signal to the world that Iran actually does have a lot of leverage in this. The fact that they are standing and that this conflict has gone on as long as it has gone on, despite the fact that the United States and Israel are both nuclear powers, despite the fact that the United States has obviously a much superior Navy and military force. But the other problem is we're looking at a different type of war that's being fought in 2026. We're looking at drone warfare. Right? So you cannot take a United States Navy ship, as great as our military fleet is, you can't go through the Strait of Hormuz right now. None of our naval assets are in that region, because if it is, they're going to get attacked. You talk about bringing Marines to Karg Island and trying to take that over. I've talked to many CIA analysts and military strategists. There is no logistical way for these Marines to get on the ground in Iran. Where's the entry point? Where do they land? Where do they stage these men? How do you get vehicles, gas, food, water? And how do you have these men there? They're going to be sitting ducks over there. It's not going to be a smooth operation. There's no way that the Marines can go into that region, because there's simply no place to land in Iran without them being attacked. And so it's a very different conflict than when we look back in the 2003 Iraq war, where the United States actually had a tremendous amount of preparation. We had an entire public relations campaign convincing the United States citizens that this is in fact what the United States needed for the world. And the vast majority of Americans at that time supported that war. Most Americans are not happy about this war, because this is the number one thing that Donald Trump promised that he would not do. I think he's been exposed that he has very little planning for what he's actually doing. And I don't see this as a positive thing for the United States. And I see us desperately trying to make a move and trying to announce a ceasefire, trying to do anything they can to end this conflict. But you have to remember, Donald Trump's going to say, look, we've bombed the living daylights out of Iran. We've won the war. Now we can go home. Mm-hmm. What has changed in Venezuela? Well, I mean, you talked about that we're working with a new one. We're not working with a new government in Venezuela. The vice president is now in charge. It's the same Maduro government that's in charge. There's literally zero change in Venezuela right now. We have never launched a successful air campaign. We have never launched a successful air campaign in United States history that has resulted in a successful regime change. Okay. Where has the United States achieved success in the Middle East? We spent 20 years and $2 trillion in Afghanistan to replace the Taliban with the Taliban. Our track record in the Middle East is an absolute disaster. Okay.
Well, Carla, after almost 4 weeks, we've replaced Khamenei with a Khamenei in Iran.
Well, and we don't even know if he's living, but,
but there certainly is no regime change.
Well, but Cyrus is incorrect that Venezuela was extremely successful. We now have American companies investing in Venezuela. We have that energy coming to our panhandle to be refined, and we're selling it, and the Venezuelan people are benefiting. So that's to the good, that we're rebuilding their economy and that they are working with us. They are. I've seen many cabinet secretaries down there and our head of CIA, and I'm sure we have many other contractors working in Venezuela. We raised our flag. We have diplomatic relations once again in Venezuela. So Cyrus, you're incorrect. And if you're an American, I'm sorry that you're so negative about America. This is actually amazing to see American military and equipment in action and see how good it is. It makes all of our allies want to buy American and see how bad and how corrupt the Chinese equipment is, because it did not perform. The Chinese and Russian equipment failed. But as far as Iran goes, this is much tougher, and he knew it was going to be tougher. And we do have military planners that do have options that, like I said earlier, they give to the president. So they have options for all the different outcomes. And each day he's being briefed. This is a very big focus in the country, in the United States government, to get this right on behalf of the people of Iran, but especially the people of the United States, so that they're not under the threat of the Iranian regime. They've killed Americans. They've injured thousands of Americans, killed hundreds. And it's unacceptable, I think, to leave this. President Trump's a solution president. He sees a problem. He finds a solution. To not leave this regime in place, I think, is admirable. And I'm excited, actually, to see the opportunity that's going to come to the Iranian people. They want democracy. They want to be non-nuclear. There's a group, NCRI. They have a 10-point plan. They want equality of the sexes. They want to be able to vote for their leaders, like really have real elections, and have freedom of religion and many other good things. And for sure, no death penalty, because you see this regime killing teenagers, hanging teenagers every day. You can see the beautiful faces that these people are killing just because the young people and old want freedom. They want to be free of this terrible regime.
I want to make a couple of points here, very important. We need to be very clear about two things. Number one is that the war with Iran was going to happen at some point. This is a regime that has been inviting a war since 1980, and they finally have the war that they've called for every Friday sermon for the past 47 years. And let's not forget that this war that we're seeing right now is, if not directly, it's indirectly related to the war that Hamas, as a proxy of the Iranians, launched on October 7. So this was inevitable. And they launched a war in Gaza and supported by Hezbollah in Lebanon. And they were going to use the Syrian territory. They couldn't, obviously. And finally, the war now is now inside Iran. It reached Tehran for the first time in 47 years. So we need to be very clear about this point that This is the war that the Iranian regime has been calling for in every Friday sermon for 47 years. That's number one. And number two is, and just very quickly, this war is also very measured, by the way. We don't see anybody here in this region really talking about collapsing the Iranian state. Everybody wants this state to hold on. They just want a decapitation, or if through talks, maybe a change in the behavior of the regime.
All right, it's interesting because this leads us perfectly onto the next segment that I want to look at, because when we look, you say that this is the war that Iran's been calling for every Friday, but it finds itself in an interesting negotiating position now, because no matter how hard the US or Israel has tried, they have been unable to dismantle the leadership. It may be splintered into various silos of control. It may be under pressure, but it certainly hasn't collapsed. And what's more, it's managed to pull off two pretty major victories from its standpoint, in that it has been able to sow regional instability through relentless attacks in the Gulf region. But more importantly, it has a stranglehold on the vital Strait of Hormuz, giving it power over energy markets. So, Cyrus, Iran has proven itself a strong adversary, and you could argue that it holds some pretty strong cards now. Is it going into these negotiations, if they do take place in Islamabad, in a stronger position than in the last round?
It's definitely in a very strong position, and the simple reality that we have to address here is that the Strait of Hormuz is closed. I mean, I hate to beat a dead horse, and to the comment earlier, if I'm American, yes, I'm a U.S. citizen, and I have no problem calling out Donald Trump, because that's what a passionate American citizen does. That's our right. And I'm not going to sit here and praise Donald Trump that he's a solutions president. I've seen nothing but chaos in his term. I think he's one of the worst presidents in the United States history. And I know that you are bullish because you are loyal to the Republican Party, but I'm sorry, there's so many things that he has done in his presidency that has been unconstitutional and completely wrong. And the biggest thing is that our United States reputation across the globe is significantly lower today than it was a year ago under what Donald Trump has been doing. I've traveled around the world. I travel full time. I was in a conference in Europe just a few weeks ago, talking to many people from across Europe. Europeans and our neighbors in Canada, around the globe, look at what Donald Trump has been doing, attacking, threatening to take Greenland, starting these different wars, all of these different things, the ICE agents in the United States. I mean, there's been so many disasters for the Donald Trump administration that has honestly ruined the United States' reputation across the globe. So again, I go back to, if we're looking at these negotiations, to get back to the main point here, the Strait of Hormuz is still closed. There's nothing that the United States and Israel can do to really open that up. We see NATO members saying, look, we don't want to get involved in this. This is not our war. Spain has come, look, we can't use our military bases to stage your equipment. Donald Trump says, great, we don't need you. We don't need you anymore. Then he complains the next day, hey, our NATO members they don't have our back. Why aren't you guys helping us? I thought we're the best. I thought we can open the Strait of Hormuz anytime we want. I thought we're going to send Navy vessels in there. I thought we were the superior military battle. But again, there is a tremendous amount of leverage from Iran. I think Iran has a lot of cards to play. Again, I'm just being a realist. I'm not being anti-American. I'm looking at the facts of the situation. I'm looking at what's on the ground. I conduct interviews every single day with CIA analysts and geopolitical insiders, many astounded professors. And this is the intel that I have been learning from all of these other people that I interview every day on our podcast. And this is the reality of what's happening on the ground.
Well, Melinda, if I could just
jump in, Carla. I know that will have really gotten under your skin.
Not under my skin. He's just so incorrect. So first of all, as an American, politics is supposed to stop at the water's edge, and we're supposed to support the U.S. president. We haven't seen this from Democrats during President Trump's term, unfortunately. And when you talk about European allies, they really prefer that the United States pay for their defense and that we shut up and don't ask them to do anything so that they can invest the taxpayer dollars in Europe, in the European countries, to this really generous social welfare programs. And Spain I don't think they're even paying 1% of their GDP. They are in arrears as a NATO ally. They are not delivering what NATO is asking. And NATO gives a report card to every country. And I am sure Spain is failing as a NATO ally. And there should be there should be qualifications. So if you don't deliver what you're required to NATO, you should kind of be like, okay, no Article 5 for you. I really think that they should have to perform to be like, if you're a member of a club, if you don't pay your dues, you can't go in. That's just how it works. But as a matter of fact, President Trump is the peace president. He has done more to bring peace to the world than any U.S. president, maybe in the history of the country, certainly in my lifetime. Ronald Reagan was a great president for the United States, but President Trump has shown to be even stronger, where he's brought together an end between places like Armenia and Azerbaijan, where you can see them now beginning to work together on trade. It's very exciting to see what's happening in the region. But Iran has actually united the Middle East in a powerful way that I never anticipated, because they attacked civilian infrastructure, the people, not American bases, in places like Oman and Qatar. That was not on my radar, that they would attack friends. So Iran has actually united the world against them, except for a few bad actors like China, which is making the Shahad missiles now for Iran. So you can see that disruptors or bad actors in the world are cooperating in ways that are not so good for the people of the world or their own citizens.
Cyrus, do you want to jump in on and respond to what Carla said?
I just think it's remarkable to call a man that launched in multiple wars and is threatening, our NATO member Denmark with taking over Greenland. We've threatened the sovereignty of Canada, and all of a sudden Donald Trump's the peace president. Give me a break. He didn't negotiate anything between Armenia and Azerbaijan. I mean, I was in Azerbaijan last year. I mean, he did nothing with that. I mean, look at the whole board of peace. That's who Donald Trump has summoned as the new United Nations. There's no significant country has joined that, right? China's out. So, Cyrus, the entire European Union's out.
Yeah, Cyrus, you're not correct. The Board of Peace is actually part of the UN. It's under the UN umbrella. The UN has failed its mission set. The UN was created to bring peace, to stop wars. But now the worst actors, are in charge of so many important roles at the UN. And China has a leadership role in more of the positions of leadership than even the US, in spite of the fact they don't spend much money supporting the UN. So we are getting Xi Jinping thought, Chinese thought, in even the UN documents and rules. Mm-hmm. But I just have to say,
that's an exaggeration. We're not getting Xi Jinping thought into the UN documents. That's an exaggeration, and I think we should. And I think
it's not an exaggeration. Don't speak over me, Cyrus. That's rude. Anyway, the speeches do have socialism with Chinese characteristics in the speeches. I can hear the Xi thought when I was at UNGA last year.
Okay. All right. I'm just going to bring us back onto topic. I'm just going to interrupt there just because I know we're shortly going to run out of time. So I'm just going to move us back. I want to pull you in here, Ahmed, because I want to ask about Pakistan as a mediator here. Is Pakistan a viable and a strong mediator in this particular negotiation?
Before I directly answer that question, Melinda, I just want to say something about the strong cards that the regime has getting into these talks, if they happen this week. And the strongest card really is not, I mean, it appears to be the Strait of Hormuz, but it's really not that. It is not. I don't think it is. I think the strongest card that the Iranians have right now is their very clear understanding that no country in the region would like to see a failed state in Iran, and thus these countries will stop the United States and Israel from completely destroying the Iranian state if nothing else works. So if nothing else is working right now and the war is prolonging, it is only prolonging because the American-Israeli campaign is aimed at weakening the regime, not weakening the state itself. That, I would assume, would be the last option for the, whoever is running the war in both Israel and the United States. And no country, no neighbor of Iran really wants to see a failed state that would be a pain for everybody, for the next, 20 years, a civil war and whatnot. So the Iranians know that. They come to these talks to Islamabad in Pakistan Pakistan, knowing that the neighbors will stop the U.S. and Israel from collapsing, from using more force than that has been already used right now in Iran. So that's a very strong card that the Iranians have. Mm-hmm. The understanding that, yes, they killed a few of our leaders, they've hit our military infrastructure, but they will not do to us what was done to Afghanistan and to Iraq. And unless that threshold is crossed, and we have, I don't know, maybe President Trump, by bringing in the Marines to the region, is trying to maybe, give that very signal to the Iranians. Unless that happens, of course, the Iranians are very comfortable. Now, as far as Pakistan is concerned, Pakistan and Iran have had a very troublesome relationship for the past 47 years, since 1979. If you recall, in January 2024, the IRGC actually fired missiles inside Pakistan, Iraq, and Syria, claiming to hit Mossad outposts. And of course, Pakistan was the only one of the three, the other two, of course, being Iraq and Syria. Pakistan sent actually fighter jets inside Iran, and for the first time. And these two countries before 1979 used to be very close allies, obviously both very close partners also of the U.S. So it is also the only country, by the way, Pakistan right now, who's a partner of the U.S. but has not been hit by the Iranians. Everyone else has been. Azerbaijan, Turkey, the GCC states. Pakistan is the only one that has not been. So that gives a bit of a leverage. Pakistan historically has been trying to sort of help. It's not new, by the way. A lot of people might be surprised to see that Pakistan might become the venue for these talks. But actually, for the past 20 or 25 years, Pakistan has been actually very quietly trying to convince the Iranians to give some sort of concessions on their nuclear program, their ballistic missile program. And by the way, Pakistan is also one of the countries that is a victim of the proxy network of the Iranian. So the Pakistanis have a lot at stake, really, in these talks. Iran has been a tough adversary for the Pakistanis on two other fronts. In Afghanistan, Iran and Pakistan have always been on opposite sides in Afghanistan. Mm-hmm. And also, when it comes to Pakistan's relationship with India, Iran has a very, very good relationship with India. And India is a good partner, but only when it comes to Afghanistan and Pakistan. So a lot at stake, really, here for the Pakistanis.
Mm. And I just have to interject, President Trump has no interest in creating the situation that was created in Iraq. He does not want to see the collapse of a country and civil war. He's always talked about that's the worst thing. Well, the worst thing after nuclear war. He definitely doesn't want Iran, because they are so suicidal, to have the nuclear bomb. And he said they never will, and he will prevent it. And I think that the Gulf states agree with this stance.
It's an interesting point that you both make, and it feeds on into this final segment that we have, because we've probably got about 10 or so minutes left. The US isn't Iran's only adversary in this current conflict. Israel says it will continue to strike Iran regardless of President Trump's 5-day reprieve. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has also said that for Israel, the war will not be over until the Israeli military has achieved its goals. So, Cyrus, I want to ask you, harking back to what Ahmed said, he said that no one wants to see a failed Iranian state. Do you agree with that? Because could it be argued that Israel does?
I think it's very clear that Israel, under the leadership of Benjamin Netanyahu, certainly would love to see a failed state, because, I mean, there's no doubt that this is a war that Benjamin Netanyahu has been asking for over 30 years. There's clips that we can go back. He has constantly said this line that, Iran is very close to establishing a nuclear bomb. We've literally heard this for 30 years. Every couple of years, he's always talking about this. We had Tulsi Gabbard testify to Congress that last year that Iran was not developing a nuclear bomb. We had Joe Kent resign, simply saying that, again, Iran was not an imminent threat to the United States of America. I mean, I'm a United States citizen living in the United States. Iran has no threat to us. They're not going to develop a nuclear bomb. That was not their intentions. This was testified by Tulsi Gabbard. But of course, this is not what the Trump administration wants you to believe. And we've seen this flip-flopping coming back and forth from the Trump administration. I mean, again, I think that Israel, we have seen already in this conflict that Israel is not going to always listen to the United States. And a lot of times Donald Trump has to try his best to rein down Netanyahu in. But we saw that with the obliteration of Gaza. Israel went above and beyond in having a response to October 7th. They've committed a genocide and have absolutely pummeled tremendous amount of civilian lives, innocent civilian lives in Gaza. There's no question about this. You can talk to many experts about this. And so I think that it's going to be very difficult to control Israel, because even our ambassador, Mike Huckabee, has come out and said that in his mind, Israel should control the entire region of the Middle East. This is a quote from our U.S. ambassador. So again, this kind of gives you an insight into what Israel does. I definitely would agree that Donald Trump doesn't want to see a failed state. I would agree with that statement. I think I can definitely agree with that. But the X factor here that's going to be very difficult to control is certainly going to be Netanyahu, because he has proven that he does not always going to listen to Donald Trump. And he's also proven that he will enjoy continuing this military efforts. And I think absolutely he would like to see a failed state. He would like to obliterate Iran if he could.
Cyrus, can you say something here? I completely understand what you're saying, and it makes perfect sense. But, I was just comparing the only country that Iran actually fought a war with and killed a large number of soldiers of that country is Iraq, the 1980s Iran-Iraq war. But the only other country whose large number of soldiers were killed by the regime and its proxies without declaring war on that country is the U.S., the United States, and the U.S. military. And as a matter of fact, the regime began its reign in 1981 or 1982 by killing, close to 300 American soldiers in Lebanon. This is not counting, by the way, the American soldiers who were indirectly killed by the proxies of the regime in two other countries, Afghanistan and Iraq. And I did, this is not the place, of course, to discuss that, but I did a deep research, really, a deep dive into the number of soldiers that were killed and how the Iranians actually engineered the murder of American soldiers. So it's surprising that a country could kill the soldiers of another country in such large numbers. I would say it runs into hundreds, crosses 1,000, definitely, maybe close to 2,000, maybe more. I don't know. The Pentagon would know better. But it's surprising that this number of soldiers, country A could kill soldiers of country B without declaring war. So I completely understand what you're saying. It may not be a threat to the U.S., the U.S. being so far away from this region. But it is the U.S. actually that suffered the largest number of casualties due to actions of Iran without a declaration of direct war between these two countries. Surprising. I'm just food for thought.
Cyrus, do you want to respond to that?
I think we have to also just look at what the United States has done over the last 25 years in the Middle East. Yes, I understand that American soldiers have been killed, but also, it's been, we've been responsible for the deaths of over 1 million people in the Middle East through all of these wars over the last 25 years. Again, this is a testified document. This has been, many studies have gone on, through our chaos in the region. And again, I'm not very bullish on America achieving its success in the Middle East, because we simply haven't done that. When you look at the countries that we've gone into in these regions, they are not in a better position today than they were before. And unfortunately, I'm not very bullish on this, because, look at Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz yesterday said, look, in the next 6 months, we're going to have a new government in Cuba, Venezuela, and Iran. It's going to be amazing for the world. Now, on paper, yeah, that would be amazing. But what gives us the confidence that we are going to get 3 regime changes in these 3 countries in the next 6 months when we have yet to achieve one anywhere? We've had no regime change that has been successful in these different places. Again, we had earlier or later on the panel.
Syria, I would say Syria is an exception. Went very well, actually. Syria went very, very well. The state did not collapse. There was a decapitation. The state remained the same. There was no civil war. and it's doing really very well. And it's integrating within the region. It's even talking to
It did
Israel.
take 14 years to get there, though. I'm just going to interrupt that because we are getting close to being out of time. So I'm going to bring Carla back in here because I want your take on the initial question we were discussing, whether Israel does want a failed state, because we had comments from Tal Ornan. He's a former Israeli intelligence officer. He said on Israel's Channel 14 that a conventional military action alone would be insufficient to subdue Iran's regime. He said there are only two options: a full-scale invasion like D-Day, or use non-conventional weapons like the nuclear option. Doesn't that sound like Israel, at the very least, wants a failed state in Iran?
Well, it's a good thing that he's not the head of Israel, first of all. But just shame on Cyrus for not even acknowledging that this brutal regime, this Iranian regime that killed between 30 and 40,000 of their own amazing citizens just in the past month and a half because they wanted freedom, would not mention that this regime, from the podium and the pulpit, have been saying death to America every single day officially.
Okay, circle back to the question, though, Carla, because we're almost out of time.
Sure. So I do believe that Israel wants regime change. They've stated it. That reporter isn't the head of state. Good. But I do believe that Netanyahu is looking toward regime change. But I do also think that President Trump will rein him in if he's not doing what's right for the Iranian people and the world, because we all have our own objectives. President Trump is going to put the needs of the American people first and our well-being. And that doesn't necessarily, in my opinion, lead to regime change. It leads to a change in the behavior of Iran, much like we see in Venezuela. And he is going, I believe, to get it done.
Carla, though, is having a former Israeli intelligence officer putting the nuclear option on the table, how dangerous is that? And is that counterproductive to the US's negotiations at the moment?
It's extremely dangerous, but I will also say this. When you're negotiating and when you're in a hot war, you may not want to take anything off the table. But you're right. Mutually assured destruction is not on the table. President Trump has been crystal clear that he will prevent a nuclear war with whatever country. But I don't put it past this brutal regime in Iran to do unsettling things, because it does seem that they're psychotic. They want the end times for their own agenda, unfortunately, because of their religious beliefs.
We've got a couple of minutes left. So, Cyrus, let me put that to you. How dangerous, how counterproductive is a former intelligence officer from Israel putting the nuclear option on the table?
I think it's extremely dangerous, and shame on Carla for even saying in a hot war you don't want to take all options off the table. A nuclear war would be the end. It would be an absolute disaster for the world. I think we have to do absolutely everything in its power. Now, I don't think that Donald Trump is going to launch a nuclear war or certainly authorize that. But again, I have a lot of speculation towards Benjamin Netanyahu, because he has proven that he does not listen to Donald Trump oftentimes. We've seen this in the war in Gaza, the absolute annihilation that was going on there. We've seen him even in this Iran conflict where President Trump said, hey, you're not allowed to hit this energy site. Israel hit it anyways. And then now we had to go back, hey, you're not allowed to do that. You need to listen to us. And Netanyahu came out and said, look, we acted without approval from the United States. So am I hopeful? I mean, again, I agree. I think that Donald Trump is definitely going to avoid a nuclear fallout here, because that would be an absolute disaster for the entire globe. We can never get to that option. And in my opinion, there is no option for nuclear under any circumstance. That just absolutely has to be avoided. But I worry. I definitely worry. I think that Israel, as a nuclear state, definitely has that option. And for them, it absolutely is on the table. And I think that's something that all of us should be concerned with.
Okay, a very brief final word from you. Ahmed, how counterproductive to negotiations are those comments about nuclear options?
Say he was not alluding to a nuclear war, really, but there has been a lot of war gaming in the region, and we've been hearing this. I've been hearing this about tactical weapons, tactical nuclear weapons, which are very localized, and several countries
Does that make them any better?
Well, it doesn't make it any better, but let's be very honest. A nuclear Iranian regime is not going to happen for many of the countries in the region and outside the region. So if it goes to that point, that if the regime gets its hands on the enriched uranium and puts together some sort of a device, that's really, it's going to be bad for everybody. And I'm sure there would be not just one, but more than one country that would try to stop it any way possible. Unfortunately, that's the way things are.
Unfortunately, we are out of time because I'd love to continue this discussion. It has been illuminating and we appreciate having all your perspectives here on Counterpoints. Thank you so much for your time. Ahmed Qureshi, national security journalist, Carla Sands, former ambassador and vice president at the America First Policy Institute, and Cyrus Jansen, political analyst and YouTube host. To all of you, thank you for your expertise.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans. And this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was chief of staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
People think that we launder money, but actually we make money black. It's a weird law. They call it gedoogbeleid, like this. That is the law. So they say, okay, bye, but don't let us see you.
What are the scenarios for an end to this war? Deal, deadlock, or something worse? President Trump has made his stance clear. He's rejected negotiations unless Iran surrenders unconditionally, and he's left open the possibility of U.S. ground troops. His message has been maximum pressure first, any deal comes later. Iran's government has pushed back just as strongly. President Masoud Pezeshkian rejected the idea of unconditional surrender, calling it a dream, and said Iran would not back down. So politically, both sides are talking about very different endgames. So here's what could happen next. First, a negotiated pause. Leaders could agree to stop large-scale fighting without a full surrender on either side. If regional pressure and back-channel diplomacy intensify, a ceasefire deal becomes possible. Not full peace, but a stop to major strikes. Markets have already reacted at times to hopes of diplomacy. Second, a longer drawn-out conflict. Neither side looks ready to step away. Trump has signaled operations could continue for weeks, while Iranian officials say they're prepared for a prolonged confrontation. That points to cycles of strikes and counterstrikes with no decisive ending, a slow grind rather than a quick finish. Third, de-escalation under pressure. Wars sometimes fade when the cost becomes too high, politically, economically, and militarily. If regional stability and global markets take heavier hits, leaders could shift toward limiting the conflict. And last, wider escalation, the riskiest path. More countries or armed groups get pulled in, making the war harder to contain and harder to end. So the short answer is there's no clear finish line right now. The most realistic paths are a negotiated pause, a drawn-out war of attrition, or escalation that complicates any peace effort. And what matters most is simple: what leaders are willing to compromise on and what they consider a win worth stopping for.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment, compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake, and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Hello and welcome to Arabiya English with me, Michal Prendergast. I'm here with the UFC CEO Dana White for a special interview to speak about some of the biggest stories shaping the future of MMA, from heavyweight showdowns and Saudi expansion to a historic White House event, Conor McGregor's return, and the future of streaming. Thanks so much for your time, Dana. I'd like to start with Aspinall versus Gane. How important is this for the heavyweight division?
Yeah, this fight's a big deal, not just for the division, but for both guys on Saturday. Obviously, if Aspinall lives up to what he's, expected to be, he should go in there and make quick work of Cyril Gane this weekend. Cyril Gane looked like he was going to be the guy up until, the John Jones fight. And, Saturday night's big for him. If he can go in and beat Tom Aspinall, and the guy's light on his feet. He got great hands, moves like a middleweight, goes to the ground. He's got a great ground game. It's a big fight for both these guys on Saturday, not just the division.
You're going to be in Saudi Arabia next week for Power Slap. Also, the growth of Zuffa boxing through His Excellency, one of your close friends, Turki Al-Sheikh. How influential has he been in the world of boxing?
No, I saw Power Slap and I thought that it could do well if it was presented right. And the live event is incredible. If you go to the live event, you immediately become a fan. And then as far as Turki Al-Sheikh with the Zuffa boxing, it wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for him. I probably would not have gotten into boxing if it wasn't for Sheikh Turki.
And he's a close friend of yours now. What is it in particular that he's adding into the equation? Of course, they're investing a lot of money, but it's more than that, isn't it?
Yeah, listen, in boxing, it's all about the money. The big fights that you want to see don't happen unless, it took Saudi money to make those fights happen. And, I think that he has reinvigorated and kickstarted the sport of boxing. So enough to get me interested again. So, what he's done is pretty incredible.
You've called the White House UFC event the greatest card in fight history. President Trump has obviously played an enormous role in this. What has been your opinion of his influence in proceedings?
He was the inspiration, all of it. He's the one that asked me, I think we should do a fight at the White House. And I said, I'm in. Say when. So, yeah, it was his idea. He's got this big thing about the White House belonging to the people, and he wants to bring more events and more people to come and experience not just Washington, D.C., but the White House.
An octagon on the White House lawn? This surely provides an unprecedented security problem, especially after those assassination attempts. How is the UFC dealing with this?
It's a big issue, but that's going to be Secret Service, and there'll be less than 5,000 people there, and we don't even know how we're going to do ticketing yet. But the ellipse across the street, there'll be, we can have 85,000 people over there. We'll do screens and a big stage. We're going to basically roll in and take over Washington, D.C. that week. The UFC will.
Conor McGregor has announced on Fox that he's going to be fighting on the card. He's going to be fighting Michael Chandler. What do you think of that?
That's not true. We haven't made one fight yet. Not one fight has been made.
A bit of speculation from Mystic Mac.
Yes, he's speculating. Yes, he wants that fight very badly. I don't think there's any secret about that. He and I actually talked today, and he seems like he's in a good place mentally, emotionally, and now he's got to physically get ready if he wants to fight on that card.
Marvin Hagler. He famously said, it's hard to keep the hunger. It's hard to get up at 5 a.m. and go running when you're sleeping in silk sheets. Yeah. Is that the case for Conor McGregor now?
And on yachts. Yachts make it tough too. But yes, if we can get the motivated, fired up Conor McGregor, from the past back, then maybe he'll be headlining the White House.
You've got a long-standing friendship with President Trump. After the first assassination attempt, he called you. You were on holiday in Italy. You flew back and you gave the opening speech at his next rally. This is surely a testament to your friendship.
Yeah, it was. It's always an honor. I love the guy, and when he calls, whatever he needs. I love the guy. He's been a great friend of me for a long time, and yeah.
During your speech at Trump's rally, you said Trump is a real American badass. How do you describe his Democratic opponent, Kamala Harris?
I don't think I want to go there, but listen. Let's just say the right person won the election.
In this White House event, John Jones has stated he would like to be back in the running, or is the timeline too tight?
I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. John retired and he wants to fight at the White House. The likelihood of him fighting at the White House is, I don't know. I don't see it happening.
We just spoke earlier about mentality and hard work as well. There's often a huge plethora of videos online now, often of you and Joe Rogan, Jordan Peterson, often advising young children about work ethic. How important is it today with a softer generation, let's say, to encourage people to work hard, to go above and beyond, to try and succeed?
I don't know. I don't think that... it's everything. If you have work ethic, if you have anything that you want to accomplish in life, any goals you've ever set for yourself, any dreams that you have, the only way to get there is by hard work. You have to work hard. You have to, lots of bad things happen every day that you have to power through. I don't ever try to come off like I'm trying to be some motivational speaker or anything like that. Most of that stuff is cut up from long-form interviews that I do. But there's no secret that I think that this younger generation is soft. And I also think that right now, with technology and all the things that are going on, there's never been more opportunity for young people than there is right now. So I say it all the time, if you got this much of it in you, it's all out there for the taking. Everybody, these kids have opportunities these days that my generation never had. Go get it.
Just to finish, Dana, the $7.7 billion Paramount deal is going to change the face of not only UFC, but sports watching. Everything is moving to streaming. How excited are you for this?
Very. And I think what makes me even more excited is how excited they are for this. So we've gotten the teams together a few times now, and the Paramount CBS people are so excited about being in business with us. It makes us even more excited being in business with them.
Dana White, thanks so much for your time.
Thanks for having me. Pleasure.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans. and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was chief of staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
From the White House to Gaza, Kyiv to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
They've got to have a vote and a say.
it's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Rizkan Show for empowering conversation.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios in Riyadh. These are the top stories. An Iranian official says Iran won't allow President Trump to dictate the timing of the end of the war and calls his proposal demands excessive. Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates collaborate on new trade routes to overcome transport disruptions caused by the US-Israeli war on Iran. The legendary footballer Mohamed Salah announces he'll leave Liverpool FC at the end of the season. An Iranian official has said Iran will end the war at a time of its own choosing and that Trump's proposal demands are excessive. While speaking to Iranian state TV, they added Iran won't let Trump dictate the timing of the end of the war. This comes after Trump said Iran wants a deal so badly. Take a listen.
They have no Navy left. They have no Air Force left. They have no anti-aircraft equipment left, no radar left, no leaders left. The leaders are all gone. Nobody knows who to talk to. But we're actually talking to the right people, and they want to make a deal so badly. You have no idea how badly they want to make a deal. They gave us a present, and the present arrived today. It was a very big present worth a tremendous amount of money. And I'm not going to tell you what that present is, but it was a very significant prize. And they gave it to us, and they said they were going to give it. So that meant one thing to me: we're dealing with the right people.
In response, Iran's foreign minister says the US has failed in its war goals, including a quick victory and change of regime. He also added a message to neighboring countries: distance yourself from the US. To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Deputy Editor of The Spectator, Freddie Gray, and Chair of Security and Strategic Studies at the American University in the Emirates, Dr. Ellie Al-Hindi. Thank you so much for both being with me this evening. Dr. Ellie, we're going to start with you, and we're getting some lines coming out of Abbas Araghchi, of course, the foreign minister in Iran. He said a few words, but he's also come back to say that The US is sending messages through different mediators. He's also saying that Tehran demands a permanent end to the war and compensation for destructions. Lots that he's saying, and that neighbouring countries should distance themselves from the US. We also heard from Caroline Leavitt, the White House press secretary, earlier. Both sides seem to be digging their heels in right now.
Definitely. I think we can say that the first stages of the war have completed. Practically, Israel and the US have hit all the targets that they had, all the targets that they could possibly hit in terms of the nuclear facilities, the ballistic facilities, and of course launchers of missiles and drones and so on. Now the war needs to move into a new phase. If it is to continue, they need to find ways to open the Hormuz Channel, or to push for the overthrow of the regime, or to push for internal destability in that sense. In that sense, yes, the US is, I wouldn't say stuck, but definitely at the point where it needs to choose which path to take. And President Trump, as always, has always said it is preferable for him to actually get to an agreement that will achieve what he wants to achieve, rather than go full on to war. And he has tried negotiating twice with this regime, but unfortunately these negotiations, for the different reasons that we have discussed so many times, did not bear fruits in the proper sense of the term. So will he try again to negotiate now? I think he's setting his conditions on the table, and these conditions, once again, are not falling on good ears in Iran. For them, it is too much to ask for. For them, if they accept these conditions, it will be complete surrender, which they will never do. So I really doubt that this different stage of negotiation will be more successful than the ones before, unless the Iranian regime really is feeling the heat of the hits, which doesn't seem so.
And also, Freddie, I don't know what you think of the situation that we're in at the moment. We've obviously heard from the White House earlier. Now we're hearing from Iran. Iran saying Tehran has no intentions of talks with the US at the moment. We are 26 days into this war. What conclusion, if any, are we nearing?
Well, I think Dr. Ellie's completely right. They're not just talking different languages, they're talking different realities, it seems. There was rather a good cartoon I saw today, which was Donald Trump in a sort of psychiatrist room next to a psychiatrist sitting on the sofa, and it was just the two of them. And the psychiatrist is saying, these Iranians you're talking to, are they in the room with us now? And I thought that rather captured the kind of strangeness of Trump's approach. I think it's not all gloom, though. Again, as Dr. Ellie suggests, the fact that there is some sort of dialogue now, even if it's on the wrong page, does suggest that peace is possible. And I think the next few days will be very, very interesting. There is, of course, this backdrop of an even more substantial US military buildup, and a lot of analysts and a lot of intelligence briefings, it seems, that the US is willing to commit to a ground invasion, whether that's taking Karg Island, whether that's actually occurring on other parts of Iranian territory. We wait and see what the plan is there. And there is often this suspicion with Trump that he's often saying the exact opposite of what he's thinking or what he's about to do. Mm-hmm. And so is all this talk of peace and so on kind of media bluster to cover up an even bigger escalation of the war? We wait and see. But for now, there does seem to be a dialogue. It seems to be going through Pakistan. And I'm very interested in this idea that Vice President J.D. Vance might be the mediator, because, of course, he was in charge of the diplomatic effort that failed in the build-up to the war. Mm-hmm. And he's well known to be less comfortable with this Operation Epic Fury than a lot of high-level Trump administration officials are.
And it's really interesting J.D. Vance is coming back into the picture, because we almost haven't heard much of him since this US-Israeli intervention in Iran, and Marco Rubio seems to have been taking the forefront. But Dr. Ellie, I just want to get your final thoughts. want to pick up on what Freddie mentioned there, and this is the build-up of troops right now in the Middle East region. So we do know that the US has around 50,000 troops here already, but we're going to get 5,000 extra Marines, about 3,000 paratroopers. What can we expect or speculate could happen over the weekend? Because Friday is actually Donald Trump's new deadline for Tehran.
Just a quick point about negotiations before I answer your question. I think it is not completely weird to have these kinds of messaging going back and forth before the two parties sit on a negotiation table. It's not weird to not declare who is the negotiator and what's happening and so on. It is normal part of the beginning of any negotiation to push forward some trust-building movements here and there. Trump spoke about the gift that was very precious that he received. There were definitely some signs here and there that hopefully were presented as trust-building things, but it doesn't seem that the Iranian regime, at least the official stand, is falling for that. Which brings us to your question, what could be done in case the negotiations failed? Definitely, if we're speaking about 50 or 55,000 or even 100,000 American soldiers in the region, it is not a force that is willing or able to actually invade all of Iran with boots on the ground, as we call it, and to take control. Too many reasons, too many no's there, too many red lines. It is not going to happen. However, as we said, we are at a critical stage of the war where we should see some more tangible face-to-face operations, if I may say, or tactical insurgencies here and there by special forces, maybe taking over the Kharj island, maybe trying to liberate the Hormuz Channel and the surrounding coastline. So I think we will see some of this soon in order to pressure the Iranian regime into a more lenient situation. But yet, even with this kind of pressure, I doubt that the Iranian regime, this ideological Iranian regime, could sign on anything that looks like a complete surrender for them.
Dr. Ellie Ann Freddie, thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Stay right there as we move on to another story now. And the Democrats won a special election in Florida on Tuesday, flipping the district that is home to President Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate in Palm Beach. Emily Gregory, a first-time candidate, beat Republican John Maples in a race for the open Florida District 87 State House seat. Gregory's victory has given the Democrats significant momentum heading into those all-crucial midterm elections, which happen in November. Freddie, this is in President Donald Trump's backyard, as we said, Mar-a-Lago, where he seems to actually do a lot of his diplomacy on the weekends. How worrying is this news really now for the Republicans?
I think it's deeply worrying. And I think every time Trump has been to Mar-a-Lago, of course, he started the war. When he started the war, he was in Mar-a-Lago at the time. And he's been back since. And when he goes there, he meets a lot of very important donors and Republican Party strategists. And in some ways, it's called the Winter White House now, Mar-a-Lago. In some ways, it's become the center of the Republican Party in some ways. And the strategists there, the grand old party strategists, are telling him over and over that this is not looking good in the midterms and the war isn't helping, largely because the war, of course, is having economic consequences, and they could be felt, it may be even too late to turn it round in time for November for the kind of shock of the war on the international markets, which, of course, does affect America. Even if it's more immune from Europe than Europe is, it does affect America. And so there's a lot of concern among Republicans that it's the economy, stupid, as the phrase goes. And the public are not happy. They're not comfortable with this war. Trump's approval rating on the economy has hit an all-time low. And the fact that he's lost, Florida is meant to be a swing state. Traditionally, it's a swing state. But in recent years, it is hard. Trump is very popular in Florida, not just because he spends so much time there, but for various demographic reasons, Florida has become more and more Republican. But now it's probably going back to being a purple state, and we'll see how it how things pan out in the midterms. But then looking ahead to the next presidential election, if the Democrats can put Florida back into play, that changes their whole electoral calculus. So it's very, very big news for Democrats. And what's staggering about it is how the Democrats are taking this approach of not really doing much. They're just trying to let the Trump machine wear itself out, let all the contradictions of Trump world blow up in their face. And for now, it seems to be working, if you judge it from the special elections. It's worth remembering that Joe Biden was expected to face a red wave of Republican in his midterms in 2022. And that actually didn't pan out. It turned out to be more of a red ripple. But I think at the moment, all people are saying it on the Republican side, all people who are honest are saying it on the Republican side, and on the Democratic side, they're very, very excited. They think this midterms is going to be a bloodbath for Trump's Republican Party.
And it is almost a phenomenal turnaround, isn't it, from the election? If we look at the election to the midterms, if it is a bloodbath for President Donald Trump. And I was actually just looking at a new poll earlier by the Associated Press. 59% of American respondents say U.S. military action in Iran has been excessive. So the polls coming out are super interesting. But Dr. Ellie, how much of an impact has the war in Iran had on President Donald Trump's popularity? I just mentioned that in the poll. And also, I guess we're seeing some form of split in the MAGA base when it especially comes to people who supported President Trump and getting him into power.
The split is definitely there because we need to remind ourselves that the MAGA base is quite isolationist per nature and wants to focus on the U.S., on, again, making America great again, on focusing on all internal issues, and would want to play a lesser role in general. However, wars like the Venezuelan war or the Iranian war, or even when it comes to the whole tariff debacle that we saw and witnessed over last year, we have to read in it the long-term goals of Donald Trump of actually putting the U.S. back as a major economic player for the decades to come, which it was losing very fast, and needed something that is completely out of the box to put it back on track and to give it that advantage for years ahead. So the general concept is not stupid, is not completely irrational. However, these measures, be it controlling the oil sources in Venezuela and Iran, being a special connection with NATO and changing that nature with the Europeans, being the tariffs, all of these will come back with good to the US, and the American people will feel the benefits of these, however, on a very long term, not on a very short term. Can he at least make the American public see the connection and maybe start to feel the ripples of these policies before the midterm? It is really becoming doubtful. I do agree with Freddie that the Republicans will probably see a hit in the midterms. Probably they will lose the House, and this will give us a much more moderate administration because it's not freehand anymore. However, if that happens, I think all the focus of Donald Trump and his team and the Republican Party would be for the next presidential election, and to start preparing a proper candidate, put him in the facade, and actually push for him to win the upcoming elections. It is not certain that they will lose the midterms, but it is becoming very probable.
And Freddie, just your reaction to that, because if Donald Trump and the Republicans lose the House, Trump essentially becomes a lame duck president and things become really difficult for him.
Yes, well, I mean, you'll see the Democrats will almost certainly try to impeach him again. I think you will see him more hampered. He will try to govern through executive orders, which is sort of what he's done already, but he's always had a congressional majority, albeit a very small one, in the House. He will find a lot of his bigger projects hampered. Yeah. And this is why at the moment he's talking a lot about the SAVE Act, which is very important for him. And the SAVE Act essentially is to try and bring in voter ID. The Democrats are very, very against it because they tend to do well when there is less voter ID. Read into that what you will. But Trump is absolutely adamant that he needs to get this through, and they're going to try and throw everything they can domestically to try and get this SAVE Act through in time for the midterms, and they think that will help them. What Republican strategists are telling me is that even if they do get that through, at the moment the atmosphere is so poisoned towards the Republican Party, and it's difficult with the Republican Party because, of course, Trump voters vote Republican, but a lot of them have never been particularly enamored of the Republican Party. In fact, a lot of them really hate the Republican Party. And so getting them to turn out just to support Trump and his party is quite hard. The worry is this November they're not going to go out at all, and the Democrats are going to triumph as a result.
Yeah, it's going to be fascinating to see what happens in November and the run-up to it, of course. Freddie and Dr. Ellie, thank you for your thoughts there. We're going to move on now. And the Danish Prime Minister, Mette Frederiksen, has resigned after her party failed to secure a majority in the country's general election. With 21.9% of the vote, Frederiksen's Social Democrats still won the most seats, but fell short of the 90 needed to form that all-important majority. Dr. Ellie, how much of a blow is this for Mette Frederiksen and her party, and what happens now?
I mean, it is definitely a big blow, but it is not a surprise. It does not come out of nowhere. We've seen this trend in European politics for the past few years, where centrist parties are losing ground in favor to the more extreme right-wing and left-wing, mostly right-wing in most cases. In Denmark specifically, we have seen the rise of the extreme right-wing, the Danish People's Party, for the past 3 elections, continuous advancement in that sense. However, we need to understand that they have not been able to hold on to power, the extreme right wing, because everybody else would enter into coalition to keep them out. And this is what happened in Germany. This is what happened in several other places. And it is potentially what could happen again in Denmark as it happened 2 elections ago. What will this mean? Just one more thing before, we need to put all of this in the context of Trump and Trump's influence on European politics and Trump's clear interventionism, if I may say, in support of these right-wing parties, because they think it is more in coordination with his policies and his vision of the world and his vision of the relationship with Europe. Which brings us to if the right wing actually holds power and governs Denmark, definitely we will see a different kind of relationship dynamics between Denmark and the US. And in that case, definitely the Greenland issue will be back on the table in different ways. I doubt that it would be an easy solution, but definitely the whole dynamic will be different in that sense.
I feel like we haven't spoken about Greenland for a while, have we, Freddie? That seemed to be the big thing on agenda. Now there's been a change. But what does this mean for President Trump's plans to, of course, acquire Greenland? Is there one less person to stand in his way? Because he seems to have forgotten about it, but he might come back to it, I guess.
Yeah, it's another important maritime choke point that he has his eye on, that's for sure. But I think I don't see it really at the moment sort of significantly affecting whether or not America will annex or buy Greenland in the near future. However, what's clear is that Frederiksen her party thought that the election would be in their favour because they had stood up to Trump. And this is an interesting thing, speaking to Dr. Ellie's point, that a lot of parties believe in what they call the Trump lash, and they think that when Trump interferes in their politics, there's a sort of national reaction against it, and they can ride on the coattails of that towards political success, being a kind of force of anti-Trump against Trump. And that clearly happened with Mark Carney in Canada, who was not going to win the election until Donald Trump started talking about making Canada the 51st state of the United States. And then he did. But that didn't seem to happen here because the election quickly stopped being about Greenland and soon became about the economy and so on, and voters aren't happy. And again, as Dr. Ellie said, centrist parties tend to fail, parties to the left and to the right. And it's interesting to note the red bloc parties in Denmark doing well. And actually, that's something we're seeing at the moment is the last few months, populist right parties, which have been doing so well everywhere, are beginning to struggle. We see it in Britain. They're beginning to fracture in certain ways. And it's actually the left, the far left, that's really having a bit of a moment in many parts of Europe. So that's an interesting trend to watch out for, and Denmark's clearly part of that.
And Dr. Ellie, let's pick up on that a little bit, because if we look across Europe, we do see the right wing gaining in popularity and the populist movement for years now, almost a decade, gaining across Europe. But they don't ever seem to do well in the general elections or actually form the government. What is that that's stopping that from happening?
Well, I think first to understand it, we need to understand why the centrist parties are losing. And I think the better way to explain this is that what is polarizing people these days, what is taking people to the polls these days, is no longer right and left in the terms of the economic traditional sense of socialist versus liberal and so on. These rhetorics of the traditional right and left are no longer valid, because any successful economy now needs to be in the center-right social democracy aspect. So the lines in the economy are quite set, and there's not much deviation to any extremes. That's why it didn't make any more sense for people to align themselves along traditional center and traditional right and traditional left. What is bringing people to the votes these days is the issue about global warming, is the issue about identity, is the issue about migration, losing jobs, Islamophobia. These kinds of issues are attracting the people, and these are tending to be more addressed by right and left-wing parties, and this is what getting them the votes. However, when these extreme parties have come to power, they have shown that they don't have real answers for the everyday's problem, and they don't have viable solution for the economic issues that are there. And this is why, as Freddie said, we are seeing divisions, we are seeing retractions of votes from them, or we are seeing maybe one attempt here and there just to make a point, but then they are retrieving in a way, and votes are rearranging in a way that keeps changing.
Thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Stay right there, and we're going to move on to another story now. And the legendary footballer Mohamed Salah has announced he will leave Liverpool FC at the end of this season. The 33-year-old forward has spent 9 years with the club, winning 2 Premier League titles and the Champions League, amongst other accolades, since he joined back in 2017. Salah told fans he was leaving last night in an emotional statement, which was posted on his social media account. Take a listen.
Hello everyone. Unfortunately, the day has come. This is the first part of my farewell. I will be leaving Liverpool at the end of this season. I wanted to start by saying that I never imagined how deeply this club, this city, these people would become part of my life. Liverpool is not just a football club. It's a passion. It's a history, it's a spirit I can't explain in a word to anyone not part of this club. We celebrated victory, we won the most important trophies, and we fought together through the hardest time in our life.
So we're going to go to Freddie Gray first, because we know that, Freddie, you are a big football fan, and Mo Salah now gone. How much of a loss is this for Liverpool and also for the English Premier League?
Well, he is a great loss, and you can already see with the sort of twinkling piano music there behind his goodbye videos. He's going to be mourned, I think, in Liverpool, because he's been a legend for the club, and he has seen them take back the Premier League. And under Jurgen Klopp, the previous manager, they were an incredibly exciting side to watch, as I'm sure a lot of your viewers know. However, it's quite clear that Salah was not happy this year. Liverpool had this terrible loss of Diego Jota, who was a wonderful player, in a car crash before the season. And they signed an enormous number of players, spent an incredible amount of money. And it seems like the club was the players were still in shock over what happened with Diego Jota. And it hasn't really gelled. They have not been at their best this season, or for large parts of this season. And so Salah has kind of been a symptom of that. He's been on the bench quite a lot. And so I think he's decided clearly, rather than kind of carry on in an unhappy way, he's going to try and sign off, and he can be remembered as this great player for Liverpool and a great player for the Premier League. I mean, I think all British fans will miss watching him in the Premier League, because he's been, I think, one of the top 4 or 5 players, I would say, ever to play at that level. And so, yeah, it's a great shame that he's going for us, but I'm sure he will. I mean, he may well be in Saudi Arabia pretty soon, if we can believe the reports.
Well, I might have to go and watch him if we believe the reports. But I just want to say what was quite interesting is, you know, obviously one of the Liverpool greats is Jamie Carragher. He said Mohamed Salah overtakes Cristiano Ronaldo among Premier League greats, which I thought was quite a big statement. But of course, you know, that's how much he's loved, as you do say, Freddie. But Dr.
A lot of Man United fans would disagree, but yeah.
Well, because, yeah, well, that's true, because, you know, they have to face him, don't they? But Dr. Ellie, there's lots of talk about a move to Saudi Arabia. Freddie just mentioned it. I just mentioned Cristiano Ronaldo. They all kind of link to each other. How likely is Mo Salah to come to Saudi Arabia? What do you reckon?
Well, I follow enough football. It's good that you went to Freddie first, because you know me well. So I do follow enough football to know what's happening, and to know that if Mo actually makes the move to Saudi Arabia, he would be a great fit. A great fit, not into only the club that he joins, but also into the whole process of how Saudi football and Saudi Football League has been developing in the past years. It has been a strategic choice of the kingdom to actually invest heavily in their league, and they have succeeded, along, of course, with a huge fan base in Saudi Arabia and around the region, to actually make of the Saudi League something that is to be followed, something that is bringing a lot of attention, but also bringing a lot of money. So these investments that they have done, bringing in Ronaldo, bringing in so many different names from different countries and different leagues, have bared fruits and have launched this process of, the cycle of the money brings the players bring the fans brings the money, and so on. So having Mo there is just a cherry on top of the cake. He is loved all through the Arab world. He will be in an Arab country. He will be among huge numbers of fans, and he will bring a beautiful competition into that league once again, igniting traditional competitions with different figures that we have watched all over the world.
And Freddie, Mo Salah is 33 now. We know he's signing off from Liverpool and will potentially, of course, be going somewhere else. We don't know that at the moment. We're just speculating. But how much gas does he have left in the tank? Like, has he still got a lot left in him to play competitively and do well?
Well, I do think strength and pace was actually, even though he's quite small for a top player, he's strength and pace has always been a important part of his game. And I do think, if I'm going to be very critical, I think he's dropped off a little bit on that level. He's not quite as good as he was. But, I mean, it's very hard for anyone over the age of 30 to sort of sustain that for a long time. So I think in terms of technical skill, he's unbelievably good, still is, always will be. I think he maybe doesn't quite have the same pace to affect the Premier League in the way that he has in the past. So I think a little bit of gas. He probably, if things had been happier at Liverpool, he probably could have had one more good season. But I think he's probably thinking about leaving that league for now, because it is very, very quick, and you have to be at an incredible level of physical fitness.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But we look at Cristiano Ronaldo, Dr. Ellie. He is 41. He is incredibly fit. But I do know what Freddie's saying. After the age of 30, it's quite difficult to keep up any sort of pace, not just Premier League pace.
No, we all know that it's completely different after 30 and definitely after 40. But us, not you, Leigh Ann. But in any way, it is good to, at that time, move into a different league or different dynamics. And maybe in that stage, you would not be the sole player or the sole star that is attracting all the attention, but your presence, your charisma, your attraction to the team, your leadership of the team could make a huge difference. And this is what we've seen with, again, great players like Messi, Ronaldo, or many others throughout history in that sense.
And, of course, David Beckham. We won't forget David Beckham. But we're going to move on now. Thank you so much for your thoughts on that. It's that time of the show where Freddie and Dr. Ellie have chosen two of their quirkiest stories of the day. And, Dr. Ellie, yours is about an epic U-turn on board an Air India flight. Now, what went so badly wrong?
Well, unfortunately, we see ourselves always coming back to flight stories and plane stories because it's simply just a big part of our life these days. And it is interesting, but also we are seeing so many things that are quite significant to see and to note. The story we have is a story, as you said, of Air India flying from Delhi into Canada. And they went and reached over China, so probably a 4.5 flight. And then they realized that the jet they are flying, the Boeing 777 that they were in, is not actually registered in Canada and will not be allowed to land in Canada when they reach there. So mid-flight, a little bit less than mid-flight, but after 5 hours of flight, they only had the choice of actually doing a U-turn, returning to Delhi, changing the airplane, moving everybody into the new airplane, going into the right airplane that has the rights to land in Canada, and then make the flight again. So definitely an unpleasant experience. But then again, it makes you wonder, how could such a mistake happen, and why would such a mistake happen? Something that should be basic, which planes take which routes and so on. So it was extremely funny, but definitely uncomfortable for the people who experienced it.
Yeah, it must be uncomfortable for the people who also made the mistake that actually happened. But Freddie, you had a little story for us because your mother was actually an air hostess.
That's right. She was a Pan Am air hostess. And yes, she told me once that the pilots, because obviously this is long gone and this is not the case in this story, we should add, but the pilots in those days would drink quite a lot. And one pilot was so famous for getting drunk, and he actually landed the plane in the wrong country. I can't remember which one. I think it was he was supposed to land in Germany, but he landed in Italy instead. And so they had to reroute all these passengers who'd been flown to the wrong country.
I mean, that just almost is comical and makes you absolutely furious. Dr. Ellie, do you think the people on the Air India flight got their money back at all for the little half journey they did?
I doubt. I really doubt. Maybe some compensation, a meal here or there, but I doubt they got their flight free or their ticket price.
I must admit...
Air miles. They got a few air miles, maybe.
Oh, yeah, that's a good way to counterbalance it, give them a few air miles. I must admit, I get so agitated flying. The thought of turning around, I would just not get back on the plane. I would have cancelled my holiday and carried on quite happily. It's the most frustrating part of flying, isn't it, getting on and off the plane? But, Freddie, we're going to go to yours because it's over 1,000 gallons of milk have ended up in a stream in Devon. And I must tell everyone, Devon is in England. Tell us more, and tell us more about Devon too.
Well, yes, so this story caught my eye because if we feel with the war and everything feels quite apocalyptic at the moment and everybody's talking about the end times and so on. And I saw this headline that a river was flowing with milk. And it sounded like something out of the Book of Solomon in the Bible. But in fact, it's actually not too dramatic a story. I can reassure everyone who's worried about Devon in England that an enormous amount of milk spilled out of a farm into the River Exe in Devon, which is quite a major river in Devon. And it coloured the whole stream all the way, a long way downstream. It looked white all the way down. And there are the big environmental concerns because dairy milk actually can kill fish. And Britain's rivers are in a pretty bad state already. There's a lot of concerns about fish stocks in our rivers. So this was yet another worry on that front. But it turns out, apparently, if the reports are to be believed, they contained it quite quickly. And I think there's not going to be lasting environmental damage. Let's hope not anyway. But it was another strange headline that we saw.
That's absolutely strange. And Dr. Ellie, it does sound biblical to many respects. Don't know what you think about milk in your river water.
I mean, at least it's not some chemicals that we've seen incidences all around the world with chemical spills from industries or so on. And it's been a continuous struggle to clean, underground water and rivers waters and so on. So milk, I hope the damage is not very big, but it's definitely a sight.
Let's hope that farmer can make that money back. Anyway, thanks to our guest today, Deputy Editor of The Spectator, Freddie Gray, and Chair of Security and Strategic Studies at the American University in the Emirates. That's Dr. Ellie Al-Hindi. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X. G&T is coming up next. Goodbye, and thank you for watching.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts from the Al Arabiya English headquarters in Riyadh. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up on today's programme, the US sends Iran a 15-point plan to end the war via Pakistani intermediaries, but Tehran disputes claims that negotiations, direct or indirect, have already taken place. We ask, are we getting any closer to the beginning of the end of this conflict? And Iraq, which has been struck by both sides, says it's submitting a formal complaint to the UN Security Council over strikes on its territory. We ask, how dangerous a moment for Iraq? And in Lebanon, the death toll from Israeli strikes these past 3 weeks has risen to 1,072, amongst them at least 121 children. We'll get the latest on the humanitarian situation there. Hello and welcome. We begin with the latest on the war in Iran. And the US President Donald Trump has reportedly sent a 15-point plan to Tehran via Pakistani mediators. Well, details of the plan haven't been made public, but reports suggest that it includes Iran dismantling its nuclear program in exchange for sanctions relief. Well, President Trump insists talks are underway, but Iran is pushing back, saying there are no negotiations and that President Trump is, quote, talking to himself. Well, last night, President Trump offered a fresh update on the war in Iran. He said his administration is, quote, talking to the right people there, and claims that Tehran, quote, really wants a deal. Well, President Trump also teased what he called a very big present from the Iranian negotiators, one that is linked to oil, gas, and possibly to the Strait of Hormuz, although he didn't provide any further details. Let's take a listen to what he said.
The leaders are all gone. Nobody knows who to talk to. But we're actually talking to the right people, and they want to make a deal so badly. They're going to make a deal. They did something yesterday that was amazing, actually. They gave us a present, and the present arrived today. And it was a very big present worth a tremendous amount of money. And I'm not going to tell you what that present is. Nuclear-related? No, it wasn't nuclear-related. It was oil and gas-related. You know, if you read the papers, you think we're tied. You think we're in a tough battle. We are roaming free over Tehran, the city, Tehran, as opposed to Iran.
Well, let's speak now to Amanda Mackey, who is a Republican strategist and lawyer who joins us from Florida. Amanda, great to have you with us. What we've seen these last few weeks, I mean, amongst other things, is that the global economy has to some extent, been torpedoed. Inflation's been driven up everywhere, including in the United States. And from the beginning, I mean, there were people in America who weren't at all happy about this conflict, including on the political right, saying it wasn't at all America first. Now here we are, sort of nearly 4 weeks on. I mean, what has been the political blowback as far as the Trump White House is concerned?
I'd say the biggest consternation has been the price of fuel, because it's affecting really every part of the American life. Of course, every time you go to the fuel to pump gas in your car, you feel that. But now you see the price of diesel has risen by nearly 50% or thereabouts. And the price of diesel is very indicative of how much the cost of goods will ultimately go up, because that's how goods are transported. So I think that's a really important indicator. Obviously, President Trump is feeling this. Obviously, members of Congress, when they go back home, they are getting complaints, people feeling the hurt every time they go to pump gas. I say we're lucky that the winter season's over, because we would really be hurting if if the price of heating oil would have been skyrocketing like this. People couldn't afford to heat their homes. So it's a dire situation with regards to that. Now, some people in the Republican Party will say, well, these were the prices during the Biden administration at the pump. So really, people are just making to do about nothing. I think the problem is that we are in a re-election cycle for all the House members, a third of the Senate. And this is the biggest issue right now, fueling it. Of course, add inflation to that, add the uncertainty of war. Everyone clams up because people are worried about their future.
Right. And, you know, a lot of people will say, for the reasons you just gave, you know, prices rising at the pumps in particular, and America being dragged into a conflict in a faraway land. I mean, that is not why people voted for President Trump. And it appears, doesn't it, that President Trump is really ramping up the efforts to try to end this conflict. The Iranians, by the sounds of things, are not so enthusiastic. An official just quoted by Reuters says they're not positive with regards to this 15-point plan that's been submitted to them. Do you get the impression President Trump is beginning to regret having launched Operation Epic Fury?
I don't think he regrets it. I mean, all of these things were very foreseeable. The Iranians were not going to give up the Strait of Hormuz. And certainly the Americans, Israelis knew that the Strait of Hormuz was the pressure point for really the world, because what happens there, that chokehold does result in a commodity that it doesn't matter where it comes from, the commodity price is driven up. So Strait of Hormuz was always going to be Iran's biggest play. I think that the United States and Israel really thought that how they go about doing this, and what they've already done is they've taken out largely the leadership. Yes, there are people still there. Yes, they have a mosaic base of how they have their leadership siloed. But the important point to remember here is that their leadership is gone. They may not be fractured. They may not be defecting left and right like we would have liked to have seen. I think that may be a surprise, but we still have Iran where we want them. The hardest part, though, is that we're fighting this on their turf. And that has proven to be a challenge. But I think everyone, certainly the markets, are glad to see there's a little bit of a reprieve, these 5 days, to give some negotiation a chance, give peace a chance, if you will. But the Iranians are never going to admit that. They are never going to admit that they're now negotiating with the great Satan, as they call the United States. They're not going to admit that. But I think that there is something happening, what we will know in a few days. And so I think that's where things are at right now. We just don't know a lot.
Is that your explanation for why, you know, we seem to have two narratives going on here? I mean, it sounds like the Trump administration is really keen on negotiations all of a sudden, and Tehran is really not very excited about negotiations, saying we're not positive about this review, this 15-point plan will end the war when it suits us. I mean, do you think it's a fair reading to say that the Iranians are looking less keen than the Americans to get to the negotiating table?
It's hard to say because you do have to call their bluff too. I mean, they're not going to say, yes, we're excited to enter into negotiations with the United States. This is a country, after all, that has a regime that for 47 years has said, death to America. America's the great Satan. And so I don't see them all of a sudden saying we're really looking forward to negotiating. I mean, part of the reason they're negotiating is because Iran and Israel, certainly Israel, want to see regime change. That means we want to see you people out. And so I think where President Trump is trying to negotiate, he's trying to say, we're willing to work with you so long as you agree to our parameters. Here's the problem is that the Iranian people don't want to see this regime in place. So if the goal was to get the Iranian people to a peaceful place where if they protest or if they express their views or if they happen to, be of something that is different than a hardline Islamic person, that they don't get killed, that their kids aren't killed because they're in the streets expressing their opinions. And I don't know that that is something that we have seen really be part of this negotiation. The Iranian people want to see that regime gone, just like it happened in 1979. I'm not sure that's where the Trump administration is.
I mean, it does seem, doesn't it, that the US and Israel have slightly underestimated their adversary here, and they've rather overestimated the impact they thought that killing the supreme leader was going to have. I mean, it hasn't had the expected impact, has it? I mean, the supreme leader was simply replaced with his son, and there seems to be a sort of a cascading pyramid structure for replacing anyone who is assassinated by the US or by Israel. I mean, do you think they did sort of overestimate the impact of their actions?
No, and I think they've done a really good job of taking out a lot of these heads of different departments, and a lot of the leadership is gone. We haven't seen Mujtaba. It's been near 4 weeks. We've only heard things about him. We can only speculate as to whether or not he's still alive, whether or not he's in a coma or can actually even speak or talk. There really is no leadership in this country right now. Pezeshkian certainly is not, in my opinion, the president. Pezeshkian is really very neutral here, if not tilted a little bit towards seeing change. And so I think that what America, the United States, and Israel has done has actually had a very drastic effect. And the people who are defecting to other countries, there was a recent report, NPR, saying that these people are really happy about what they're seeing happen in this country right now, and they have optimism for their future.
Yeah, what are your relatives? I know you've got family in Iran. What are they telling you when you're able to speak to them? Because I know there are issues with internet connectivity at the moment, but are they telling you that things are going one way or another? I mean, does the leadership in Iran look markedly weaker in their eyes than it did, say, 4 weeks ago?
Well, as you know, the Persian New Year was the first day of spring. That was last Saturday. So really last week was all about celebrating, just like we would in the Western world, the New Year, January 1st. So people go to the streets, and people were doing that. We saw video footage of people in Iran dancing, women not wearing the hijab. Now, this was not widely the case, but you did see that in the video footage, which just tells you that people feel like they are free to go about, they're free to do the things that they want to do and to celebrate. And to celebrate not wearing a hijab is something that obviously Iranian women have been fighting for. And so I do think that really the people of Iran are so hopeful that there is finally a United States president who's willing to take up their cause, take up their mantle, and do something to bring freedom, or at least bring more rights for them in that country. What my cousin has said is, in Israel, people will go and hide in bomb shelters. In Iran, we videotape when we see these bombs going off because it gives us a sense of hope. Now, it also, to me, signals how desperate these people are for change, that when they see bombings, they're actually looking forward to what that means for them ultimately. So Iran has been in a very dire state, especially the young people have been so repressed. And their lives are just only could get better, I would say. And that's why they're optimistic about what the United States and Israel can do.
Okay, and just to wrap up, Amanda, I mean, we're in week 4 of this conflict. The Pentagon says it's planning to send thousands more airborne troops to the Gulf. There's a lot of talk about talks. And I just want to ask you where you think we are. Are we at the beginning phases of the end of this conflict?
I hope so. The timeline we were given originally is 4 to 6 weeks. Israel did say it might extend out longer than that. But my hope is that President Trump really signaling that we're sending Marines, we're sending the 82nd Airborne, these real elite groups that are being sent there to show that we are no nonsense. If you want to negotiate, negotiate in good faith. If you don't, we are putting boots on the ground. It's no longer an air or naval. Now we are actually putting boots on the ground. And I think, and I'm hopeful that that is going to sway the Iranians to want to come and negotiate. They won't say it. They'll never admit it. But that has got to be something that they view as a threat and something that they are concerned about. And so I think the United States and Israel, they're going to continue to use every lever of power that they have in order to get Iran to succumb or at least agree to some of the 15-point term that President Trump keeps referencing.
Okay, we're going to leave it there. Thank you very much for taking the time to speak to us, Amanda Mackie, Republican strategist. Always a pleasure talking to you.
Thank you.
We're joined now by Greg Swenson, Chair of Republicans Overseas, who joins us now from London. Greg, thank you very much for joining us. Always a pleasure having you on the programme. A question I'm going to be putting to our other Republican guest today is, here we are in week 4 of this conflict. Inflation's being driven up all over the world, including in the United States at the petrol pumps. This was never an America First war, and that, got MAGA supporters, up in arms. Do you think, given where we are now, perhaps President Trump is having a few regrets about having started this?
I don't think so, Tom. I think the president had, some pretty well described, or he was very clear about the initial goals of the war, which were, reducing the Navy down to nothing, to reduce the ballistic missile program to almost nothing, to stop the funding of terror proxies in the region. And, perhaps regime change was in there somewhere, but not as a primary goal. So, yes, he might be disappointed that the regime is hanging on. We all are. But on the other hand, the primary goals were reached. I mean, a clear military victory in terms of, again, taking out the ballistic missiles, taking out the nuclear capabilities, and sinking the ships of the Navy. So, as the president said, the U.S. is now flying over Iran and over Tehran, without any defensive measures coming from the regime. So, in many respects, this is great news. Now, you mentioned the inflation and energy prices. Yeah, that is definitely a headache, and we'd hoped to see a solution there quickly, whether that's cooperation from the regime or some sort of settlement, or the U.S. military steps in and rids the Strait of Hormuz of the threat from Iran. That's something that might take a little time, but it's in the meantime, it is hardship. I mean, gas prices, as you mentioned, are up significantly,
right?
And that hurts the consumer. Now, I don't want to diminish that, but the gas prices are still lower than they were during the Biden administration because of his hostility to the energy sector and because of the inflation that he caused. So I'm not suggesting that consumers aren't hurting, but, I think the short-term pain is worth the long-term gain here.
Yeah, I mean, but for an American voter who voted for President Trump, I'd like to get your sense of what the polls are saying as well, if you have any
Sure.
info on that front. But for a voter who voted for President Trump, they wanted inflation to be tackled, And President Trump made that other key pledge of not starting any wars in faraway places. Quite the opposite. He pledged to end wars that had already been started, not start new ones. I mean, hasn't he broken two really major promises to people who voted to him?
I mean, it's interesting, Tom, because it's counterintuitive. If you'd asked me a month ago, I would have said, yes, the president, is an anti-war president. He surely doesn't want to start a war. And I think that would have been unfavorable with the voters, especially the MAGA wing of the Republican Party. And yet it's the opposite has happened. I mean, the president's actions are polling around 80 with Republicans, but with MAGA Republicans, it's at 90 or 95. And then with the more traditional Republicans, let's just call it the Republicans X, the MAGA crowd, it's only in the 50s. So remarkably, in spite of the fact that he ran and the MAGA, much of the MAGA support was because he was running against forever wars, that you'd expect it to be the opposite, but it's not. So it's still polling horribly with Democrats, of course, because anything the president does is going to poll poorly with Democrats. But the Republicans are still behind this. It's only some of the, kind of well-known MAGA spokespeople or, journalists that, Tucker Carlson is the most obvious, but there are some MAGA types that are well-known celebrity types or social media types that are critical of it. But that's a very small number. And for the most part, it's still popular within the party. And I think one of the reasons is they look at this, you talked about starting wars. In many ways, this wasn't starting a war. It was an attempt to end a war. The regime has been at war with the U.S. for 47 years. They've been killing Americans for most of that time. And so I think it's important that we end that capability, because I think after 47 years, the president wants to end another war.
Sure. President Trump says that the United States is in negotiations with Tehran, although Iran sort of disputes some of this. Just before we crossed to you, we listened to a clip of President Trump saying the Iranians had given him a very big present worth a tremendous amount of money, although, again, Tehran seems to be saying we're not quite sure what he's talking about. I mean, why are we getting one narrative that's so different from the other? Why are Tehran and Washington saying such different things about simple facts? These aren't opinions.
Right. I think the regime is always going to sound belligerent, right? They're always going to say crazy things like, we're going to punish America or they use kind of hyperbole in the way they describe their revenge against America. And it's all just that. It's just hyperbole. It's just bluster. And whereas the president, sometimes he has mixed signals. I think he doesn't want to telegraph exactly what he plans to do. That would be self-defeating, especially from a military perspective. I imagine the gift was an oil tanker filled with Iranian oil. I don't know that for sure, but that seems to be the implication. I think this is a sign of either, as I said earlier, either the sign of things to come, whether it's negotiating, which they have been negotiating. Of course, the regime denied it because they like to flex their muscles and be, express some bravado. But there were meetings arranged by Turkey and Pakistan. So there is diplomacy going on. We know that for sure. But I think there's still a bit of mystery here. And, we all hope for a peaceful outcome. But I think the alternative is the U.S. is very well equipped to take over the Strait of Hormuz.
But, Greg, haven't you detected a major shift in President Trump's tone here? I mean, a couple of weeks ago, he was saying the only way we're going to end this war is with Tehran's unconditional surrender, he said.
Yeah.
And now he's talking about, let's talk about it. Let's have some productive talks. He said, in fact, there have already been productive talks, although Iran says there haven't. But what do you read into this? Is this respite for the financial markets? That's Iran's argument.
Yeah, I think there could be some of that, right? I mean, he's a capitalist. He wants to calm the markets, perhaps. I think he also sees that some of the neighbors, some of our allies in the region, like Turkey, like Pakistan, are reaching out to try to stop, this conflict because it's affecting the region. There's no doubt. It doesn't mean that they're on the side of the regime at all. And I think, you've seen the UAE and the Saudis really supporting America here. But I do think that, there's a cost to that. And you're seeing it with the missile attacks on their infrastructure. And that's unfortunate and I think this is also a sign of the regime being somewhat suicidal. Of course, they're going to argue that they're not willing to negotiate and they want all these completely unrealistic concessions from the U.S. that will never happen. And I'm afraid, and it's sad, but I think they are, sort of apocalyptic in many ways, and they might just go down fighting and not surrender, which is a shame because more people will die.
Sure, but seen from the Iranian perspective, the last two times negotiations were underway with the United States, the way they would see it is that there was a betrayal of that spirit of negotiation, and the United States went along and attacked them together with Israel. They must be thinking, what's the point of talking to the United States if every time we talk to them they attack us anyway?
But I think in the case of the regime, they've never made any concessions, and the president gave them every opportunity to make concessions, especially on the nuclear program, also on the ballistic missiles, and they refused. The U.S. offered the regime free uranium to be used for civilian purposes, and they declined it. And so it was quite clear that they were very well intent on acquiring a nuclear weapon. They had 460 kilograms of 60% enriched uranium, and that could be converted in a matter of days into weapons grade uranium. So, I don't think there's any, I don't think there could be legitimate criticism of the president for, giving it a try, giving diplomacy a chance. And then when that red line was crossed or when they refused to accommodate any concessions, he was forced to use military power. And, he's done that before. He did it with Soleimani in his first term. He did it with Midnight Hammer, and he did it with ISIS, and he did it in Syria. I mean, so he's not afraid to use military strength. But I still don't think we have any risk of a forever war like we had in Iraq and Afghanistan. But, anything can happen. And I think the true outcome, I think that we all want, especially the countries in the region, is regime change, but that could come at a great cost. So I'm not sure that this conflict will continue, and I think that's why the president is willing to pivot and look for an off ramp if it's something where we're confident that any concessions made by the regime can be checked and double checked, and that's what's important because they can't trust it, obviously.
Okay, so not a forever war, you're saying. And as we've been saying throughout this conversation, discussions have been taking place, albeit, denied by the Iranians. Where do you think we are in this conflict? Does it look to you like there is an end in sight?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's really hard to say with 100% confidence. But look, we hit all the military targets or the military objectives, and that is clear. And it was much less fair, I'll say, than I would have even expected. The overwhelming advantage that the U.S. had in the early days of the war demonstrated that the defensive capabilities are non-existent for Iran. All they resort to, because they're terrorists, is firing random missiles at their neighbors and sending, firing, munitions into Israel, into civilian areas. And that's just really it's unfair, obviously, but it's also the sign of a struggling regime, perhaps on their last legs, to just be, being somewhat suicidal in nature. So I hope it ends soon. I can't really guarantee that it will.
Okay. Well, we're going to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed, Greg Swenson.
Thanks, Tom.
Republicans Overseas. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Tom. Good to be here.
Now, Robert Fox is the defence editor of the London Evening Standard and joins us now. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, Robert. Always a pleasure having you with us. We're getting some fresh reports, some fresh lines out of the Iranian government. An official quoted on Press TV says the first condition for ending this war is going to be that attacks and assassinations come to an end. The official went on to say Iran will not allow President Trump to dictate the timing of the end of this war. We'll choose when the war ends. They also say they've looked at the proposal. They're talking about this 15-point plan that's been submitted to them through an intermediary, and they say the demands are excessive. So, Robert, we're in a situation here where the US and Israel have started a war that it doesn't seem like Iran wants to end, at least not yet.
It's very strange because the first thing is that we have the Trump 15-point plan, so-called, I suspect transmitted through Pakistan, through the Prime Minister of Pakistan. It is very unlikely. It is part of the sort of the fantasy video gamified world of a lot of the propaganda and pronouncements coming out of the White House and the Pentagon. And I'd like to say, first of all, is like getting an awful suspicion that Trump himself is losing control of the narrative. It's all over the place. 1 minute he talks peace, the next minute he talks escalation. The interesting thing is, as you say, this ad hoc cat's cradle arrangement in Iran, because there's quite clearly a government, a regime operating at the center, but at the periphery, and they planned this, you have a distributed commands of the Revolutionary Guard Corps to the 31 provinces at different levels, and they do seem to have a certain amount of autonomy or autonomy in decision, and that's why the fighting goes on. In what you have just put to me, it is so interesting that they consider that they can go on, that they can tough it out without regard to the condition of the Iranian people, and particularly related to that, the Iranian economy, which has been absolutely on the ground for weeks now.
OK, well, I mean, it's been, what, nearly 4 weeks since the start of Operation Epic Fury. I mean, thousands of people have been killed. The Israelis said today they've been striking a submarine development facility in Isfahan. I mean, militarily, what's actually been achieved these last few weeks, Robert?
A lot of destruction of real estate, a lot of destruction of things that we have seen, like the big oil dump, oil storage facility, dump in that respect, in Tehran, which put up an enormous cloud, an enormous amount of pollution, an enormous amount of damage to infrastructure. And whatever happens at the end of this, whether there's an operational pause or even an armistice or a ceasefire, there's an awful lot that has to be put together again on both sides. And this is the thing that is so alarming, is the sheer level of destruction of vital infrastructure, vital equipment for the export of oil, gas, and related products that is going to take months, if not years, to put together. And one looks at it too darn well as one looks also at Ukraine, and the two conflicts are running in parallel but are also related. Awful lot of destruction. America is going to have very little to do with the reconstruction because, particularly in the case of the Gulf, I don't think many of the GCC partners after this one want a Trump America messing in their affairs in putting it together. And that opens up a whole new prospect, and quite an ominous one, of who does the reconstruction. Europe will want to be in there, but Europe is broke. The principal partners, Britain, France, Germany, Italy, all have debt and fiscal problems of their own. Where does the money come from? It will come from China. The trouble is that this conflict is so complex and so below the radar of most international and public media, including social media, that we haven't really got into the full implications yet. I think as the summer goes through, we will realize that this is the major energy crisis of the last 75 years, if not more, and it's going to affect the global economy for generations.
Robert, just going back to that official on Press TV that is clearly doing an interview right now, because I keep getting all these urgent alerts with excerpts from that interview. The latest thing we're hearing, in fact, is that that official says that Iran demands guaranteed payment for the war damage. So it sounds like the Iranians will be making a demand to the Americans and to the Israelis that they are going to be the ones footing the bill for that. I mean, it doesn't sound like that's a very likely demand to be met. I also just want to ask you, I mean, on the one hand, we're talking about negotiations, and the United States is making various overtures with regards to discussions, direct or indirect discussions with the Iranians. And at the same time, we're being told that the Americans are sending more troops to the region. Do you think perhaps the talk about talks is really just about buying time?
No, I think it's almost a sign of desperation, because they've got to do something. They've got to get something going. It must be said that with the very deliberate campaign with which this opened of targeted assassination, the killing of Ali Khamenei, the long time supreme leader and the second supreme leader of the Islamic Republic since 1979, yes. And also, obviously, they inflicted severe damage, injury to his heir, Mojtaba, his son and successor. But the targeted assassination, too, took out Ali Larijani. And I think this, from all accounts, seems to have been a huge mistake, because although he was a tough man and he was regarded as responsible for the crackdown after the demonstrations at the beginning of the year, he was a highly sophisticated operator and negotiator. He negotiated the JCPOA. And I've talked to American diplomats, now no longer in office, saying that he was the obvious interlocutor. I think they're scrabbling around, the Americans, to find somebody who can negotiate. Yes, they've named the speaker, who had hardly been heard of before. He'd been a long time speaker of the Majlis, of the Iranian parliament. But it's really questionable as to whether he can deliver anything. So we're getting this sort of this outbidding each other in demanding reparations, in demanding advantage to them. But I think it will depend on money, and it will depend on reward. And it's pretty clear that the price that Iran will demand, and I hazard to say, I think will very likely get, which is the lifting of oil and energy sanctions, exports. And I think that that will be the condition for them to say, yes, we are under control, going to allow the opening of the Straits of Hormuz. Because it must be said, I don't think we're too clear, particularly from where you're sitting and speaking to me, that the perspectives are so different from Beltway America, inside Washington, the kind of video game gamification drivel that we're getting in the propaganda about the war from the White House website and the Pentagon. We've got Europe, then we get closer to the region itself, the South. By that I mean Africa, the recipients of aid hitherto, who require a boost to agriculture, and that is severely deprived by the cutting off of fertilizer, and then going further beyond to China. And China is going to have the critical role in this, and I think will, in the end, without stating it so, they will dictate the outcome.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things, just going back to the Strait of Hormuz, is that the Iranians seem to be hinting that one of the legacies of this conflict is going to be that forevermore, they say, there will be charges on anyone who passes through the Strait of Hormuz. I mean, it sounds like their planning for all of this, their scenario planning was pretty meticulous, doesn't it?
Well, yes, it's much better planned than we've been led to believe by both the Israelis and the Americans. And by the Americans, on the other hand, their operational planning seems, in view of what is happening now, the talk of reinforcements and bringing troops in, of having to bring in further sophisticated THAAD, high-level aerial defense against missiles, that it was poorly planned from the beginning. It's quite clear, it's becoming pretty evident anyway, that Ali Khamenei and the Revolutionary Guard Corps had prepared for this. They knew there was going to be a real crunch, and Khamenei, as we know, had prepared the leadership for his death if he died in this. But if you'll allow me to do this, it's not quite memory lane, but I've suggested that this might be analogous to the Suez Crisis of 1956 for the Americans. Somebody pinched the idea from me and sold it to another newspaper, but there are no reserved seats in the field of journalism. Look, pardon the self-indulgence, but it is so like Suez. Because what happened in the Suez Crisis of 1956, if I can remind viewers, is that Gamal Abdel Nasser, now the dominant force in the Egyptian leadership, said, no, we're not going to have the international waterway of the canal run as a private company under the aegis of the Brits and the French, but principally the Brits, since they bought the shares from the Khedive in the 19th century. It is exactly the same kind of thing, no, a parallel situation that we're now seeing. You cannot regard this as your private, open, international waterway for energy, which supplies a fifth of the world's energy. We're now going to put a toll on it, and I'll bet they get away with it.
I just want to ask you, Robert, just before we wrap up, a couple of defence-related questions, specifically defence-related. It seems like quite a lot of Iranian projectiles have actually managed to get through the Israeli interception mechanisms and have actually managed to inflict quite a lot of damage, in fact, on Israel. And I'm wondering how concerned you think the Israelis are and how you think their interceptors have been working.
I think the Israelis must be concerned. If they're not, they really should be. Because I think the two strikes that are really, really cut through, one was Dimona, which was very important, which happened the night also that they launched two missiles rather in hope rather than expectation at Diego Garcia. Dimona, it got very close to the nuclear site there and it got through. And also taking out a large part of Tel Aviv main railway station. It's a very tender thing. It's very simple, the railway system, but very important for heavy freight, including military heavy freight. It shows that they can get through. Almost no integrated air and missile defense is perfect. And the other thing that has to be said about the Iron Dome system, yes, it works very, very well, but it does not work, and nothing works 100%. And it's the 5 or 2% that get through that must be worrying. And it's also very, very expensive and needs constant resupply, particularly from the United States. So we really have to watch when the ammunition runs out for all three sides.
OK, well, I wanted to ask you another couple of questions, but I'm being told we're out of time. Robert Fox, the defence editor of the London Evening Standard, thank you very much indeed for your time, sir. Well, let's get more. We can speak now to Hamid Al-Kifai, who is an author and writer on international affairs. He joins us from London. Thank you very much indeed for being with us here on Al Arabiya English. Let's start by talking about Iraq, since that was what we were discussing just a moment ago in the programme. Baghdad has submitted a formal complaint to the UN Security Council because Iraq is the only country that I'm aware of that has been hit by both sides in this conflict. Why have the US and Iran both been striking Iraq?
Well, thank you very much for having me. The problem with Iraq is that it has American bases and American targets, and also has Iranian-backed militias. So this is the problem. The Iranian militias started attacking American targets in Iraq, in Erbil, in Baghdad, and they even attacked the embassy. And the government failed to stop them. So the Americans had to respond. And this has happened, actually, in the past. So this is the problem. It's of the U.S. creation, actually, because the U.S. allowed this situation to to happen. They allowed Iraq to slide into Iranian orbit. They allowed it not by sort of consent. They just, it was under their watch that this happened, that Iranian militias are getting stronger and stronger in Iraq, and that was after 2003. So this is the situation Iraq is in at the moment. It's Iranian militias and American targets hit by Iranian militias. The Americans are responding to these militias' attacks and so on.
And the fact that Iraq is currently in political limbo ever since the elections at the end of last year, do you think that played a part in perhaps how Iraq didn't adequately make its case to Washington and explain what the consequences of such a strike on Iran would ultimately be for the Iraqi people?
No, I don't think so, because any other, had there been a new government, it would have been of the same color, that these militias and Islamic parties allied to Iran would have formed the new government, and its position would have been the same, because the government is unable to face these militias, first of all because they are strong, and secondly, strong militarily, and secondly because it depends on their support in parliament. So any other government would have been in the same position.
OK, let's talk about Kurdish fighters, since you mentioned the Kurdish people in your first answer. We assume it was Iran who struck the Kurdistan Regional Guard headquarters in Erbil. It's the only party that would coherently have struck such a target. But have those Kurdish fighters played any role up until this point in the last 3 or 4 weeks?
Are you talking about Kurdish forces going into Iran? Because we have heard of Kurdish resistance to the Iranian regime or the use of Kurdish fighters. But with regard to Iraqi Kurdish...
yes, that's what I'm referring to.
Sorry?
That's what I'm referring to, Kurdish fighters inside Iraqi Kurdistan.
Well, these are Iranian Kurdish fighters, and Iran has failed to accommodate them and the Arabs, the Baluch, and these groups, ethnic groups, have issues with the Iranian regime. So whenever there is a crisis, these groups will always be there to fight for their cause. But as far as the Iraqi Kurdish people are concerned, they are part of Iraq. They have not attacked Iran. They have never been a threat to Iran. Yet the Iranian didn't hesitate to even admit that they hit Erbil. They did it in the past. The Revolutionary Guards did it, and they keep attacking the airport, Erbil airport, and their proxies in Iraq. They also keep attacking Kurdistan because of the Kurdish alliance with the Americans. They are closer. The Kurdish government and the Kurdish parties are closer to the Americans. At least that's what the Iranians believe. And they are, of course, they are close to the Americans. And most Iraqi parties, current parties, have been, they have been in contact and they have been allies of the United States. But with the advent of these militias allied to Iran, the influence of the U.S. in Iraq has shrunk due to these militias and the Iranian influence.
OK, and just before we move on to talking about other things, just to wrap up on Iraq, it's been reported that Baghdad has issued a formal note of protest to both Iran and the United States, to the envoys of both those countries in Iraq. Pretty unprecedented stuff. Was there any way that Iraq could have kept out of this conflict that it now finds itself very much on the edge of?
Yes, there was a way, and that is for Iraq to be independent and not to allow military or paramilitary organizations allied to Iran on its territory. This should have been sorted out. Even when the U.S. was there, it should have never happened, actually. This is a problem for Iraq that the Iraqi politicians, the Iraqi political parties, the Islamic Shia parties have created by allying themselves to Iran. Otherwise, the new Iraq, should have been allied to the United States. There is a strategic agreement with the United States, strategic treaty between Iraq and the United States, and this should have been activated for the interest of Iraq. Yet the Iraqi political parties allied to Iran allowed Iraq to slide into the orbit of the Iranian regime, and thus that has caused the problem. It's not because Iraq is in the middle. No, it's political parties that were allowed to participate in the political process by the United States. They have created this problem by allying themselves to Iran.
Okay, we're now nearly 4 weeks into this war, and there's currently a lot of talk about talks. There's a lot of speculation about dialogue between the two sides, and whether that dialogue is going to be held in Pakistan, whether it's going to be held in Turkey, we don't know. But where do you think we are in the conflict? Does it look to you, just reading between the lines, that we are entering the beginning phases of the end of this conflict between the US, Israel and Iran?
Well, there is no easy way out of this conflict. It was never thought out properly when the Americans started it. And it was a sudden, unexpected attack, although many people speculated that it might happen because of the Israelis' interest in fighting Iran. But this should have been thought out properly. Now, the Americans either they declare victory and stop the war, and that will be inconclusive. If they continue, it will be costly. And there are no signs that the Iranian regime is reaching a tipping point or falling. This has not happened so far. The Americans missed a lot of opportunities in the past by helping the Iranian people who demonstrated against the regime several times in the past 10 years or so. Yet they were left alone to face the revolutionary guards who killed thousands of Iranian protesters. This regime is unable to live within the modern world, and there should have been better ways of dealing with this regime and dealing with its proxies first. The world should have dealt with its proxies in Iraq, Lebanon, Syria, and the Yemen. This would have limited the Iranian regime's ability to interfere in other countries or to even develop its nuclear or ballistic missile programs.
If the conflict ended tomorrow, and I agree that's extremely unlikely, would the Middle East region as a whole be more dangerous or somehow slightly safer than it was 4 weeks ago?
I think the Middle East after this war is going to be different, because many countries in the region, especially in the Gulf, they thought of Iran as a sort of semi-threat, but now they know Iran is a hostile country. Iran could fight and could spread its influence into their territories. So they will certainly have to have plans to defend themselves by alliances with the West or with other countries, or by strengthening their armies. Not just the Gulf states, Iraq also needs to strengthen its defenses against the Iranian regime. This Iranian regime has built its its influence, its power on fighting others and interfering in other countries. And this has got to stop. And now everyone knows that this regime does not stop of using any sort of weapon in order to destabilize the area and weaken its enemies. And it looks like that all countries of the region are their enemies. And that also includes the United States and Europe and Britain and so on. The Iranian regime has widened this war, and this shows that the regime is really hostile not only to its neighbors, it's hostile to every country in the world. Even Russia and China are unhappy with it.
Okay, and just to wrap up, I mean, it doesn't sound, listening to what is coming out of Tehran, like the Iranians are in any particular hurry to negotiate, although that could just be posturing. Do you think that the Iranians believe they're in a stronger negotiating position now than they were, say, when negotiations were actually taking place in Geneva 4 weeks ago?
Yeah, well, now that they are, talking even about charging fees for ships to transit, to pass through the Hormuz. And they have incurred a lot of losses in human terms and in military terms. So for them to continue the war is not going to be a great deal. And they think it's going to be costlier to the West to continue the war. So they want to inflict more damage on the West, on the world economy, by closing Hormuz and by continuing the war, because they have already incurred a lot of losses. But it's really a quagmire. I don't know how it's going to end, but the Iranian regime is certainly weaker than before, weaker militarily and politically. And perhaps the only way to deal with it is really to work towards changing the Iranian regime in whatever way possible, not necessarily in military terms, but the Iranian regime in its current state needs to change. Otherwise, it's going to be a problem forever to the region and to the world.
Okay, we really appreciate you sharing your analysis with us. Hamid Al-Kifaya, thank you very much indeed for your time, sir.
Thank you very much.
Now, a fresh wave of Israeli strikes in southern Lebanon has killed at least 9 people and wounded 47 others. That's according to Lebanese media reports earlier on today. Well, yesterday, France's foreign ministry warned that Israel should not send forces into the area, saying that such a move could have a major humanitarian impact. Well, we can speak now to Maureen Philippon, who is the country director for Lebanon for the Norwegian Refugee Council. She joins us from Beirut. Maureen, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. We know that at least 1,072 people have been killed in Lebanon these last few weeks. More than 1 million people have been displaced. I just wanted to start by asking you how you describe the humanitarian situation in Lebanon right now.
It's a catastrophe. I mean, it's been 27 months of uninterrupted violence. It's the second escalation in less than 18 months. And the 1 million people you mentioned are already the 1 million people who had to flee 18 months ago. So just imagine, for the second time in 18 months, you and your family having to leave, sometimes in the middle of the night, just to flee in search of safety. 130,000 people have reached collective shelters organized by the government that are very often schools. So you arrive, it's the day, it's the night, in a school that has really nothing equipped to welcome you and your family. That it's classrooms that are transformed into bedrooms. There's, of course, no space for cooking, no space for doing your laundry. So it's extremely rudimentary, rough, basic conditions for these people who had to flee their homes without notice.
Right, and as you say, these are people who've had to flee their homes many times before. In fact, I think people over the age of 45 in the south of Lebanon might have been forced to flee their homes 5 times since the end of the 1970s. I wanted to ask you, I don't know if you were there in 2024, but I'm just wondering how the situation compares. Is it similar to how things were at the end of 2024?
It's very similar in terms of the scale and the speed of the displacement. So now we're entering the 4th week, but already we reached these incredible numbers of people displaced about 10 days after the start of this new escalation. So that incredible, number, 1 million people in Lebanon, which is a fairly small country, right? We're talking about 5 million inhabitants roughly. So having 20% of the population on the move because of the violence is already what we saw in 2024. And basically that scale of displacement is hardly seen anywhere else in the world. And the effect on that country being so small is also very strong, very acute.
Now, I believe the Norwegian Refugee Council works alongside other humanitarian organisations. But a lot of organisations like yours are under enormous pressure because there have, of course, been US cuts to foreign aid. That's one issue. US aid has been dissolved. It doesn't really exist anymore. The UNHCR says it's cut 30% of its staff since last year, and they say they're dramatically underfunded. And then we've got oil at more than $100 a barrel, which, of course, means your cost base has been driven up. I mean, has all of that made the situation markedly more complex than 18 months ago?
We are indeed in a race against time, a collective effort alongside with the government of Lebanon. But definitely when you have all of a sudden 650 schools where you need to provide meals and, blankets and mattresses for people to sleep on, it is costly. It's also super heavy from a logistic point of view to organize. Indeed, the cost, the cut, in the humanitarian world have definitely consequences in Lebanon as well. There's been a recent flash appeal of a bit more than $300 million that was launched last week to cover the basic needs. So 3 months of life-saving response for 1 million people, and that's covering food, basic cash, basic shelter, your core relief item at household levels. So again, blankets, mattresses. This is what we're talking about. This is 300 million. Just to put in comparison, the cost of one fighter jet is about 100 to 150 million. So basically 2 fighting jets that actually bomb the people who have to flee would be able to compensate for the cost of the emergency response. I think we need to act on this. It's very disheartening to see so much money on weapons, bombs, jets, and so little money on a basic response to meet the needs of people who have to suffer the consequences of the weapons.
Right. So what you're saying is the needs have risen sharply, the funding has been cut significantly, and of course all the while lots more money being spent on weaponry. It appears that Israel is trying to cut off swathes of the south of Lebanon from the rest of the country with this buffer zone. And I know that the people you're seeing there in Beirut are the people that could evacuate from the south, but there are plenty of people left behind in the south who can't. Either they're too old, they're infirm, or they simply don't have the strength. What does it mean for them to have to stay behind in the south of Lebanon under these conditions?
They are definitely a key population of concern to us, in the spirit that no one should be left behind. What is very important to remember is that civilians, even if they do not follow evacuation warnings or evacuation orders, do retain their civilian capacity. So they are still protected under international humanitarian law. And this is super important. So these people should have the same level of protection from any parties to the conflict than the people who have managed to flee. As NRC, we have a number of colleagues who haven't fled because they can't, because their personal circumstances makes it too hard. As of now, I think there's only one passage Israel has been warning and bombing bridges that cross the Litani River. So at this point, there is one remaining crossing point across the Litani, which is still passable for the time being. We hope it's going to be enough for the markets to get the supplies, for the safe passage of assistance to these people who've stayed behind the Litani River.
Maureen, what happens if that one remaining bridge that you just mentioned there does get destroyed?
I would hope the best would be done to accommodate all the type, more temporarily kind of bridges, so that it's essential that a market gets supplies, that people get their foods and their fuel. The weather is still fairly wintry here. So you still need the basic commodities, and that's super important that people still are able, like this, still reach the people in need, reach the marketplaces there.
You mentioned your colleagues who are living in the south, and obviously this conflict is extremely dangerous for people in your line of work. I believe 42 healthcare workers have been killed so far. And there was a case yesterday of 2 paramedics who were killed when an Israeli strike hit their motorbike. They were carrying out a rescue mission in the city of Nabatieh, which is in the south of Lebanon. They were wearing full rescue workers' uniforms. Their motorbike was marked for an emergency response. I mean, how does something like that happen? And just how dangerous has the situation become for people trying to help?
There's been more than 30 health personnel and first responders killed since the 2nd of March. And that's figures that's confirmed by WHO and also by the Ministry of Public Health here in Lebanon. It's tragic. These people are actually saving lives, like going to rescue people being wounded under, collapsed buildings, for instance. Humanitarian workers, health personnel are also protected under the laws of war. It's extremely important that all parties to the conflict commit to that, and that there is accountability for the violations of these principles.
I was going to ask you, I mean, does the Norwegian Refugee Council have a message for both warring parties? And if so, what would it be? I think you were touching on it just there.
Well, definitely for both parties, but also to all the diplomatic allies to either of the parties. It's super important to, one, protect civilians and make sure that this message passed is repeated, and people who violate IHL, international humanitarian law, are held to account. Second, it's also about de-escalating. This is also super important. Like that moment, again, going back to the scale of the displacement, it's something that is not sustainable in the long term. A humanitarian response is really going to be extremely difficult to maintain to that level of needs. So de-escalation, protection of civilians, people safely being able to go back to their homes, businesses to be able to start again so that people have a job and an income again. This is really important to come as fast as possible.
And just lastly, if anyone is watching and wants to help, what can they do?
They can give donations. There are a lot of local Lebanese NGOs. They are trusted websites who list trustworthy Lebanese associations who do a fantastic work for their other Lebanese and non-Lebanese migrants, refugees, people living in Lebanon. Of course, donations on NRC website, but also any other NGO website is also super welcome.
Okay, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Maureen Philippon, the Lebanon Country Director for the Norwegian Refugee Council. Thank you very much for speaking to us. Well, that is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Do join us again tomorrow. We'll have some more exclusive interviews then. Until tomorrow, bye-bye.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
with so much happening, so much information and so much noise.
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
But he was in a bad way yesterday. He was like, I don't think I can do it. He was against the wall. I just don't think I can do it.
Can't do that in the past.
I'm going to do that.
I think, no way!
That's George Michael then. They're going to have a crisis meeting about a crisis meeting.
And then I'll go, bro, it's Liam Gallagher, bro.
Right, boys, we've got to bring the energy today.
Yeah.
I'm hungover. I'm not going to lie.
Why are you hungover, John?
So am I, to be fair.
And why are you?
He led me astray.
All right.
He led me. We got invited to the cup final.
Yeah.
And we ended up in Liam and Noel's box.
Yeah.
For the game.
Yeah.
But obviously Liam's missus is Arsenal and her sister, they're all Arsenal. So half the box is City, half Arsenal.
Yeah, it was very
I
intense.
knew what I was going. I'm always going to go City, aren't I?
Yeah,
but it was quite funny seeing them interact in the box. It was going off. It was heated.
Was it?
Yeah.
Was it?
It was a good laugh.
Do you know
Did you feel it?
Yeah, but do you know what's nice, Coley, right? Usually when we go to a game, right, I'm doing my thing, you're working, like you're putting clips together or you're thinking about, I might have to break this down. Yeah. But just to go to a game...
This morning you went to me, I don't remember the game.
Hey, do you know what? It gets like that when you go Wembley. Because when you've got the niceties in the box, right?
Yeah, box is nice.
It's a dangerous place.
Yeah.
Free drinks.
Yeah. Margaritas I was on. Who has margaritas at a football game?
And you know the worst thing about it? You forget about the games on. You're like, I'm actually at a football match.
It was slow. It started slow, wasn't it? It was slow.
Yeah.
So I've running a busy day, right? Yeah. Carly's away, so I've got the kids, right? So I'm running around. I took my boy to football in the morning. Missed punctuation here, like a punctuality. One time, I'm feeling pressure now. We need to go. I'm getting home. Quick spin round, Mum looks after him, and he's forgot his sunglasses, right? You know when he gets a bee in his bonnet, because I ain't got no sunglasses. I went, it ain't even that sunny. But he's like, no, I need to stop. So my cousin Mouse, big up, Spurs fan, right? So he's driving us to Wembley, and he's like, he said, I need sunglasses. We're in Kilburn. Right,
sunglasses.
He's like, stop it. He's like, wait, stop it at Kilburn High Street. I thought we are going to have a drink.
He's going to be a boozy one.
He's going to be boozy with these sunglasses, right? Harry found these sunglasses, little aviator numbers, anyway, we got it.
What was it, like £1?
I think they've cost me a £5, I think.
I think they look good. I think you look like George Michael.
Mate, when you FaceTime me, I thought, George Michael come to mind. You know what I mean? George Michael come to me. I was like, why has he got them aviators on? All I needed to see you in is a leather jacket and a white t-shirt.
Have you got them?
I've got them, mate. Look.
Oh, you got them?
I've got them. I have actually been home.
I've even got a case for them. He's got a case.
No, but it's the old glasses.
The case is more expensive.
It did not come with a case.
The case is more expensive than the glasses.
They're not that bad.
I think, you know, like George Michael looking at me, that's George Michael there.
That's hilarious.
I should keep them on, really.
That's brilliant. That is flipping brilliant.
It was good.
I mean, it was good.
We got there, and I was a bit worried about when we arrived. So we drove on. I thought to myself, I don't want to get recognised here. Arsenal, bit boozed up. I just want to do it.
We've already got a lot of stick off Arsenal.
Yeah, we've got a bit of stick.
How much love do we?
But listen, we got in the ground, did our thing, and you know what was nice? Just watching, like, the proper fans. Just know what I mean? When it means so much, because you forget when you're doing your thing in football, you just forget how much people love it, don't you? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I loved it.
You know what? The bit I spotted was every time Arsenal got a corner, it was like a celebration.
Yeah.
because they've got a corner.
Yeah, it's like weird.
They
It's
just
like
think
they're
we're
so-
going to score it. They're celebrating like we've got a corner, we're going to score.
That is so sad.
And then City fans were cheering when they never scored.
So sad.
Yeah, mate.
It's like basically like, remember Juninho used to get a free kick outside the box?
Do you remember
it's
him?
like a penalty basically for him. Yeah, and everyone used to be on the edge of their seats. Yeah, he might score it. It's bang, it's quids on.
Juninho, do you remember him? He was the first person I see strike the ball that make it wobble.
Yeah.
Do you remember? He used to put the valve on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then we see Gareth Bale take that.
Yeah,
We see Cristiano.
Could you ever do that? I could never. I could never do that.
I can make it wobble a bit.
I could make it wobble out the stadium. I'll tell you that. But listen, but yeah. So moving on. So from there, you go to a little. Then you go to a pub, isn't you?
No, the game, though.
The game.
The game was on the game. We actually see the game. Joe can't remember a lot of it, but I remember bits of it.
Them margaritas were going down well.
So the game was on.
Yeah.
What did you notice about the game? I want your professional analysis.
Well, you know what? I said to at one point, I don't feel like I've watched it. I've watched it as a fan. I haven't watched it like analysing it. I was cheering when.
Yeah, you got right into it.
Yeah,
didn't you?
I got right into
Proper
it.
City, yeah.
Like when Trafford made that save at the beginning, triple save.
Yeah,
City fans are up cheering. I was really into it.
Yeah,
so
but it got a bit. I thought it was a boring game.
I was having a margarita.
It was slow. We said we were about 20 minutes
slow.
in, and we thought, "Oh my god, it's only 20 minutes in."
Yeah, the game was slow.
Before the game, my opinion was Arsenal quadruple. I was thinking they've got it, ain't they?
Quids on.
They're strong, but 20 minutes in, I'm just thinking every corner they got, I was worried.
Yeah.
But I just thought they didn't really bring anything. They didn't really have a proper go. I didn't think. I always felt like City were.
Do you know
who was the player that you thought was running the game?
Well, Bernardo Silva. How
didn't Doku do a bit?
Doku was threatening.
Yeah,
Doku was threatening. Do you know what Doku needs to do more? And we both said this.
Yeah.
When he needs to be even more direct, because if he's got that pace. It was Ben White he's up against, right? Ben White's not played a lot of football. I thought early on, every time
there was
Doku made a run,
Ben White,
he got him behind. You got to test him. You know what I mean?
We thought he could have done it more. They were
it
was like they get possession, and then Doku's in a position to threaten to run, and they could just give it. What they did is they just passed it back and kept the ball and did what City did, and they just and out.
So they can actually use him and his powers
a bit more. Yeah.
Because you'd hate that as a fullback.
I'd hate it.
Yeah, just the skeezer just going at you all the time.
Yeah, it'd be a nightmare.
Did you see that little clip when they played Man City played Real Madrid, and then Trent's walking off the pitch and he's going like that I don't know if he was taking the mick out of his style, Doku's style or not, or he's complimenting him. But from what it looked like, he was like, and he's speaking to one of his teammates, and then he was, as they was walking off, he was like doing that with his leg. He does that little flick on his leg.
Yeah.
So he's probably saying, I don't know how to stop that.
I don't think you can stop it. That's what I'm saying.
He's changing direction.
He's so sharp.
Yeah.
If he was more direct, and it might come as he gets a bit older, like, you cannot stop him. You cannot stop him when he does that little shimmy and goes.
Yeah.
But I want to ask you something, because what I noticed, like, you got the master and the apprentice, right? And he's nipping at his heels, right? I think Pep's 100% a genius. Like, he's got them vibes. And Arteta's like, I think Arteta's on the way to becoming that. But I think he's watched him so much and he's admired him so much. I think when they play against each other, I don't think Arteta's. You see Arteta, he's
do you think he's got inferior?
I think
it feels inferior a little bit
until he gets
that trophy.
One over him. Because
do
you know what I mean?
It's a big chance for him this year. To do that.
And Pep had better trousers on as well.
Did he?
He always looks good.
He had the CP companies on there.
He had good trousers.
Good trousers. What?
No, but I personally think, right? Yeah. I think there's something in Arteta where until he gets one over Pep.
Yeah.
Think of everything. So you finish playing and he's gone to work for Pep. So he's thinking, right, I want to be a manager. And he's probably sucking in all of that knowledge and information. And he's thinking and that becomes he's got mannerisms like him, isn't he? So he's almost like mimicking. All great artists do that, don't they? They take a bit from the previous one, right? But it comes a point where, and it was I think that was that game where he could have done something, Arteta, to get one over Pep. And I think the first mistake he made, right, and we'll talk about this because I know you got some opinions on it. When I knew it might not go well for Arsenal, and is when Kepa was in the lineup, right? Because I think a big game like that, such an important position. I know what people do; they play the second goalkeeper and they play him from, but it's not a charity football. And if Arteta's trying to sell to his team how big and important this game is, right? We're going to do this. We got to do this right. We got to do this right. We got to do this right. But I'm going to put my second best goalkeeper in. So how can you spin that?
But you look at that and then say, well, they done it too, Trafford.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, but I know. But I just think.
But you think because he's got skin in the game at winning stuff, he's allowed to do that.
I think Arteta can't afford.
You can't afford. You just get it over the line.
You need to win the trophy. That's what I think.
Yeah. So don't try and.
Especially, mate, you're on for a good.
Pep can do what he wants.
Don't try and compete with him. Just go and beat him. Well, I'm playing my second string goalkeeper as well. You know what I mean? That's probably how it was. But for me, Trafford's way better.
Well, that's the game, isn't it?
Trafford's way better anyway. He should have been. He should have been Man City's first team goalkeeper. But obviously, Donnarumma come in and it was an offer you can't refuse. Do you know what I mean? He come available. So it's just the way the cookie crumbled for Trafford. But he would have been probably the first choice.
Yeah, and that's it, right? So. The game is, Kepa makes a couple of mistakes, Trafford makes a couple of saves. So all the great players on the pitch, it's moments, right? And that's, Because
Trafford made 3 good saves at the start of the game, didn't he?
Yeah,
triple save, How did he play? Because we've got to look towards England as well. How's he? I think he's in around it.
Listen, it's going to be Pickford, isn't it? But, mate, he's... That lad, like, imagine him. You've gone to Man City.
Who you say worked with him before said how good he was? Was it Ash? He said.
Yeah. Ash said how good he was.
Oh yeah.
He said he's proper. Yeah. So, you know, when a player says that, he's working with him day to day. And he's gone to Man City thinking, I'm going to be Man City's number one. I might be England's number one. And then Donnarumma's come in, and then so he's had all of that disappointment, and then he's come in for these games and he's performed. So you've got to give him his props.
Yeah, that's high concentration levels.
But that was when the margarita started kicking in for me, and I was like, and it was like,
but
it was good. Do you know what I mean? We wanted City to win.
Look, I
didn't think they were going to, and they did.
We've got to keep on the City wave, like, because obviously psychologically this game can actually turn even the title challenge on its head as well. Now,
I don't think this game should matter, should it?
It does, though. It's a psychological battle, bro. You know how it is. Like, when someone's got something on you, and then now they've started to breathe down your neck, and they've still got to go, Arsenal have to get this over the line. And I was speaking to some Arsenal fans straight after, and they was mightily disappointed about the scoreline. And I felt the pain. Group chats. Group chats were going off. Group chats were going off. Right, Arsenal group chats, and how disappointed they were. But now you got to look at it, and I said to them, I said, listen, they've got one up on you. This is a psychological battle now to the end. This is a brawl to the death. So that's what I think it is now because.
You think it's close? I think Arsenal going to.
I think as well.
Do you know what I mean?
Well, that should happen, right?
Okay, I'll ask you. You noticed this, right? When they went up for the trophy, there's nothing worse. There's nothing worse of a place when you've lost the cup final, right? And you know we've all lost cup finals. And you go and watch the team go up.
Some teams don't watch.
Yeah, but that's
team.
rude. Like
you think?
Yeah, that's rude. You've got to watch the trophy lift. But the moment it's up,
get out of there.
That's your cue. You've done your time.
Yeah.
But Arteta, did you say me, Bridgie? Arteta made them.
He made them stay out there. Made them stay out and watch and say, see that pain.
Yeah.
You want to do that? I don't know if that's doing any good for them or is it harming them.
I get why people are saying it would, but I think you've just seen him lift the trophy, mate. You've still got the pain.
Yeah, the pain don't
Staying
go away.
There an extra 5 minutes ain't going to do any more.
Yeah, it's
psychologically.
No, I don't think so. I think you're going to want to. You're always going to want to win. Do you know what I mean? I don't think that does much more for you. I think you've just lost the game. I mean, you've lost the game. I don't think you need.
Do you know what I think's double?
What is he trying to build there then? What is Arteta thinking? Saying, "No, you watch the whole thing."
Yeah.
What was he thinking?
Well, I think he's gone psychological one. Yeah. Because he's always thinking about the next game. But I think he might have overthought that one there. I think you need to get the lads in. They know how big it is to lose the game. Just get them in. Do you know what I mean? And move on.
Yeah, because when we look at Arteta, and then you're looking at obviously what's happening over there, I think in the long run, Man City will look at this and think we could get back in here if we play our cards right.
Yeah.
So the next,
it's in Arsenal.
How many games left?
7
games.
Seven games left. Yeah.
So now 7 games.
Yeah.
And they're thinking we can do this again.
Yeah.
We can nick this from under their nose. Do you know what I mean? But that's what we want to see as neutrals.
Yeah.
But whether it's going to happen or not, that's a different scenario. And I really think that you're going to have, if this does happen, yeah.
Go on. And why are you smiling when you say?
Because yesterday, look, Arsenal fans, I'm sorry, this is just the way it is. I'm a neutral in this scenario. I ain't got no dog in this race, but I want to see you sweat.
You want to see nerves?
I want to see you sweat. You'll probably win it. Don't get me wrong, but I want to see you sweat.
Yeah.
I want you to know how much they took you all the way.
Yeah.
And then you'll feel better for it as well. After you've like obviously
when two boxers have a proper
proper
fight,
a proper fight.
Like,
and then you have a little shake your hands. Let's move on. You know what I mean? But I know if Arsenal win the league, this will set them up for a long time. I think.
I know. That's what I'm worried about. I know. Like, I gotta be honest. Like, do you know what I mean? Don't come on here and like pretend I'm neutral. Like, I do. You know, I love Arsenal, my Arsenal people and all that, but
you don't.
You're right.
No, he likes certain Arsenal people. I get where he's coming from.
Logical ones.
Do you know when you've got a friend who supports a team, you don't really like that team, but when you see them in pain, like you can see the Arsenal people we know yesterday, they were in pain. You actually felt a little bit. I actually felt sorry for them a little bit.
Do you know? Yeah, do you know?
Not sorry enough to think they would have won the game.
But you're right, Coley. I think the way that club's set up is they're on the cusp of it.
Yeah.
And you think if they win one trophy,
then they get that
taste. And even already their plannings for next year. You hear them talking about trying to buy Kvaratskhelia from PSG. Imagine putting him
in that team,
in that Arsenal team. That's 60 million.
Wow.
Like then you're looking at that thinking, I'm thinking, Man City got to go again. Chelsea, forget about Chelsea at the moment. We're not
need to
there.
Get the format right over there.
Do you know what I mean? Villa are nowhere near that.
No.
And you're like, ooh. The only problem Arsenal will have is when new contracts are up now, because I'm looking at them boys now, and they'll be like, Declan's going to want to be on top dollar. Gabriel, Saliba, they're, all of them, they're going to go, right, I want Real Madrid money. I think they might let Odegaard go.
That's what I'm thinking.
When you think you got... But they got the luxury of doing that because they got Dalman coming through and they got
Nwaneri. I was surprised that I would have put him on the pitch yesterday.
Yeah. We talked about that.
I would have put him on the pitch.
Go on, do your logic you said to me, because everyone's going, like, it's a big game for him. You said he's going to be...
I don't know, but I said he probably played with no fear.
Yes, yeah.
I think sometimes you want to protect him, but I think we look at him and we're saying how good he is, and you want to protect him. I think, do you know what? Just go and let him have a go.
Yeah,
I reckon he played with no fear. He probably he might make something happen. What did you have to lose? That's the way I was looking at it.
Yeah. Do you know? Someone sent me a picture as well the other day. Do you know I coached him?
Yeah,
I sent you put it in the group, didn't I?
Football Escapes.
Yeah, Football Escapes. Yeah. He was there, and I remember the kid.
He looked taller than you.
Yeah, he was taller than me. He was about 12. So it's basically our friend's company, right? And they do holidays, and as ex-players go, and you coach kids of all different levels. From like some kids are there for 2 hours in a day. It's great. My kids loved it, right?
It's a great experience.
So they go, and 2 hours. Loads of coaches there. They do little drills. Some kids are just learning football, and some kids are maxed down. Do you know what I mean? So so you're trying to find the sort of you got groups. You've got the under 8s.
Hard to coach, though.
And I remember Dalman's come over, right, and Sam's gone. This kid's at Arsenal, he's good, right? And I went, we'll put him into 16s, and I'm coaching. And some of the kids, like some of them, they can't kick a football, right? They can't, like, be honest, right? They're there for fun.
Some of them play different sports.
Yeah, they play different sports. They're having a great time, so you've got to make it right for them. But then you've got this little kid who's like a little genius. And I remember I've gone, right, okay, just join him with it. And I'm thinking, there's some big kids at 16, 17, and he's just dribbling past everyone. And I was like, there's no levels to go up other than this. Like, it's too easy for him. And I remember saying to him, just play with your weak foot. He said, no, I am.
I am.
And he was still just like, it was like ridiculous, mate. But then I just forgot about it.
Yeah.
And
How about you? Listen,
then he popped up.
Do you know how many people you've blessed, bro?
No, but then he popped up.
The Messiah. You know what I mean?
Mate.
Listen,
he wasn't the Messiah last night. He was leading me astray, mate.
Mum rung up, right? This is after,
because we went to the pub after.
Then we see you.
And you turned up.
But did I ring Mum before that?
You rung Mum. I think you rung your mum about 4 times while we were out.
I'm going, because she's looking after the kids. And I'm going, Mum, don't worry. And he's going to go, oh, don't worry, Sue. I'm looking after him. And she's going, yeah.
That's not a good idea.
No, but to be fair, I had a wobble up, mate. Yeah. It got to about 10 o'clock and I'm thinking, we got to do the pod tomorrow.
Yeah.
So like, I'm panicking, thinking, I don't know what I'm going to say tomorrow.
And then I walk in.
And he's just going to me, nah, it'll be all right. Don't worry, stay at mine. I went, no, I've got to go home, mate.
I live far as well.
And I ended up going home.
No, but I walk in.
Yeah.
I was going to go, and then he walked in. I ended up staying another 2 hours.
Yeah, that's what happened. But, oh, mate, it was hilarious when I walked in. So I've gone in, right? So I'm there in the pub in the Bull.
Yeah.
So I'm there, I'm thinking, all right, so I'm with my 2 boys with me, Sar and Jules.
Yeah.
And we've already gone to a bar first to go and rip the mick out of some of my mates that are Arsenal fans.
Yeah.
I just wanted to see them. Yeah? Just wanted to go there and
You're
see
leaving your house to see Arsenal fans?
I left. No, because before the daytime, that's why I had to meet you a lot later, because I was playing paddle.
Yeah,
I was in a paddle tournament. I was with Vidal Riley, the boxer. He put on a paddle tournament.
Yeah.
So I was doing that. And then I come last, by the way. But we won't talk about that. Yeah. But then obviously I go and I watched the game whilst I was there.
Yeah.
Then from there I couldn't get hold of you for a bit because I was going to come straight to you. But I said, you know what? I'll make a detour, yeah? So I'll go see these Arsenal boys, yeah? My mates from the ends. So I went all the way to Hounslow, yeah? From East London, just to see these guys.
You are horrible.
I know. So anyway, I'm driving there. I said, I'm on my way. Stay there, don't move. Get the mixed grill on, yeah? So getting there, and then it's like they're all somber. And I've gone, yes, lads, what's happening? He says, Carl, I don't want to see you. Anyway. I gave them some words of wisdom, yeah. And then I called you, and that's when I was like, looked like I was in a nightclub, but I was in a shisha bar basically. Tiger Bay. My mate said, go to Tiger Bay, Hounslow. Make sure you get down there. It's proper. Anyway, so I call you, and then you said, oh no, I'll come to the pub. So I said, oh cool. You look worse for wear by then. First time.
Man, I was not in a good way.
And I was like, should I? You had these aviators on, just that, and it was just his face with the big aviators on. I was like, what the hell is this? All right, cool. I said, Sar, let's go.
Yeah.
So we started trotting over to you lot. Get to you. I'm there buzzing. And then I go, bro, it's Liam Gallagher, bro. So I'm going up the steps. As I'm going up the steps, my knee caved in. It's going... So my knee now, and I'm there limping over to Liam. I'm like, oh, mate. So what's going on here? I give everyone a hug, but I said, listen, my knee's messed up. He goes, what you been doing? I said, I've been playing paddle today. And I was like, oh, mate. But it was so embarrassing, man. I got so excited, I forgot about my knee.
Mate,
Such a bad performance that.
It was a good entry.
It was a great entry.
You lifted the mood.
You did lift it.
You lifted the mood.
You did lift the mood because it was just on a little...
Yeah, but at the expense of my knee.
Yeah, mate. I saw that. That was bad.
That was bad, and then I just couldn't shake it off.
Yeah, he done his thing, like, cause we needed music, right? Oh. They weren't allowed speakers, so he's got the phone out. What songs he put on? The Streets.
Oh yeah, you know
Mike Skinner, but him and Saar were just bouncing round.
Yeah, we're about dun 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 dun. God, here we go again. Him and Saar, when they get together, they're like the terrible two, aren't they? Moving on, ever so slightly. Let's talk about Spurs. Big loss against Forest.
Oh.
Do you know what I mean? What does that do for your confidence going into this relegation battle? Because now they're finding themselves. And look, I'm West Ham. West Ham didn't do well.
Yeah.
But I want to speak about Spurs first because I think Nottingham Forest really got the upper hand on them yesterday.
Yeah.
I know they were good in the first half, Spurs, but when you look at the whole scenario, what does that do? They just fell off a cliff, didn't they?
Mate, do you know what, right? We've been in that situation when you're Spurs.
Yeah.
And we talked about crisis meetings. Like, they're going to have a crisis meeting about a crisis meeting. There's so much crisis.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It felt like they turned the corner a little bit last two games.
That's what I thought.
I called it last week.
Yeah, you did.
Did I say it? I screenshot
I was thinking,
it.
but where's that?
And then you said they battered
from?
Forest. I'm sure you said that.
No, I never. We'll
I
have
don't
to
remember
look
that
back in the archives.
You just said it to me when we were out the other day.
No
proof of it.
So I covered Tottenham the other day against Palace, right?
Yeah.
And I've never been in a stadium. I think we talked about where it was so eerie, where there's like the fans were like disillusioned, like there's no connection with the team. The lads look nervous, like and nerves play such a big part in football, as you all know. Like we've said before, any footballer or anyone out there who's played football at any level, think about yourself as a footballer when you're at your most confidence, when you're in the zone, and then when you're at your lowest confidence. It's two different players, right? So the whole of the Spurs squad are low confidence players, right? So then they've got Igor Tudor who's come in, and I think what he's been tasked with, the owners have gone, right, I'm trying to work through the logic of it. The owners have got him in and they're going, right, he looks like a taskmaster, big, strong man. He's going to be aggressive. But I think they need the opposite. I think that group needs somebody who's going to come in and love them, light heart. Do you know what I mean? And connect with a crowd. So
like we ended up on FaceTime.
That's another thing we done last night.
There was I'd left, so then I got a bit sad because on my own in the car, so I FaceTimed you two still at the pub. Yeah. And we had Robbie Keane on the line, didn't we?
We did, yeah.
Oh, Robbie. I forgot about that. He had a can of Heineken in his house. Why do you have a can of Heineken in his house?
He was just having a beer.
Who has
cans in their house? Robbie Keane.
You never have a can of Heineken?
No, but you have a bottle in your house.
You have bottles.
Cans.
You buy bottles.
I don't mind a can.
No.
Get more in there.
But anyway, I looked at the can, I was like, why has he got a can? But he must have been in a hotel room or something.
Yeah, hotel.
That's why.
But he's a shout.
So he's serious.
He's a shout for Spurs.
We said it on the.
Yeah, we
said it last week.
We said it to him.
Like, listen, he's doing his job over there. Like, you know, we didn't talk about it with him as such last night, but that just makes complete sense now. Now you said it.
If you are
he's
a
actually
gunner
a
and
good
you want to
manager.
get someone in,
mate, he's a great manager.
He's actually a good manager.
Like, we know him, right? We love him as a person, right?
Great guy,
proper football person. But you know, like one of them people that you know he's going to hold a dressing room because he's a big character.
Yeah,
that's exactly what Tottenham need now. They need something bright, fresh, and energy. How we played, the club needs that now.
Like that,
they need that, like.
And he bring that good feel factor, and he's stern. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So listen, I could see that happening.
Yeah, I can.
Don't you think?
Yeah,
especially to the end of the season. If you went into to the end of the season,
if they're serious about their job, I know who'd want that job. Like, obviously, it's a hard job to go in and do anything with now. But if you're gonna do and be proactive, I'll do it now.
I'll do it now.
Be proactive. You can't lose to your relegation rivals in Nottingham Forest, and you can't definitely not change it afterwards because it's not going in the right direction. Yes, you won a couple of games, or you drew a game that we thought maybe you'd do something more in, but you cannot let this go.
No, and now's the time.
Now's the time to do it because you just lost 3-0 to them.
Yeah,
that's the worst team to lose to.
Oh, mate, yeah.
Don't you think?
There is another name that's been thrown into the equation. Now, this is a proper...
Harry
throws himself into the equation.
He's always around it, isn't he?
I love Harry. Listen, I love
Do you reckon he knows any of the players' names and that?
Listen, he
don't need to.
Harry Redknapp, Glenn Hoddle, Robbie Keane.
Yeah.
Just get them all in.
Roy Keane.
No, that's no. Like, I'm trying to. Like, listen, I don't think Roy's that. Like, he's more Igor Tudor, I would imagine, type of manager. I think they need like a softer approach. Do you know what I mean?
Like a Joe Cole.
Mate, imagine Matt. That'd be a turn up, wouldn't it?
Were you wheeling that over there first gig? You and Led the King on the sideline. Would you do it if they offered it to you?
Nah.
You wouldn't do Spurs?
No, of course not.
He couldn't do Spurs. He's Chelsea.
So what? There's boundaries.
Yeah, boundaries for me. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and that's not like Tell's over there thinking, well, let's see the contract first. You know what I mean? But there's certain things in life
that you can't do.
That you can't. I don't think you can do. Like because I'm thinking to myself, right? Chelsea and West Ham, like they're rivals, right? But both fans. They don't play for both because I know you give everything for both, and there's the love there, and there's I love both clubs, right? Yeah. But imagine that That would be like.
Yeah,
Imagine you went and played. No, I just couldn't do it.
Yeah. Do you know who's done it?
Who?
Scott Parker.
Yeah, Scott's done every club in London, hasn't he?
He's done it.
He has, hasn't he?
He's done Fulham as well, hasn't he?
West Ham, Fulham,
Spurs.
Yeah.
Charlton.
Chelsea.
Yeah.
He's done the London rounds.
It's a London thing.
Yeah. But honestly, when I look, so they're in trouble.
Bang in trouble.
Yes, they're lucky a load of the other results went their way.
Exactly. West Ham, away to Villa, 2-0.
That's a bad result.
It's a bad result. It was a bad result.
What happened? Because every time I've watched West Ham in the last 7-8 weeks, even when they've not been at it, they've been in the game. But what just
didn't click, did it? Like nothing happened, and look, we've been in a good way. Big shout out to Mavropanos, by the way, because he's been excellent the last few games. Well, the last 5 games, really. I think it's been the turn since Axel Disasi comes in. That leader, that personnel that can just breathe a little bit of life into the defence, and he's been really good. But Mavropanos needs a massive shout out. He puts his body on the line. He puts his head on the line.
Villa, though, haven't they, recently? They've been poor form. So
and that's what I'm saying. I was expecting West Ham to get something.
I thought that was an opportunity for West Ham to get
something. And especially when Spurs lose in that fashion as well.
Do you know
what I mean? And that's where I'm a little bit disappointed, and I think West Ham fans would be too, because we could have registered some points.
So it's international break, then it's the FA Cup, then Wolves at home. That for me is West Ham's season. Because they're sometimes the hardest games to win when you're at relegation. You're fighting. You go into games and sometimes it's easier, but when the onus is on you to go and you have to win the game. The fans go to the stadium. West Ham fans are like, we have to win this game. So it's a different challenge for the lads. But that, for me, is the game. If West Ham win that game, I think they stay up. I mean, that's what I think. That's how important it is. Because of momentum in football, everyone expects them to win it. The players know they have to win it. If they win it,
then it lifts the whole place up.
But if you don't win it, you know what it's like.
Looking over your shoulder again. You're right. You're right on that. And I think Nuno would have addressed that yesterday. Like after the game, we would have said, listen, our next game at home is Wolves and my old club. Get on this, right? I was thinking about it yesterday, right? Get on this. Nuno, he can sink 2 ships here, in one swift move. Really? That's done him dirty as well, right? Go on. So, look, Wolves already sunk. They're gone. So he's put that to bed. And against Wolves, when they play him, he'll be like, listen, you messed me about. Go, we move on. Nottingham Forest, done him dirty. Spurs, done him dirty.
Yes.
So those are the 2 clubs that he's thinking. Well, 3 clubs he's thinking relegation fodder. I'm putting you lot down. I'm sinking this ship.
Imagine if that happened,
mate. And him personally.
Do you reckon he sends? Do you reckon if he sends Forest down? Do you reckon he's got what's his name? The Marianakis, his number. How'd you like Preston?
Where's Edu?
Do you reckon do you reckon he has that kind of banter? No, or is that just childish things that we think of?
I think he's a gentleman. I think he's a gentleman.
44 years of age, I'll be like, you think he's a gentleman?
You probably do that. You would do that, wouldn't you? You'd send a little text saying,
you would have done it last night. You would have done it last night.
On the margaritas, we would have done a bit of banter.
A bit of banter.
How are you? Enjoyed.
Enjoy Huddersfield away, Preston away. What did you say?
Anyway, it's all fun and games, right? We move on. Just quick before we move on. Do you think this international break comes at a good time?
I think it comes at a good time for all the teams that are losing.
All the teams that are losing. Yeah. I agree with that. I tend to
all day long.
Yeah, you just need to get out of the building.
You need to get out and have a little
rethink.
Refresh
and how long is it roughly? If the ones that are not in the competitions,
it's 2 weeks, isn't it?
2 weeks.
So usually 10 days, 2 weeks, right?
So they might get like 4 days off.
Don't underestimate for fans out there as well. Like, you know, if you see your players going to sunny, I would say it's Dubai, but they go in Dubai now.
Yeah, going to Dubai at the moment.
Somewhere sunny. That does refresh you.
It does.
You know, and you think you can't just train. You know when you're like that. Sometimes rest is more important than training.
As long as you're resting.
Yeah, as long as you're resting.
Not your type of resting. Not your type of resting. Yeah, you was rested last night. Yeah?
I was in bed early, mate.
All right.
Mate, I was done well yesterday. I'm very proud of myself. I was first to bed.
Yeah, I was last man standing.
Yeah, you was last man. Look how proud he is. Look how he's so proud of that. Last man standing.
How has he changed now?
I don't know,
You
mate.
used to be the last man standing.
Yeah, no, I've grown up. I was too scared about what I'm going to have to say.
When we went to Portugal, I put you to bed. Yeah? And I'm trying to wake him up.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well done.
Anyway, you've lost it, mate. You've lost it.
I was just sensible.
Yeah, good one.
Right, before we talk Chelsea, I met him for a coffee the other day, but he bumped into someone before he met me.
Enzo Maresca, the old gaffer.
Oh, your doppelganger.
Yeah.
No, I'm glad I missed it. I'd have loved to turn up and
Do you know what's funny, right?
Mate, if you was like both standing that way, I'd have slapped both of your heads just in case I didn't get you.
Do you know what was funny, Coley, right? So I'm with Carly and we were having a coffee and he's walked in and he's with his wife. She's lovely, like, and she's a little brunette like Carly, and so we sit down having a coffee. Like,
so you got the same taste as women as well?
Yeah.
Jesus.
Right. So anyway, we're having a chat, and Carly don't know like footballs. Do you know what I mean? She's going, did you manage Chelsea? And he's going, yeah, I managed. And she's thinking like, in the Vialli days and all things like that.
Okay.
I go, no, and she's like, oh yeah, I know you. Like, my son would love you. Anyway. And after he left, she's gone to me.
You basically told Carly, shut up there.
After he left, she's gone to me. I was looking at you. Why do you two look so similar? She said that was weird. That was weird. She said, like, because you got the
same shaped head,
bald head.
Yeah.
Anyway,
the
grey's beard. Anyway, he's like. Do you know what is horrible when you're doing the job I do and you speak to managers afterwards, right? And sometimes it's a song and a dance, right? You're asking the question. You can't talk honestly. They just say, for instance, we get a manager to the desk, Coley. You've done it, right? And you're asking, what about a referee's decision?
So hard.
He can't say what he really thinks. Yeah. He can't say, got it wrong, or my left back. My only interactions with him have been like interviews, and I've always liked him. Yeah. But we had a little chat, and he's just a top geezer. But when you look at him, so he's come out of a job. Managers look so much more relaxed. When imagine being a manager. He looked. Almost like, I was like, say...
weight off his shoulder.
Yeah, why would... They'll always go back in and get a job, but he looked relaxed. It was a nice sunny day, sitting there having a lovely coffee. And then when you go into the game, you get so stressed with the managers.
He's looking at it thinking, well, Chelsea's not improved since I've left.
Yeah, well, it's true.
You know what I mean? So he's looking at it thinking, I can relax now.
Yeah.
I didn't get it wrong. I think for my peace of mind... Yeah. I needed to get away from the situation, so
his stock's definitely high.
Still, of course. Sometimes leaving a job, Coley, in that way, is better. And it highlights everything that's going wrong. And then they say, listen, well, I did try, but it is what it is.
He won 2 trophies.
He won 2 trophies.
You have to remember that. But we'll get on to Chelsea because there's loads going on at Chelsea at the moment with the ownership group. There's a demonstration planned for the Chelsea Man United game, and it is the Ultras of Strasbourg, the Chelsea sister club owned by Blue Co. They're not happy with Blue Co either, so they're partnered up with the Chelsea fans. They're coming over to London. It's the first time it's ever happened, and they're going to protest at Stamford Bridge before the Chelsea Manchester United game. I'm just thinking of things now. Manchester United don't like their owners either. Maybe they'll join in the party.
Might be a thing.
Might be just everyone comes to London.
Coming together.
If you don't like your boss, even if you're at home, you
come
don't
to
like
London,
your boss.
You can protest.
You know what I mean?
It's free here.
Yeah. But anyway, listen, it's quite a momentous thing, really, because it's like it shows you the gravitas of football and how it sort of can bring people together. And my little boy wants to go as well, so you might,
you might see him there.
You'll see. Whatever you say about the Roman Abramovich era, right?
Still been built.
It was built with one thing in mind, to win trophies, and it's built from the football pitch outwards, right? So Roman was like, we want the best managers we can get, the best players we can get. We're going to try and win every game. We're going to try and win every trophy. When we don't do that, we're going to change the manager, which can be chaotic, and we're going to change players, and we'll sell them, and we'll, So you all knew what was going on, right? And I think... Now the ownership group's coming. They spent a lot of money initially, wasted a lot of money, in my opinion, like on not getting the right players in through the
about
door.
1.5 billion.
1.5 billion, right?
Was it 6 years, 7 years?
But on the premise that they're going to these lads will develop and become players, and some of them will become great players. But there's no the Chelsea fans are upset because they're like they don't feel like they're competing, and you're not really. If you're not buying players to win games of football, you're buying players as a asset. If you're buying players as an asset, I don't think it ever works. It
not
has
to
to
win
be,
stuff.
No, because you're buying. We're going to buy this player. Sorry, Coley. We're going to buy this player at 20 million, and in 4 years' time, he's going to be worth 60 million.
Yeah.
And the overall valuation, as long as we can balance the book, the overall valuations will go up, and then we'll sell the club after 5 to 7 years and make a profit. Like you're running it like a business, but as owners of a football club, do you have a responsibility? It's not like it's another business. It's a community thing. It's a community asset. You're never the owner. You're the custodian. And the fans fans know when they're being lied to, effectively duped. Do you know what I mean? Because if he comes out and goes, right, we're coming in, we like this, we're going to buy players, we're going to try and win, we're going to sort of try and win things, but we want to balance the books, and if it happens, it happens. Fans won't like it, but at least it's honest. But Chelsea are not trying to compete with Manchester City and Arsenal because you can't. It doesn't make no sense, the signings without the experience. How can you compete? Like them two teams yesterday, we watched Bridgie. They're streets ahead of Chelsea at the moment.
Oh, right? Miles ahead. Chelsea all over the shop.
Yeah.
I think. Like when you see like some of the goals they conceded.
Yeah.
It's like...
Is that a Liam Riss senior thing?
Schoolboy errors, mate.
No.
So easy.
So we're not gonna.
No, it's not a Liam thing, right? Because we're saying like Liam's come into the job, right, as a young manager, and it's a great opportunity for him.
He's going to,
and he's trying to, he's trying to work within the parameters of what he's got, and he's but Enzo before him, it was Pochettino.
Well, would you rather have Enzo back?
I don't think it's a coach problem. I don't think it's a coach problem. I think if you go and if look, put it this way, if we had 1.5 billion,
it's mixed with a coach problem though. It's all mixed because he makes mistakes.
If you had 1.5 billion,
he makes
mistakes. If I had
1.5 billion, I've done a better job.
Yeah,
I think so.
It seems like shambles. Yeah, I do.
Do you think you would?
I think I would have.
Like,
it's easy to say.
It sounds arrogant, but
I do say. Look how much how many players they brought as well.
Yeah, but better job to win stuff or better job to...
The team will be in a better place.
Recruitment, mate.
The team will be in a better place. The club will be in a better place.
And yes,
at the very least.
So what you're saying, they need to buy some experience, bottom line.
Well, I've been saying that for 3 years.
Bottom line, and to add to what they've got already, because they do have some great young talent, but they need that talent needs nurturing.
Yeah.
And just a bit of experience. And look, them boys are getting older now as well, by the way, but they're still not won anything.
Yeah. They're frustrated.
Yeah.
They're frustrated. And you get into that position now where the best players are going to start going... If you're Cole Palmer...
Yeah.
And you're thinking, I could go and play anywhere in the world.
Yeah.
Like, what? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, Beto looks unbelievable as well.
Oh, no.
He looks unbelievable.
Yeah.
I usually just call him, I called him Bambi on Ice because usually he's like really leggy, innit?
Yeah.
He looked great against them.
Mate, and I couldn't believe it. I was thinking, this is not the same player.
Yeah.
Made him look like Primar 9.
Mate, it's just
I'm not sorry, Beto, yeah, but you're a good player.
Yeah.
But Primar 9, you are not, yeah? So don't believe the hype, all right? Chelsea done that to you.
He looked like him for a little bit. Do you know Sanchez when he's dithering around on the ball?
Yeah.
And he almost nicked it off him.
Yeah. See, it's little things like that. That's why Sanchez, you're only as good as... Your back line's only as good as your goalkeeper.
Yeah.
Because your goalkeeper has to be able to dominate and talk and communicate. And I think it gets overlooked, having a good quality goalkeeper nowadays.
Yeah.
That can play out from the back, but can command.
But if they're all playing out from the back, they're all doing it, so you have to be good as a goalie.
Yeah, but then they're doing too much now. They're doing too much. Like Sanchez is doing way too much trying to play out the back.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And he's not good at it.
This protest is going to be interesting. And this is me.
Are you going to be there? He's going to be front line.
No, I might be. My son wants to go, right?
He wants to go.
Because listen, my place comes from a place of love, right? Because I love the club.
Yeah.
And Chelsea support as a kid and all that, right? And so my son is heartbroken. Like he's a proper fan. Like he's on the YouTube. He's like, when we travel to football, he's putting on the podcast, Chelsea podcast. He knows like if I'm covering the game, he's my analyst. I'm like, Harry, like, what do you think of this?
Yes,
go, listen, he can't do this, he can't do that, right? But he's proper hurting, right? Yeah. And when he found about this protest, he went, Dad, I'm going. I went, really?
Really?
But you're 13.
You stayed at home.
I can't send him to a protest by
I've got to be there.
I've got to be there. But he's like, and when he found out the French might be bringing the flares over and all that, he's got a little bit.
Bang on it as well.
Yeah, he wants
a bit of.
I'll get him a Stone Island jacket and get him front centre. It'll be fine.
Yeah, wicked.
Anyway,
so Sanchez had a shocker for Chelsea, but at the other end of the pitch, Pickford.
Yeah.
Made some great saves, didn't he?
I like Pickford.
He's good
He's
player.
playing well.
Good player.
He made flaps at one the other day against Arsenal, but
he's
all in all, he's done.
Yeah, that was one mistake in.
All in all, he's done well.
He's done well.
What do you make?
They look good, Everton.
That's what I'm saying.
What do you reckon? What do you reckon?
Old Everton.
Champions League.
Well, do you know what, Coley? Like, you're looking at it. I don't know how low the.
I'd say they could go above Chelsea, the way
things are going.
Yeah,
like 46. They're on 46 points.
Could do.
They're on 46 points. Champions League spot obviously is 54, but that's a late.
You don't want them to. But
Aston Villa's got to be in real free fall. Yeah. But I reckon they can get a European place. Europa League.
I reckon struggle to catch Villa.
Europa League,
even though they've been poor, but
you've got to give Moyes some massive props in you. The Moyes-ire.
Mate.
The Moyes-ire just. Do you know what I mean? Like what he like.
Listen, we know what Moyes produces. We know what he done for West Ham, and he's one of those ones where he keeps a sturdy ship. Doesn't sink. It's unsinkable. So he's just one of those ones. Then he's just got to build on what he's got. And if he gets the players, like, talk about Beto for instance. He's starting to get something out of him. And I thought he was a lost cause, honestly. And he's got, so it just shows you how good of a manager he is as well. His way might not be for everybody, and it might not look clean on the eye, but he gets the job done. Do you know what I mean? And look, I've obviously sat down, had coffee, had a beer with him. He's a good man, I know he comes across a little bit. No, he does come across nice on the TV, but he's even better in person having a coffee with him.
He's a good guy, isn't he?
Yeah, he's a good guy.
He's
top, clean fella, man. And he's got good banter as well.
Yeah, we loved it because me and Coley done the whole campaign. When Conference League and the Europa League. So like we interviewing him all the time, and that just felt like, a man at the peak of his powers. Like he had the control of that club. West Ham's a hard club to manage, by the way, because the expectations, the fans are great,
and you got to manage down, and you got to manage up.
They have a structure of how they do things. So, and we've seen good managers come into West Ham and fail. But when you go, when you go and meet him, Bridgie, and you walk into a club straight away, he's in control. So when I went to see Graham Potter at West Ham, interviewed him. Again, nice geezer.
Guy.
But he didn't. I didn't feel like he was the boss in the building.
No.
Whenever you go in, wherever I met Moisey at West Ham, he give you that sort of vibe.
Yeah,
I'm in charge.
And
he's, mate, if he gets Everton in the Champions League,
that is. It's a bit far off. I think it's a bit far off, but if they can pip it, you never know. If they just need a run of games, and then they're up there. And look, I think if anyone can do it, someone like him can.
The Moyes, mate. He'll never ever have to buy a beer in Canning Town.
Well, we'll see. We'll see.
A slim chance. Yeah. They've got a chance.
Like Coley, you talked about him getting a tune out of Beto.
Yeah.
And another player he's getting a tune out of because he's just been named in the England squad.
Yeah, I see that.
Jimmy Garner. Baller. Can play. Yeah. Mate, that's meteoric from him.
That's unbelievable. And to get recognised at the world stage, that is for your country, that's credit to him.
Do you remember your first time training with England? When do you remember like going there and what level?
I remember my first game. So I don't remember every training session. I remember the first game was Holland. I remember first going. Yeah.
Do you remember the nerves?
I was well nervous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like
new crowd. I was always one of them people that once you get settled into a club, you're fine. Then moving clubs, I was always nervous. But like getting called up to England, you know, the players that you're playing with, there's some big personalities there. Just quiet. I was just quiet, nervous. Yeah.
What type
I was
of
alright once football starts.
What type of character do you reckon Jimmy is? Like, do you think he's going in there thinking, "Cool, blimey"? But he's got Pickford in there.
Yeah.
So
I look at that. It's always nice when you got some. Because you was at Southampton, right?
Yeah.
When you first got in.
So I wouldn't have had no one
So
else
you would have
there.
just known the lads from the 21s, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. So like, that's hard.
It is hard.
That's hard. I went and trained with England when I was a.
You were training from when Glenn was there, or
no? Just after Keegan.
Keegan, that was it. Yeah.
He had
Keegan.
me in, and I was 17. So 17.
17 training
like,
with
I got
England,
literally dropped off at Burnham Beaches by my mum and dad because I couldn't drive. Like, and I've walked in by myself. Don't know. You think to yourself like, I just walked into the hotel by yourself.
How'd that
come? Just rocked up.
Hello, I'm here. Like, there was, do you know what I mean? Nowadays there'll be someone welcoming you. There'll be a message coming in. You'll have like I don't know.
So at 17, were you just going to train with them, and that was?
Yeah, I was.
Did it a few times.
I did it twice, I think. So they had me in a squad to train, and because I was playing first team at West Ham, but obviously I wasn't getting picked for the England team. But I loved it, man. Keegan would come out.
So it wasn't like you were named in. Were you like named in
no,
squad?
No,
you just went along to train.
I went along to,
and that was coming from Keegan.
Yeah, it was brilliant.
That's
mad.
Yeah, that's lovely.
Yeah, it was good.
So you was unofficially there.
Did I tell you about my first ever? I don't know if I told you this. Right, this is the right. So I've walked in, and they've gone right. Hello. Trained. After training, do you play golf? I said, yeah. I'd never played golf before in my life, but I thought, how hard can it be? Yeah. And I'm thinking, right, so we met on the coach, and all the England players went to play golf.
That's just typical you know.
Shearer, Sheringham, Ince, Adams, all of them boys.
Golfers as well.
Yeah, love it.
And I've never even held a club, right? Yeah. So we've got to this guy, and then what
was he holding like a cricket bat?
Right, so, yeah, but then it's like, it's a proper start, like you get called onto the team.
Yeah.
So I'm just standing there, right? And they're thinking, and I'm still telling them I can play.
Mate, I can imagine how bad you were because you're bad now.
Why? That's a low blow. That's a low blow. There's no need for that.
I swear I've beaten you before.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, you did.
I was hungover.
In Portugal?
Yeah. I let like 3 hours kick because you were waking me up at 3 in the morning, mate.
What are you blaming me for?
You're the one who was waking me up at 3 in the morning.
I don't know, that had nothing to do with it. You beat him fair and square.
You didn't even add up the scores, mate. You didn't even add up the scores, mate.
It's all right, Keith. Sometimes you lose, mate. Sometimes you lose.
Anyway, I've gone up to hit this ball, like, and I've hit 4 air shots, and I'm like, they're just giggling, right? Anyway, ended up, I picked my clubs up after that, and I just carried their clubs around. But it was just great to be playing golf.
Carried their clubs.
I just carried their clubs around.
It was everyone's caddy.
For years later, every time Shearer would see him, like, because he retired after that, so I didn't actually play with him. But he was just like, well, how bad were you at golf? You got any better? Not really.
You definitely got better.
Talking about England, Jimmy Garner's going to be on top of the world, and always lovely to see new players. You know, because but one player in particular, another fullback, Bridgie, Real Madrid's Trent Alexander-Arnold did not make a 35-man squad. What do you make of that?
He gives you something going forward, but I think, like, as a right back, defensively, I think you've got to play a certain way for him to fit in the team.
Right, okay. But he's playing for Real Madrid.
I know he's playing for Real Madrid, but do you know there's always been a thing around Trent, isn't there? There's always been a... And I think
he can't defend.
And
you got to do... I think...
Do you know what I mean? He's would you say he was never always going to be in starting, was he?
No. Well, Reece James is probably definitely ahead of him.
Reece, but...
Well, in this squad, Tuchel wants to learn, right? Trent is world class at what he does. He's a quarterback.
He's unbelievable.
He's a quarterback. We know he's good at.
He's an unbelievable player, but it's going to take a certain manager that's going to.
Is he going to make the final cut?
No,
he has to work with.
No.
You don't think? You think he's picking this squad?
I think if he's left him out of this 35-man squad,
he ain't going.
He ain't going to the World Cup. Yeah, of course. Because he would have come out a player of that quality.
I think he throws a wild card, or he adds to the squad that he's thinking, I'm not sure about. I'm putting you in there. I think it's not. This ain't going to be his final decision. on who's going to pick out of that 35-man squad.
You don't think so?
I don't think so. I don't think it is. I think there's going to be someone that comes in, someone that might have a late run on form that weren't. Welbeck, for instance.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Welbeck, Solanke, Calvert-Lewin. They might have a stink at the end of the drop a clanger. Welbeck on form gets in last minute.
Yeah.
And he's played for England before, so he's not. Nah, Ivan Toney.
Ivan Toney scored more goals than Ronaldo, Benzema, and Mane in the Saudi league. They're all going to.
How old's Ivan Toney? He's 30 now.
Yeah, mate. But like, so that's for me. That's like
Benzema and that are 40.
That's true.
So you should be scoring that sort of goal. Yeah, when you go over there at 30, you're kind of fresh.
Yeah.
Not 40, bro. I mean, so listen, you take that with a rough and a bit. But I'm saying, I would take. I'm not taking nothing away from Ivan Toney.
Yeah.
And I know that he's playing in the Saudi league, but you got to be playing in a great league, that's around Europe, because that's how you sharpen your tools to get into the England squad. Just to get into the England squad. That's all I'm saying.
Into the squad?
Into the England squad, yeah. So as a striker, you need to be playing.
Who would you take as the strikers?
In a competitive league, as competitive as the Premier League, or just off of it, I think, anyway.
Yeah.
Who would you take?
Who would I take as a striker? Well, obviously you've got Harry Kane.
Yeah.
You'd have Jared Bowen who can play there. Rashford who could play there, but they'll go as wide men as well.
Rashford.
And I'll take one more. And I think I'd probably, if I was Thomas Tuchel, I'd hold my cards close to my chest. I thought I'd have got Tony in, and I'd go, do you know what? I'm just going to go. There's three things to consider. So there's two things to consider, right? Of form, right? Because someone like Watkins is out of form. Solanke,
he might get injured.
He might,
he's a good player, but
form. What they're going to be like playing second string. That's important because no one's playing ahead of Harry Kane. So you need to know that this kid, he might not play a minute and you might need him in the quarterfinals to come on and change the game. So you've got to think of them type of things. So then you take into consideration Danny Welbeck. I think Danny Welbeck at his age, it'll be like revitalising for him. Like he's not played for England for so long, mate. It would be joyful for him to do it. And I think he'd be a good character around. So. And I think he's more
he's like the uncle. He'll be the uncle in the squad. That calming presence. He's that calming guy. He's been there, done it. He's not won anything just yet, but he's like this could be his tournament. And I'm big in. I want him to get it. I want him to get in. That's why I say there might be some last minute adjustments to someone like that. But also, so we're talking about Harry Kane. Right? Harry Kane's style. He likes to drop deep, and you got to give him the room to do that. Now, when he drops deep, who's running that way?
We got
the wingers. So who would you play? Who do you think's suited? It's not who's the best player on the flanks. It's who's suited to play with a Harry Kane. That is the way I'm looking at it. And I'm going to throw this up. Yeah, so I'm going Anthony Gordon on the left. Yeah. And I'm going Noni Madueke on the right because they like to run bomb on forwards, running behind the defence. I know everyone's going to say Saka, but Saka likes to come in and connect. It's a different type of football.
You think Noni's more powerful, Bridgie?
Going that way. Yeah. He likes to go on. He likes to go on the left. You can go on the right. You can go on the inside.
Saka was at fault for one of the goals yesterday, really, like picking up.
Yeah, he was sloppy there, very sloppy. But I'm not. That's not what I'm looking at.
Talking about Saka.
I'm looking at styles, what's going to complement Harry Kane. Harry Kane's the most important. He's the crown. Yeah. He's the jewel on the crown. Yeah. So now he needs to be able to express himself, but he needs runners going that way. So you got Elise for Bayern, and who's the other fellow on the other side of him?
For Bayern,
they run and they go that way. They go that way. Yeah. You know what I mean? So it complements the whole team. So I'm thinking Tuchel's probably looking at this and thinking, well, I need the best man for the job. This is a major tournament. It's saying about names.
Do you know what the problem is there with that? You're right. I think you're right, and I think that's what Thomas Tuchel will do. The problem is with that, when Harry Kane gets injured, there's no one like... If he gets,
please restructure.
If Harry gets injured, because we all don't want him to, there's no one like him. There's no like for like. You know what I mean? And do you know what I would do? I'd consider, if I'm going to go Madueke and Gordon or Bowen and Saka, like pace on the wing.
So even Bowen as well can do that running behind.
So pace, right? Then I would even consider, if Harry Kane got injured, playing a Cole Palmer as a false nine, just playing high and just dropping off in the pocket.
Just having movement, everyone moving.
And imagine and you'll have Palmer and Bellingham going double.
Yeah, because Bellingham could do it too. Yeah,
because if say for worst case
scenario,
isn't that complicated
though?
No, but the thing is, right? Your whole system's about your whole system. Come on, Bridgie.
Well, I don't say it's complicated. It's you get used to like moving in and out of spaces and everyone and you cover for each other. I think if you're going to play football like that, you know that we've got these positions, but you're allowed to
as long as they get
around.
Lots of practice and training. So this is a perfect opportunity in this camp to get those movements nailed down.
Do you know what Harry Kane's so good? Everyone in the movements when he drops, because he's not quick. No. He can't run, right? He just drops off into the pockets, always at the right time. But watch, if any kids out there watching him, just watch him. Sometimes he's walking into positions. You know what I mean? There's none of this fast movement, and he's like a predator.
We were saying it yesterday.
What type of predator?
We were watching Haaland, weren't we, yesterday? How much walking around they do?
Cole Palmer can do that. He can do that.
They have to come alive. They come alive when it matters.
Yeah, that's what I mean. They've got a burst and then they just go.
There's massive news from AFCON. They've overturned the final result, which is incredible. You know, it got me thinking.
I wouldn't even accept the award if there's a charity one, isn't it?
It's weird, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's weird,
like
isn't it?
Charity medal.
Yeah, I don't get. How do you even feel about it? Because it happened.
No, it wouldn't
it
feel
happened.
Right.
It wouldn't feel right.
Like, do you know what that is? Right. If you go, it's happened. It's already happened. If you're the team that lost the final. What, you're going to say you won it? No. My soul told me I lost that final.
My soul told me,
you know what I mean? So there's nothing you can do. I'm just like, but it got me thinking, is there any games in your career that you can think of where if you could change the result?
I've probably got a couple, but there's got to be a reason for it, isn't there, I guess?
Like what one sticks out, and then we'll work it out.
Two. There's a Spurs-Chelsea final.
Right, okay.
And we lost 2-1, but I gave a penalty away. Which they just said, no, it was ball to hand rather than hand to ball.
It's a good reason.
And then Tottenham might not have had another trophy.
Yeah.
And the other one was the one we threw away at Chelsea, semi-finals against Monaco.
Yeah.
Just threw it away. And there was one then game. I thought when the guy came up at the back post and he had his hand on the post and it kind of looked like it hit his hand.
Who was it? The fullback,
wasn't it? It was a fullback, so he was behind me.
Yeah, it was. I think I might have been me trying to pick him up.
I thought it was me. Maybe it's both of us.
I think it was both of us, mate. Mate, do you know it's the worst question you can ask for?
Already, I've got so many negative things I remember that I've got
loads.
Which one?
That game.
Which one?
One game.
One game.
I'll have to go to Tottenham one because they won that trophy, so hopefully we'd have won it.
That's fair enough.
Yeah,
I've got about 100 games in my head.
You lot got finals. You lot got finals.
Do you know
I only had one final. It was the playoff final, really.
I've got a game for a reason, and like I don't know if this is an asterisk I want to put on it, right? Because when I got done my knee injury against Southend, right, if I can not play that game. You weren't there, right, Bridgie? I think it was after you'd left. But the game was supposed to be on, then it was off. There was fog, and it was like, I went and done my knee, and I was never the same player again. And there's nothing worse than like you've had bad injuries, you know, like we all have, right? When your body can't do the things that you want it to do.
Like
it's depressing. It's depressing.
Like walking to a pub.
Depressing, mate. I was so depressed. I'll fall off a cliff here.
Do you know what I mean? So like, I would think the result. We won the game. Like we won the game 4-1, but I got this injury, and it sort of changed my career, changed my life. Listen, not crying or anything, but it was that I'd like to have had another 5 or 6 years at the top where I could play football properly. I love playing, and the handbrake was always on. Do you know what I mean? So that's that one for me. Yeah. Right, lads. I thought we'd done really well to get through that.
Oh yeah, I thought it was going to be a struggle last night and this morning.
Yeah, you was proper panicking, mate. You've been the best one.
More
nonsense than usual.
I haven't even told you. of when we was giving him the pep talk when he was against the wall like this.
Yeah.
Colton, I just don't think I could do it.
I've
got nothing left.
I said,
man sounded like Ian Mill. I've got nothing left.
I remember that. It's not nice. It's a horrible feeling.
It was a broken
I
man.
was literally like, can we please just do a singing tomorrow? But I made it, and I was first here.
Hey, do you know what?
He was.
And I was
You
first
smashed it,
here.
mate.
We're an example for people listening. If you have a heavy night,
and
you're
turn
like,
up.
don't just
Turn
go
up.
to work. Just go to work.
Yeah.
Grind it out. Go to work. Go to school. No, actually, don't have it every night.
No, go to school. What do you mean?
University. Whatever you're doing, you can do. You get through. We've got you. Right?
Go to school drunk.
Yeah. Right. Okay. Anyway, before I go, I just want to give a shout because it's England week. And my friend Carl, Chelsea fan, I want to give him a big up, right? He's not well, he's in hospital, man, but he's doing his thing, he's fighting. A little story, right? So about nice things in life and football, right? So I had someone working in my house about 4 or 5 years ago. Actually, it might have been longer than that. And I've got, all my England caps are in a little bag, right? And they were tucked away. So some geezer's gone through my house and chawed a couple of caps, right? But I don't know they're no missing. They're in a bag, right? They're not on display. Right, and so I didn't even know it was gone. So he's obviously gone right through my house. Anyway, I get a phone call from my friend Dave at Chelsea. Big up Dave, and he said somebody in a pub somewhere was showing off about they was in my house and they took one of my caps. Right, and a Chelsea fan, Carl, overheard them saying it and said, like, listen, he's one of us.
Get it back.
That's wrong. Bang out of order. So he gave it back.
Top
So
man.
you know what I mean? So
yeah, love it.
One day I would have gone up there and gone, there's 55 rather than 56, but they're all there. So I'm like, so big up Carl, and I hope he's feeling.
Yeah.
Do you know, it's nice when
Yeah,
people
big
do
up,
nice
Carl.
things.
Love it, Carl.
Yeah,
Love it, Carl. Hope you feel better soon.
yeah, Listen, thank you. We got through that, boys.
Yeah.
Done well.
Yeah, what we've got to tell the people what to do.
Make sure you rate, review, like, and subscribe.
Viewers, from the strong international presence of global defense and military companies at the World Defense Show, we now turn our focus to speak with some of these companies. Among them is one of the world's largest defense industry companies, well known for delivering a wide range of advanced defense products. The company has maintained a major partnership with Saudi Arabia for decades, with deep ties to Saudi companies and to the kingdom's military institutions. We now have this interview with Mr. Nick Fox, Vice President at Base Systems for the Typhoon program, including the Eurofighter Typhoon serving in the Royal Saudi Air Force. First, welcome. Thank you for joining us. Let us begin with localization. At Base Systems, you have stated that you have achieved more than 80% workforce localization. Saudi Arabia places strong emphasis on developing qualified Saudi talent in partnership with BAE Systems. Where have you reached in this area?
So at BAE Systems, we're really passionate about giving people careers in defence, but also making sure that they have fulfilling careers for the remainder of their working life. We do that through a number of means, through working on cooperative programs with local universities, so making sure that the students that come out of university are coming out with the skills and abilities that the nation needs for the defence industry of the future. Within BAE Systems, we have really strong partnership programs and development programs for our graduate community as well. That's been in place since around 2020, where we take graduates in, we train them in project management, engineering, finance, and I'm really pleased to say we've had a 100% conversion rate from those programs into real jobs that provide real careers and real practical learning for the theory that our students learn in university.
At BAE Systems, we are truly passionate about providing people with careers in defense and ensuring they have fulfilling professional lives. We achieve this through several initiatives, including cooperative programs with local universities, ensuring that graduates leave with the skills and capabilities the kingdom needs for the future defense industry.
So The partnership between the UK and Saudi Arabia is about 100 years old, if not longer. And as BAE Systems, we've been working closely with Saudi Arabia and local industry for 60 years now. Over that 60 years, at the heart of what we do is working in partnership to deliver the defence outcomes that the nation needs, but also to work really closely with Saudi industry to find a way of transferring the capability that will provide real cutting-edge capability and help to develop a stronger defence outcome at the end of it. Throughout the Typhoon programme, localisation and industrialisation is really at the heart of what we do. Over the years, we've been successful in transferring a number of capabilities to our partners in Kingdom that are now used day in, day out in supporting the Typhoon fleet across Saudi Arabia.
Practical learning complements the theory students study at university. Saudi Arabia is also highly focused on technology and local manufacturing within the kingdom. At BAE Systems, how are you supporting the kingdom in this effort, especially as technology transfer and local manufacturing are central pillars of Vision 2030?
So as I said before, we have a big focus on developing the talent and the skills we need, and also through working with local industry to develop and step up the capability that we can then utilise on whether it's Typhoon, Hawk, Tornado platforms, a number of defence programmes we run. In terms of the future, it's about doing more. It's about building on what is an absolutely solid foundation that is absolutely part of the DNA of what we deliver now, and it is doing more. It is finding ways of developing new technologies with Saudi Arabia. It's around expanding the role that the Saudi Arabian industry does in supporting the platform, supporting the armed forces to deliver the defence outcomes they need, all the while providing meaningful and fulfilling careers for specialist individuals for many, many years to come.
Vice President of BAE Systems for the Typhoon program. Thank you very much for these clarifications. Thank you again for joining us.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines,